Those of you in the audience joining us today, and for those of you tuning in from the United States and all around the world, welcome to We Don't Have Time's The Climate Hub at Climate Week, New York City. We are so thrilled to welcome you to a full day of broadcast that is brought to you with our partners, the United Nations Development Program. We have the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, the Nest Climate Campus, and of course Horizon Media, which is providing us this incredible space in downtown Manhattan. I'm so thrilled to be hosting today with my co-host that we have imported into the United States for Climate Week New York. Or are you actually a secret US citizen?
No, I'm actually an alien from another planet,
right?
but that's still tough to get into the country. If
Your accent gave you away this time.
Oh,
well,
yeah,
welcome to both of my co-hosts. Nick Nuttall, those of you who tune in will be very familiar with, and Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansen. Thank you so much for accompanying us through this day. It's going to be an exciting day of programming, and I hope you all know me. I am Shata Chakraborty and CEO of North America. But let's talk a little bit today about what we are looking forward to. Nick.
Yeah, I mean, as usual, we hope to have a really good show today and in the following days in various venues. But I think it's quite special for maybe the audience to understand that what we're trying to do with We Don't Have Time so often is reveal what is actually happening with this climate change transition. And so we like to come from time to time and home in on areas of the global economy that perhaps we haven't discussed before. So I'm quite excited about the show we've got on green shipping. The shippers, the people that ship all the goods around the world, greening their operations. We've got some great stuff on medicine and health and things like that. And also what is happening with electric vehicles, right? So many people are chatting, certainly in Europe, maybe in the USA, like, is this transition happening? Yes or no? So we want to reveal what's going on in terms of climate action, but in a fun and interesting and intelligent way. Yeah.
As we do.
As we try,
do.
yeah,
of course.
to do all the time, yeah.
And also putting the spotlight on climate solutions and issues has never been more important, because we had such a devastating heat wave in many parts of the world this summer, right? And we've had extreme weather events. And now we're entering a very interesting fall from a climate perspective. We have the COP in Baku, Azerbaijan coming up. So Nick, what can we expect from today leading into the COP?
So actually, I mean, we've heard several times now in the run-up to next UN climate conference that this is the finance COP, as it were, the finance conference in Baku. We want to hear a bit about what is happening with finance, because it's absolutely critical for the transition, right? Without it, we know the world is currently spending about $1.3 trillion on climate action, but we know from all the numbers from the experts, it should be more like 10 trillion per year on action. So we're really behind the curve, and we've only got a few years to actually halve emissions. The last thing to say is that the governments are, revising their national climate plans up, their so-called NDCs, and we need to see a lot of ambition on that. I'm going to talk about that on the show as well today, because we need to deal with not just carbon dioxide, but methane and all the other things that cause climate change. It's a systems change. We'll be talking about super pollutants later, yeah.
And of course, the COP in Baku is not the only important event happening in November, Shota.
Right, so that was the global perspective. Thank you. We're going to obviously be covering that, but this year is really unique. Normally, Climate Week New York is ahead of the COP. This time, it's also ahead of the US election, and we can't deny how critical this election is going to be. Really excited that the first segment is going to delve into all of that and much more in terms of how we need to vote climate up and down the ballot. And we know the most impactful thing we can do, and we're always asked this, what's the most impactful thing we can do for climate? Is vote.
Yep, absolutely.
Is vote. So use your voting power, and we'll get into all of that.
Exactly.
So let's kickstart this broadcast, and we'll start with the Vote Climate, Shota. So take it away and enjoy.
As the impacts of climate become increasingly severe, it is more clear than ever the importance of voting climate up and down the ballot in the United States, from local to federal and around the world. This is the most critical action that we can take as citizens of the United States and as global citizens. And so I am thrilled to introduce my panelists today as we get into talking about why voting, the power of voting really is the ultimate power, is the ultimate showing of how we can be good stewards of the environment. Joining me is Camila Thorndike. She is the Climate Engagement Director with the Harris for President campaign. And I have with me Monica Medina. She is the Arnold Distinguished Fellow at Conservation International. And the two of you have been real champions for climate, and to say the least. That would be the least way to describe these two powerhouses. And we really want to talk about why electing leadership is the ultimate thank you to the planet that has given us so much, and that now we need to responsibly engage with going forward, because none of this stuff is guaranteed. None of nature is renewing fast enough for us to really think through how future generations are going to thrive. So what do we need to do right now, right? So this is what I want us to get into. I'm going to start with you, Monica. Future generations, right? So this is what we're thinking about. It's not that it's great right now, but we're able to live. But as we think about the future, what is it that young voters are most worried about? Why are they having climate top of mind? And where can we actually direct these young voters in terms of electing in leadership that recognizes that this is a serious issue?
Thank you so much for having us here. It's great to be with Camila. And it's really a perfect time to have this conversation because we're just about 40 days from the election. So everybody has something they can do. As you said in your opening, everybody can vote. This is important to young people for lots of reasons. I think they see the climate crisis closing in around them, and they know that their future is really wrapped up in whether or not we get our act together today and we start reining in our emissions. But even the smallest things that are impacting them, or the big things that are impacting them today, things like the cost of housing, or the cost of insurance, or the cost of groceries, are all impacted by the fact that prices are rising because of the climate crisis. We see the extreme weather events impacting people all over the country, even when they don't know it. Their insurance rates are going up because we're covering all those people who are the victims of climate and extreme weather events today in our country. Food prices are going up all around the world because of the extreme weather events that we see all over the world. Our produce comes from lots of different countries that are being heavily impacted by climate. So I think young people actually, more than anyone else, are kind of connecting the dots and seeing this issue as top of mind and top of their list of things they're going to vote for when they, I think, head to the polls this November.
Absolutely. And so Camila, as the Climate Engagement Director, right? So all of these things that Monica is mentioning, how is the campaign messaging this to voters? It hasn't really been talked about so much. And we know that this is top of mind for especially the younger demographics. So what is happening with the messaging in terms of getting young people excited about coming to the polls with climate top of mind? Is there more that could be said?
Well, I'm so grateful to be here to talk primarily about Vice President Harris's incredible track record. Her actions speak for themselves, and she is also speaking for herself, as you might have seen the tweets and Instagram posts just yesterday, pledging that she has and will continue to take on big oil and fight for environmental justice and fight for young people's future. You know, as a district attorney, she established one of the first environmental justice units in the country. As Attorney General, she won millions in settlements taking on big oil. As Vice President, she cast the tie-breaking vote for the largest investment in climate action, not only in the US, but in global history. I mean, it's astounding. And so together with her fellow climate champion, Governor Tim Walz, who has done so much in Minnesota to protect communities from toxic chemicals, to increase protections for wildlife and take on issues of climate resilience. I mean, we're looking at not one, but two climate champions that we get to elect to the White House this year, and the contrast could not be more stark. I mean, we all lived through Trump, he rolled back over 100 environmental regulations and protections as favors to his big oil CEO donors. That's the pockets that he's in, whereas Vice President Harris is here for the American people.
And there's something to be said for Governor Walz coming to Climate Week New York that's establishing the carrying of this issue. And so having a presence in New York at this moment where all of the leaders from all over the world have come together for the United Nations General Assembly as well, is really indicative of where climate lies as a priority. So back to you for 1 second. It looks like a lot of environmental groups have endorsed the Harris campaign as well. So talk to us a little bit about those groups.
Yes, so we were thrilled to have such a almost unanimous outpouring of support from across the political spectrum of the environmental and climate and clean energy movements. I mean, again, it's a black and white choice. We're looking at a situation where we get to build on the historic progress of the last 4 years. I was in the Senate when we were fighting for the Inflation Reduction Act, and we're looking at hundreds of thousands of clean energy jobs that are going to lift people into a prosperous middle class. That an administration with Vice President Harris that is cutting costs for middle class families and giving us all clean energy choices that we know, the polling is clear, people want. People want these options. And so I think if you look at whatever it might be, fighting price gouging that big oil is driving forward, advancing environmental justice, protecting tribal communities, fighting for biodiversity and natural places, as Monica has established such an incredible career in. That's why we have such robust support across the community, and it came, out of the gate because her track record is clear. We know who she is, her values are evident, and she's there to fight for us and build on that record.
Absolutely. And so these organizations you're talking about, especially Monica, with your career in conservation, talk to us a little bit about why these types of organizations have really gotten behind the Harris campaign, and what is it about nature that's so special to you, truly?
Truly, it is a unifying thing. I think while it may be hard to relate to greenhouse gases or things like the grid, those things are hard for people to really wrap their minds around. But a tree is a pretty easy concept, and there is nothing more valuable in the climate crisis than nature and biodiversity. It absorbs almost a third of the carbon that we need to store in order to beat this climate crisis. And people get a lot of value out of being in nature. I think we all learned during the COVID crisis how hard it was to be at home, and so people found respite in the outdoors. And that's what I love about Vice President Harris, the way she talks about freedom to enjoy clean air and clean water. She, I think, really understands how it impacts people's lives at a very personal, individual, and health family level.
Positive messaging is everything. You all know I'm a behavioral scientist, so I love when we get to in any conversation, when we get to the communications bit of it, because we need to get voters excited about their vote resulting in a future that is cleaner, more just, more breathable. Imagine having your kids play outside and not worry about how long they're outside because of dangerous heat. And so that is a kind of future that will be something better than anything we've ever created before. That's something to get excited about and look forward to. And so I think that's really what's jazzing up voters this election cycle. That, and also lesser known, but an incredible record by Governor Walz. So talk to us a little bit about him. Let's let voters know what he's been about related to climate.
Yeah, I was so excited along with all of our movements when Vice President Harris chose Governor Walz as her running mate, because here is a champion for the issues that are, night or day in, day out, what people are dealing with costs. I mean, he is a champion for everyday folks, and he lives those values. He is one of us, right? And he has proven through his administration in Minnesota that he's there to work in tandem with movements to, again, advance clean energy job training, protect wildlife, make sure that everybody has an opportunity to be part of what Vice President Harris calls the opportunity economy. Clean energy jobs are the future. We are forging a new way forward. Trump is here to take us back. And this ticket of two climate champions, Vice President Harris and Governor Walz are why I came onto this campaign as a lifelong climate activist. I mean, I started when I was a teenager, and I've seen the impacts. The town next door to me in Southern Oregon, where I grew up, it burned down. There were almost 3,000 structures lost and 500 farm worker families who had to leave the Rogue Valley because of climate injustice. And so those of us who have been trapped in our homes with week after week of smoke, so bad that you can't even see across the street, and then lived through this administration that is taking this crisis on head on with the urgency that it deserves and making opportunity possible for all of us to be part of the solution. Again, there's no clearer choice. And we know what Trump and Project 2025 are about, and it's just profiteering and corruption for the fossil fuel industry.
Yeah, it's a bit mind-blowing that there's any support for that, right? I mean, if you care about a future, it's black and white, as you said. So I had a conversation yesterday with Adam Met, who's also been supporting the Harris campaign.
So
and yeah, Adam, this is live now. We miss you. Wish you were here.
Your fan club is here.
Thanks for knocking doors out in Michigan.
So we will share the conversation I had with Adam shortly as part of this hour. And he was talking about how it's all about local politics too, right? It's not just this federal election, but it's voting climate up and down the ballot. So really identifying what the different candidates' platforms are, being informed, and then going in that direction so that, again, you are with your voting power doing right by the planet. So that's local, and we're going to have that discussion. But let's go to the global view for a second. We know that global citizens, and in a poll that was done through the Global Commons Alliance, acknowledge how important climate is and want to see global action taken. So where does this administration fall in terms of leadership on global environmental stewardship? So I'm going to turn to you, Monica, with that.
Well, that's a great question. And we have been, this administration has been at the forefront of global climate and conservation efforts. And there are so many happening right now. As we speak, there are 3 COPs this fall. The climate COP, which you've talked about, but there's also a biodiversity COP and a COP on desertification and land degradation. All 3 are critical pieces of our efforts globally to get at this climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis. And I will tell you, leaders around the world are worried about this election. People around the world are worried about this election. The U.S. is still the 2nd largest emitter, and we have now a plan in place to get our emissions under control. But if that is rolled back, that's bad news not only for us, but for the world. And people are really watching this election very closely around the world. And if we go backwards, even if we get cities and states and all kinds of corporations that are still interested in climate show up at the climate COPs and try and do their best, if we pull back all the things that we're doing at the federal level, it will be disastrous for the planet.
Okay, so we have to kind of pick apart what disastrous could look like. What would a Trump presidency look like for global climate solutions, acceleration to clean energy?
Yeah, well, you know what's remarkable is that for the first time, Trump and the entirely corrupt networks around him have put their plans in writing, over 900 pages of detailed goals in Project 2025. And they, for one thing, intend to eliminate references to climate change from, quote, absolutely everywhere.
And they did it before.
They've done it
again.
before, and they'll do it again, exactly. And that's their own words. They're brazen in stating their intent because they know exactly who they're working for, which is big oil and gas CEOs. You know, in the last time that we had Donald Trump in office, he rolled back over 100 environmental regulations that protect our public health. Yeah. You know, this is about whether kids can breathe.
Health.
Whether we can
regulations
exactly
about kids and air pollution. It was crazy.
No, it's absolutely nuts. And this presidency and Vice President Harris in particular, I mean, look at what she's done to remove lead pipes and make sure that children can grow up without learning challenges brought on by chemicals that they had no option to opt out of from the start.
There's another huge thing in Project 2025 that people haven't really latched onto very much. It's the weather service, which I know people think, oh, well, I'll still get my weather. I'll just turn on the news. All of the weather ecosystem not only in our country, but around the world, a lot of it is based on U.S. weather models. If he takes apart the National Weather Service, as Project 2025 has promised, that will be devastating for us. We will not get the kind of extreme weather warnings and watches, the kind of information we need to live our daily lives and stay out of danger. But the world will suffer as well because our weather services are a huge part of the way the global weather operation works.
I mean, this surveillance is critical. This is for day-to-day functioning, and then just mitigating against worser scenarios. We need data. So science-based policymaking is what I'm hearing is what we want to lead with. Imagine that concept, right?
And it's in Vice President Harris's family story. Her mother was a scientist whose goal was to beat breast cancer, and she has such respect for facts and the rule of law. And these are things that we used to take for granted, and we simply can't anymore. I mean, this is a close election. I think people
really close.
Need to understand that while we have momentum and there's so much great energy right now, if we don't roll up our sleeves and do the work, talk to your friends and neighbors, attend one of our climate voter phone banks, make a plan to get in the car or a bus and go to a battleground state. I mean, what a great road trip for the fall. Go with your friends. Join us knocking doors. There's nothing more important than direct voter contact right now because there are still so many people who have either not made up their minds or don't think that their vote matters. And as a climate activist, this is the #1 action that you can take, is to get involved in this campaign because nothing will have more global and local importance than electing Vice President Harris and Governor Walz.
Amazing. Those are very clear action steps. We love letting viewers know how they can get engaged and how can they really make an impact. And so all the way from local to global, because we know we have a global audience tuning in as well. So Monica, back to you with that. What would a Harris presidency look like for the globe? What can we anticipate and look forward to if that actually comes into fruition?
Well, I think we have a lot to look forward to if a Harris-Walz administration is elected. We will continue to lead on these climate issues. We will continue to be the biggest funder of biodiversity and nature conservation in the world, which is tremendous. And there'll be so much more innovation that comes out of our country because of the work that we're doing now, because it's in our plans for our own electric system and our own transportation systems. All of the things that we're working on here are exported around the globe. And I think if we can do anything, it's to act as Camila said, get people out to vote now because the early voting has started. We need every single one of those votes. There isn't a single one that doesn't matter. And I know people around the world are counting on us to do it. I get text messages every day from my counterparts in other countries who are saying, go do that important work that you're doing to help the campaign because it couldn't be more important to all of us.
So final question for both of you, just to think about how climate fits into this bigger picture, right? So obviously this is Climate Week New York, and we have a very engaged audience that cares about climate, but it's bigger than climate, right? So obviously that's top of mind. We want it to be top of mind for voters going to the polls, but climate underscores everything ultimately. If we vote climate, we're also improving so many other facets of society. Let's talk a little bit about what voting climate means for just enriching our lives and bringing in a just future.
Yes, well, as Vice President Harris likes to talk about Venn diagrams, right? She likes Venn diagrams. Everything overlaps, and nothing better than the climate issue, which is about an affordable, prosperous life for everyone in the opportunity economy of the future, which is clean energy jobs, which is advancing environmental justice, which is ensuring that everyone has the freedom to drink clean water, breathe clean air, and be free from the pollution causing the climate crisis. There's nothing that doesn't touch climate, and so when we're working for it, we're working for a better life and a new way forward for everyone.
Okay, exciting future to look forward to, Monica.
Yes, it is exciting. And I think if people are worried about even issues that they don't necessarily connect to the climate crisis, like immigration, we know that climate is fueling immigration all around the world. It's driving many of the people up to our border that we're trying to keep from coming into this country. And it is really challenging. So we know we have to address the climate crisis. We know it's connected to things like our energy system. We know now, hopefully, that it's connected to our food systems, but we also know it's connected to our security, our global security and our border security.
Thank you for,
Can I
please,
make one more
please.
note? I hope that people will take an opportunity to text the word climate
Yes,
to
climate.
30330 and get involved. Our Climate Voters program is growing, and we really need you. We're building towards a big organizing call on September 30th, which is your opportunity to learn how to text, how to talk, how to go out there and persuade the people in your network and those who just need someone, a real human, to call them and tell them what's on the line, how big the stakes are this election, and how much their vote matters. So climate to 30330.
Awesome. Clear action steps. So please, all of you tuning in, engage. And with those that are here in person, a round of applause for our fantastic panelists that kicked off the We Don't Have Time Climate Hub at Climate Week New York. Thank you both.
Thank you, Shweta. Thank you.
Thanks, Shweta.
So we just listened to two panelists talk to us about the different candidates that are up for election in the US for president and what their presidencies would mean for the future of climate, for the future of fairness. I am so thrilled to have on stage with me two additional panelists that are really going to get into that aspect of this. How do we usher in climate candidates and future actual politicians that have not just climate top of mind, but equity top of mind? And I couldn't think of two better panelists to discuss this with than Antonique Smith, who is the CEO and co-founder of Climate Revival. Welcome, Antonique.
Thank you.
And Rev Lennox Yearwood, welcome back.
Thank you so
to
much.
the We Don't Have Time stage, and he is the president and CEO of the Hip Hop Caucus and co-founder of
Yes.
Climate Revival. Okay, so let's get into it. Let's talk about Climate Revival. I'm going to start with you, Antonique. What inspired this?
Oh man, honestly, the devastation, just seeing things getting worse. I've been in the movement for about 10 years now, and early this year, I'm just noticing it's new storms with new names every week. You know, just so many floods, so many different disasters around the country, so many wildfires, heat waves, 1,000 people dying in the streets from heat. And I felt like I personally wanted to do more. And I was like, Rev, what can we do? What can we do? Where are the holes? And we found that obviously, until people of color who are on the front lines, who are the sacrifice zones, who are suffering first and worst from this issue, until they're the leaders in this movement, there's still work to be done there. But then also, people of faith are just not really being touched in this movement. When you think back to the civil rights movement, you know, Martin Luther King was organizing in churches. And so we thought there's literally a specific thing we could do here that can make a massive impact. That's what I've been wanting to do with my whole life, is make a massive impact in this world. And so that was where Climate Revival was born.
Yeah.
What made you join this effort?
We don't have time.
We don't have
We don't have time.
Nobody paid him anything.
No. But we don't have time. It's a critical moment. So honored to be with Antonique Smith. She's not only the CEO of Climate Revival, but she's an amazing actor and Grammy-nominated singer. So we need someone who can use their cultural expression, our political experience. But the reality for me, bottom line, is that I am from Louisiana, right outside of Cancer Alley. Folks who don't know, that's an 85-mile stretch of land between Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and New Orleans, Louisiana, where there's so many petrochemical facilities that the cancer rate and the air quality is horrible. And so for me, this is the issue of life and death. So we don't have time, one, but we also have people who are dying because of the climate crisis. They're literally dying. Children, our fathers, our mothers, dying because of cancer, asthma, emphysema. And so we can change that. We can get rid of the pollution. We can rely on waves and sun and wind, all those great renewable energy, and we can transition from fossil fuels. That's an amazing future we have in store for us.
Yes.
You've been leading with this your entire career. You're literally wearing it
Yeah.
on your head, and we all need to be leading with this, right? How do we showcase that we are part of this movement to stop petrochemicals? How do we get more people involved?
Speaking up, so the way I do it, I use my singing and my speaking. We, as Climate Revival, we use storytelling, music, art, culture. I like to say the word art is in the word heart.
I like that.
And so this problem that we're facing is not just a mind thing. It's not just people's minds that we need to change. We literally have to change people's hearts. People have to understand the connection between the pollution that's, like Rev was just saying, that is literally killing people, is also the same pollution that's causing climate change. People don't really get that connection. And so as we continue to help people understand why this is so important, why this is so vital, why it is a life and death moment, literally this election is a life and death moment. It is one or two, it's like this, and it's life and death, period. And so it's just inspiring people just to at your dinner table, everywhere, just talk about it. Let people know what's going on. Plug different organizations like We Don't Have Time. People need to be watching We Don't Have Time. People need to check out what Climate Revival's doing. We're coming to a church near you. There's different organizations, the Hip Hop Caucus that Rev runs. These are all organizations that people can plug into, Respect My Vote, and really get out there and start to help change people's hearts.
Right. Communicate. This is what we always say. Just talk about it. The first thing you said was talk about it. That's exactly it, right? The more we make this the water cooler issue,
Yes.
if you will, the same way we talk about sports and pop culture and
Yes.
Taylor Swift,
Yeah.
and the Taylor Swift effect, right? Yeah. She, for example, got involved in this upcoming election. Why do you think, as an artist yourself, why do you think artists are more hesitant to get not just into social issues, but particularly climate, right? What is preventing them from using their platforms and reaching their fan bases with the messaging that we're talking about right here?
Oh man, there's several things. So two major things. One is fan base. You don't want to lose support. You don't want to lose fans when people take a stance like that. The people who are on the other side of things will sometimes decide they don't want to be your fan anymore. And so some folks are really worried about that because it also affects record sales and tour tickets and all. People who might have come to spend some money
Worried about the bottom line.
Worried about the bottom line. And then overall bottom line as far as different sponsorships. Maybe a fossil fuel company was going to sponsor your tour and now they won't because you're going so it honestly mostly boils down to money.
Sure.
Yeah.
How do you think about this?
Well, I'll say the quote of Tony Cade Bambara, who said, "The role of the artist is to make the revolution irresistible." And so I think that at this time, we need artists who can understand that we are in a crisis.
Yes.
I have dear friends in Hollywood who now says, if you are now making a movie that does not include the climate crisis,
Right.
you are really making a science fiction movie. And so I think that this is the time when artists understand that we have to do everything we can. I'll say this, Dr. Sweater, this elections have consequences. And the judges that were put in place by the last administration, those judges just ruled that the people in Cancer Alley can't sue the chemical companies.
Wow.
And they are being polluted and dying. These facilities are so insidious. They are literally putting their plants on former plantation sites.
Wow.
And so you have an industry whose business plan is a death sentence for our communities. And so when we come to Climate Week, it's not a game. Yes, people are here moving. I love it, moving and shaking in New York City. But the reality back in New Jersey, where Antonique's from, went to Superstorm Sandy, where I'm from Hurricane Katrina. Just went through a hurricane last week, Hurricane Francine. And wildfires and droughts, we need real action. And I would say this, I think that if you are someone running for office and you are a climate denier, that is disqualifying on its merits.
Sure.
But on the other side, if you want to be a climate champion, honestly, you can't discuss renewables on Monday and then fracking on Wednesday. So we want to push everyone who's serious about this to find real legislation, because we know either you shape legislation or legislation shapes you.
Ooh, real talk, Rev. That was real talk. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, hold the politicians accountable. Isn't that
Yeah,
the point?
absolutely.
Isn't that the point of
to.
democracy, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what would the various platforms that are being presented right now to the American public mean for the future of Americans, especially those that have been historically disenfranchised, that are most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change? What would a Trump future versus a Harris future look like?
Ooh.
Well, I
Yeah.
can jump in. Can we jump in?
Yeah, I mean, all I'm seeing is two
Well,
different movies of
well, we-
devastation
well,
and not so much devastation.
We've seen it. We've seen one with the EPA, for example, in which they came in to build gold telephone booths, and they were trying to dismantle regulations that protect vulnerable communities and increase sacrifice zones. That's one. You have one who tried to strip science away from policy. But more importantly, I think that it's clear in this current administration is that they put forth the Inflation Reduction Act, put forth legislation to create chips, so we can transition Cancer Alley to Opportunity Alley, and then furthermore have put forth legislation that can help build infrastructure that can transition us to a clean energy future. That's the future. And the bottom line to it is this: 100 years from now, when people are looking back, they're actually not going to care about this election. What they're going to care about is that if we as humans fought for a clean energy future, and if they have clean air and clean water, then we voted correctly.
This is exactly what we were talking about in the first part of this segment, right? It's just, this is really about doing the right thing for the future generations, and that's just not like a line that we continuously
No.
repeat. It's legitimate. What are
Yeah.
we leaving for our children? We claim to care about them, but the actions we're taking right now is not in their favors, right?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
we want to improve the world and make it more just for all peoples. And so that really means ensuring that those that have been historically disenfranchised are part of the solution, that they are not, like you were saying, that they're voted into, they're part of the actual engagement, but then they're also voted into positions of power.
Yes.
And that the benefits that come from those policies and those technologies also then are felt by those that have historically not benefited. So how do we think about that?
You know, I break it down real simple. If you're struggling to put food on the table, you have billion-dollar corporations, fossil fuel companies, making record profits, and they're getting tax breaks. And trust me, with one candidate that could get in, it's going to get they're going to get all the breaks. And the middle class and poor communities are going to be the ones paying the taxes for those billion-dollar corporations to make extra money and get tax breaks. It's ridiculous. So to me, you're voting for yourself, really. If you're voting on climate, you're voting for yourself right now. Because yes, future generations for sure, but if we're looking at how things were this year, another 5 years, 4 or 5 years, at the rate that is going, and God forbid if the other person gets in, it's going to be so much worse in 5 years that our generation that's here right now is not going to really have a livable planet.
Right.
So, yes, future generations for sure, but we don't have time. We don't even have enough time for our generation to be good if we make the wrong choice in November.
See why we chose this name? Rev, how do we ensure that everyone reaps the rewards? That's really critical, right? That was the whole point of Justice 40. How do we look forward from Justice 40 and turn Cancer Alley into Opportunity Alley truly?
Well, I want to repeat that Anthony's is very important. Climate Revival believes that budgets are more documents. And so rolling back, stopping the Trump tax breaks to fossil fuel industries, which is next year, is critical. That's one. But I think ultimately, that by engaging with our communities so they can be part of the solution, I think young people now realize that so they can be solutionary is exciting. And I think that with the resources that are now coming down to our communities with green banks and Justice 40, we can benefit. But I also want to challenge our movement too. That's very important. Our movement, who's here this week, in philanthropy, we actually saw that our movement gave out, for instance, $1.3 billion for advocacy. That's amazing. Let's fight, fight, fight. But on the other hand, only 1.3% of that went to environmental justice, women-led, and people of color-led organizations. So I will say, while we're looking for justice for at the federal level, let's also in our movement make sure that we level the playing field and give money to the frontline and fence line communities to do this work who are actually fighting this battle on the front lines.
Okay, so what are the plans for Climate Revival in doing this?
Oh, man. So first of all, we're trying to make sure everybody votes on climate. So October is going to be very much, I don't want to give it away. We got a special announcement coming this week, but I'm kind of mildly
Give us a
announcing
teaser.
it here.
Give
A
us
little teaser. We are definitely going to hit the road and make sure that everybody is voting on climate in November. And then just more. We're just going to be, we want to come to your homes, like not your literal homes, like your home church, your home community centers. We're coming to your schools. We're coming to you. We're building a community, a movement within the movement that is all about making sure that we are fighting for environmental and climate justice and fighting against climate change. To me, that's the biggest thing that anybody could be doing right now, period.
And so we talked a little bit about this in the beginning, like the Taylor Swift effect and whatnot. So
Yeah.
who are you partnering with in entertainment? Who are the creatives that you're bringing along to help be those trusted spokespeople, to get out the vote, to get communities excited? Because they get, those are the entertainers that people trust and love and listen to.
Yeah, so one person we already had with us was my friend Leslie Odom Jr. From Hamilton and so many things. He's just so phenomenal, and he has such a beautiful heart. And so he performed at one of our events, and he's totally like he said, the revolution, because this is a revolution, and we have to make this change like yesterday.
And who do you want to call out? Who would you love to see do more? And we're going to gently nudge them.
There it is.
Man, that's a good one. Who would I love to see do more?
Across culture, not necessarily just entertainment, but okay, so I'll start. I would love athletes to get more involved.
Okay, yes,
Right?
absolutely.
And there's efforts that are underway, and we understand that there's a fear of hypocrisy, right? Living a high carbon lifestyle and then asking fans to live a certain way. How do we overcome that?
I feel like a lot of times even with the recycling, you hear people talk about it, and it feels like we're blaming us. Like we're not doing enough. And yes, we all could do more. We all should recycle. We all should try to lower our carbon footprint. But there is an actual villain here that's not being focused on. Right, it's on his hat. It's on Rev's hat. Exactly. That is Thanos on his hat. And, we have to be out here fighting that, not necessarily pointing fingers at did
Individuals.
you recycle enough? Yeah, exactly.
How do you think about individuals versus the oil industry? So who came up with carbon footprint, really?
I think that's the key thing. I think the reality is that the fossil fuel industry is the one who we have to target. They actually put more money into media and more money. So shout out to all the groups who are now like Good Energy,
Yes.
like Hollywood Climate Summit, you mentioned Hip Hop Caucus. So many groups who are now understanding that we got to shape how it looks. Climate Revival is going to be doing some of that too as well. But I just want to say that right now we're all stars. When we had our last event, Anthony wanted to make sure that we had a green carpet that everybody can get on, because I think today we need stars like Anthony to help bring audience and be audience building. But now what we realize in this real live play that we're in right now with the climate crisis, we need everyone to be the star in their communities and their homes, and we're seeing it all around the world.
Because every individual is ultimately a communicator. We like to say this,
Yes.
right? The number one action you can take, as we've been saying the takeaway for this segment, for this first hour of Climate Week New York, is vote, right? It's the most
Yes.
impactful thing you can do. Number two, I would say, and the rankings can adjust as we need them to. This is not set in stone, but communicate. Turn
Yeah.
this into that water cooler issue, right?
Yes.
You yourself are impactful to those that know you and trust you and listen to you. Identify who in your network could benefit from learning some of this. Share this. This is going to be available on demand. If you think somebody should have watched this segment that could get inspired, share it with them. So with that, in the last minute or so that we have, I want to hear your final words. What do we want to say to the audience here in studio, tuning in from the United States, all around the world? What do we want to leave them with?
Oh man, well in the United States, please y'all vote on climate. Vote for you. This is an issue that is maybe if you don't even realize it's affecting your life, and it will affect it much worse in the future if we don't do the right thing in November. And in the world, look, it's a world problem, and we're trying to do our part here. Everybody has to do their part. Everybody has to fight the same powers that be, and you know, I pray that everybody comes together. We have to unify. We have to fight for our futures. And vote on climate, everybody.
I would definitely say, please go to climaterevival.org
That part,
and be a part of the movement.
yes.
But most importantly, I want you to know wherever you are, you're not alone. We're all humans in this together. Black, white, brown, male, female, straight, gay, theist, atheist. We're humans on this one planet we call home. And we will make it if we come together. And I know we do that, then all power to the people.
Powerful words, Rev. Thank you so much. Thank you, Antonique.
Thank you.
Congratulations on all you're doing. Good luck
Thank you
with
so
all of this
much.
effort. It will reap rewards, and it
Yes.
needs to.
Yes.
Thank you.
So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Really excited now to turn to, we've been talking about artists. So we have an artist that pre-recorded this segment with yesterday, and it's Adam Met from the hit indie band AJR. So tune in for that next. So I love that you're finally here with me in the studio that we have created for Climate Week New York, and we are really excited to have this conversation to all of those who are tuning in, because we know you care about climate if you're tuning in. So what is the most consequential thing you can do, especially if you're in the United States, for climate? Well, it's to vote in elected officials that will serve you and serve the planet. And I think that's something you've also been doing recently, right? You're really getting the message out about climate and why it's so important to vote climate. Talk to our audience a little bit about what do you mean by vote climate?
It's a great question, because so much of the climate movement is focused on what can we do in our own personal lives? What are the individual actions that we can take? And for me, the most important individual action is voting. And when people think about voting, they think about the presidential election, right? You think about Donald Trump and Kamala Harris and who is going to be better for climate, but there is so much more to it than that. So I was just in Michigan, which is an extremely important swing state, and I literally knocked on 44 doors in a suburb of Detroit, literally trying to get people to come out of their house to talk to me about the election. And again, we're not just talking about the president, we're talking about the Senate races, the House races, and all of the down ballot candidates. Because climate action happens at the local level just as much as the federal level. And we can talk more about that.
Yeah, and that's what we need to remind people, right? So it's not just this one presidential election, it's every single seat that is up for vote right now.
Yeah.
Let's look and see what those climate agendas are for these different politicians and get the right ones in power so that we can actually do right by the planet, right?
Absolutely, and we all know that the Inflation Reduction Act, the most consequential climate legislation in history of any country in the world, it's amazing that happened at the federal level. Joe Biden passed this amazing legislation. We are distributing that money now, but it's all going to different local projects. And you know who decides what those local projects are? Everybody from city council members to representatives to senators. All of these projects now need to be built. And we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about energy projects, we're talking about waste plants, we're talking about electrification of everything from cars to power stations to school buses. All of this happens at the local level. And people are just not incredibly passionate about local politics. However, there's a big however here, I promise. We just did a massive study on our tour.
Yeah.
So on tour, we went to 50 different cities.
Okay, so this is not the canvassing you just did in Michigan.
No.
This is while you are part of the hit indie pop band, AJR, Adam. And so tell us a little bit about AJR too. AJR is a
Yeah.
band that toured the States.
Yes. So I am one of the members of AJR, and we just did a 50-city arena tour, and we toured pretty much every city that you can think of in the United States. We played. And for the summer part of this tour, we partnered with a whole bunch of different organizations and had them out on site for fans to be able to take either civic or political action when they came on site at the venue. And what I mean by that is you had the opportunity to either sign a petition, check your voter registration, or register to vote. You also had the opportunity to call your representative. We gave people a script, and literally on site, you could call your representative and ask them to vote a certain way on a certain issue, but all of it was local. In Phoenix, we had people sign a petition to try and get extreme heat designated as an emergency. It was 109 degrees when we were in Phoenix. In Salt Lake, it was about preserving the lake because it's drying up. Every place, people felt so much more of a connection to these actions because they saw how it was impacting them.
Right.
So when we're talking about these down ballot candidates, we really need to focus on what these candidates are doing for the communities. That's what we saw in Michigan when we were canvassing. That's what's going to get people out. How are we going to improve people's lives?
So you have to make it local to the communities that you're going to, right? What is relevant for them. And so you were able to do that through your appeal as a pop star, but then also as a but okay, let's actually pause there for 1 second, because why aren't more musicians, why aren't more entertainers actually doing exactly this, right? So I think our audience that's tuning in right now will notice the moment Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris, and regardless of where you lean on whatever candidates, it's interesting that you see a sort of like a reserved approach by entertainers. Why is that? And why that didn't scare you and your band at all?
Yeah, so there are a lot of artists that it doesn't scare, and there are a lot of artists that it does scare. Over the last decade or so, we've seen a real transition of artists starting to become more and more involved in issues. With the rise of social media, and especially platforms like TikTok, where people rely on a direct relationship with the creators and artists that they're following, you might see that on places like TikTok. More and more people's faces are taking up the entire screen. So fans feel like they have a direct relationship with the artist, with the musician. And now fans are holding these artists accountable for participating in the causes that they care about. But before we went on tour, we did this massive study with Ticketmaster to understand how should artists be participating. We measured everything having to do with social action, from abortion to immigration to healthcare to climate, really all of these issues. We really focused on climate, but we looked at everything. For climate, 76% of people say climate change is real and that they want the government to be doing more about it, and that they want their favorite artist to be talking about it. So this study actually gives artists cover to start acting more in these spaces, and that the era of shut up and sing is over. That was really prominent 10 years ago. That's not the case anymore. Fans want artists to be talking about this issue.
To all those artists out there,
Let's
to
do
those
it.
up-and-coming influencers, the existing influencers, the A-listers, all of you tuning in, feel free to talk real talk. That's what, it's an authenticity builder too, right?
You heard it here.
And look, this is driven by data. The data scientist in me loves this, right? You actually had empirical evidence, and this is our nerd hats on. We're both secretly PhDs, side hustle. So it's this, it's actually entrenched in data that this is what audiences want. So, okay, so that being said, that gave you the confidence you needed to go out there and to encourage your fan base to get more engaged, and different ways of getting engaged, which is awesome. Give them the options. So how did that compare to what you did more recently? So the canvassing experience, right? Did that prepare you, or was it different in the sense, and this is a leading question totally, but you know what to expect with your fans, right? You don't necessarily know what to expect when you knock on random doors. What was that like?
I was honestly really nervous at first.
I would be.
I don't get nervous on stage. I don't get nervous when we do TV, but I really got nervous for this because you're walking on people's lawns, on their you're kind of invading their personal space, and you're knocking on their door.
And in America today, that's a little scary.
It's a little bit scary. It's a little scary. But a surprising number of people actually did open their door and were willing to have conversations, which I don't know if that would happen in New York, which was actually pretty amazing that this happened in the suburbs of Michigan. There were staunch Trump supporters, there were staunch Kamala supporters, and then there were the ones that kind of fell in the middle, which was the most fun for me, because I really got to talk to them about what they liked about one candidate or the other, and then I started pushing them about climate in particular. I was there to talk to them about climate, but in pretty much no instance did I use the word climate.
Oh, clever.
Right? I talked about education. I talked about transportation. I talked about how their kids are getting to and from places. I talked about where they get their energy from. I talked about the price of food. I talked about all of these things that are impacting them in their day-to-day lives and turning them slowly into climate voters without them realizing it. If they care how much the food costs that's on their plate, that's a climate issue, right? If they care how much gas costs at the pump, that's a climate issue.
Exactly.
So you find your way into people's day-to-day lives and turn them into climate voters.
Yeah, and that's the behavioral scientist in me. You're actually doing it. I'm sitting here theorizing about it, and you're actually out there doing it. So
Well, come to me and do it next time.
what?
I'm going to hold you accountable to it.
Can I still wear my heels?
Absolutely.
You can't take the girl out. You can take the girl out of Manhattan to the Michigan suburbs, but you can't take me out of my heels.
Done.
Okay. So yes, same. When you were talking to these different individuals, right, you were doing this naturally, but this again is entrenched in science. It's understanding what somebody's mental model is or schema or perception, however you want to word it, and then finding some touch point that overlaps, where there's shared values or there's some interest that is sparked on a topic like gas or food, and then just kind of delve into it further there and show interest and build that relationship and then move them to the climate conversation. It's genius, and it's behavioral science. And ultimately that results in the behavioral outcome of hopefully voting for climate up and down the ballot, right? That's the point of it.
There's one kind of specific story that was really amazing. There was a Syrian immigrant who came out of his house saying, okay, I'm voting one way. And he said he was very adamant about this because of one very particular issue. And it was not climate. And so I spent 15 minutes with him, kind of picking apart this issue and why he felt so strongly about it. He was telling me about his kids and how his kids got an amazing education here after they came over from Syria. 2 of them are dentists, one is a doctor. And that was my way in, right?
Nice.
Figuring out that family was something that was so important to him. Education was the thing that he really cared about, and seeing how one candidate versus the other at the presidential level really wants to support people in terms of getting education and making education cheaper. So you have to talk to these people. They all have things that they care about and really prioritize. Everybody has a different story. And if you can find that story and connect to that story on an emotional level, that's all that people really care about.
Yeah, and this is something that we need to heal in this country ultimately, because we have more in common. We heard Kamala say this many, many times. We've heard many members of Congress across both aisles, the ones who have the right intentions, say this, is that we have more in common than not, and that's so true. So how do we actually think about approaching not just voting behavior, not just these various social issues that we really need to solve, right? If we're going to continue to progress as a society, how do we begin to close that partisan divide? How do we begin to heal as a nation? And how do we think about science as the lubricant? Because ultimately, science is numbers, it's data, it's evidence. It does not care if you're red or blue. So how do we use science to dictate policy?
Yeah.
How do we use science to dictate decision making? How do we bring trust and faith back into science in a way that actually shapes society for the better?
So
Easy question, too.
It's an amazing question. It's really the question, right? Science needs to be used in very strategic ways in order to do this. And as someone who has a PhD in behavioral science, this is kind of the real key, right? So you know this, but I do a lot of work with Congress and the White House around energy policy. I work with equal numbers of Republicans and Democrats on renewable energy policy. I know it's shocking, you probably don't believe me, but I promise you that I work with equal numbers of Republicans and Democrats.
But that's important. That's the whole point.
When I'm selling a policy to Democrats, I'm using the words climate change. I'm using the words renewable energy. I'm talking about carbon reduction. I'm talking about all of these things that really resonate with Democrats. When I'm talking to Republicans, I'm talking about jobs in their district. I'm talking about the economy. I will not use the words renewable energy. I'll use the words clean energy. Understanding where people are coming from and the narrative that they will appreciate and will work with their constituents is the key to getting anything passed. Both of those sets of language are applied to the same policy. It's one policy that we're working on right now. I mean, it's many policies, but it's one kind of key transition that we're working on. and it's 2 sets of language. That's what we need science to be able to help us get to, figuring out what all of these sets of languages are
Right.
that we can get people together over.
So the science behind communicating science. I love talking about this because there are ways to identify what messaging works and what messaging resonates. So what messaging, talk to us practically about from your experiences, and as we get into these critical last few months leading up to the election, right? What is it that you want to really put out there? What is the messaging that's most important to voters? How do we, those that are tuning in right now from the United States, from all over the world, what do we want them to know about the specifics around climate as we think about those that are going to represent us in this critical window of time for climate?
Absolutely. So there are more new young voters in this upcoming election than there have been in pretty much any election in history. One of the things they care most about is the climate.
Right.
And they are terrified about their climate future, and they don't really know how to talk to their friends and family about it because they are frozen with this anxiety about climate. The key thing is going to be having those new voters, those Gen Z voters, at their kitchen tables talking to their parents, their friends, their family about climate without using the word climate. We need to be talking about it the same way we talk to these voters in Michigan, how they're getting from place to place, the kinds of cars that they're using, how the food is ending up on the table, how waste is transitioned, how we get rid of waste, the kind of power that we're using, how we're making things, how we're building things. All of these things are climate. And when these young people are so scared, and I've experienced this firsthand, people come up to me at shows terrified about the government not taking enough action on climate. Those are the people that we need to work with on that, crafting that language so they can become their own surrogates. They can become evangelizers for the climate. They are going to be the ones that help save and move our climate future forward because they have the ears of their family. I call them micro-influencers, right?
Okay, yeah.
They might not have millions of followers,
Right.
and that's fine, but their parents are so much more likely to listen to them because they're sitting around the kitchen table with them. They are the key to this election.
So we're talking about they, as in they who are communicators themselves, who are trusted communicators to their networks, right? Their friends, their family members, their fellow students, their colleagues. So that's you who are tuning in. You are a communicator. And the role that you can play in terms of building that rapport with the person you're communicating to and encouraging them to vote climate up and down the ballot. Because let's not sugarcoat this. And let's just be honest. We don't need to spoon feed anything to any of you tuning in. You know what's real. But this is more critical than it's ever been. This is the moment in history. This is the window that is rapidly closing, that if we don't get a grip on runaway climate change, we are going to regret it. So there has never been a more consequential moment in time for you to communicate and to get those who might be kind of dithering on which direction to go, to just share with them the facts and the reality of what it is that we are facing and vote according to that.
We started this conversation by talking about the Inflation Reduction Act and how it's the most impressive climate legislation ever. And it's true, but let's not rest everything on that, because even if we implement the entire Inflation Reduction Act, all the money goes out the door into these new energy projects, we're really only going to be 25 to 30% of the way there. There is so much more work to do in climate, and that's only going to happen if we have the right people at the local level, at the state level, and the federal level. We're not even close to being done.
Right, so a lot of work to do, and I think you heard it here from two very proud climate advocates that come November, it's time to vote climate up and down the ballot.
Let's go.
Hope you all enjoyed that conversation between myself and Adam Met. And remember, vote climate. So we are now going to turn our attention to the media industry. We know that digital technologies are responsible for 4% of global emissions, and that's only going to increase as this sector grows. And so how is the media industry coming together to reduce its environmental impact? Well, I'm really excited to get into some of this, and we're at Horizon Media, so it makes a lot of sense to have this conversation here with these experts. I would love to introduce my panelists on stage. Next to me is Joey Leichman, who is the head of buyer development at Scope 3. Welcome, Joey.
Thank you.
We have Monica Kaplan. She is the SVP of Programmatic Investment at Horizon Media. Welcome, Monica.
Welcome, thank you.
And we have Frank McGuire, the VP of Insights of Strategy and Sustainability at ShareThrough. Welcome, Frank.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here, right? Because the media industry has so many suppliers, it has so much output. It's a behemoth. So let's break it down for our audience. And Monica, I'm going to start with you. So sustainability across the board is a major factor for consumers, right? If we're thinking about all the various partners, consumers are the ones who are deciding. And how do the brands that you're involved with, how do they represent the media ecosystem? How do we present them in a way so consumers are making informed choices?
Great question. So today, 60% of any new business RFPs we receive, they're asking about what are we doing today with climate, what are we doing with sustainability. Our current accounts and current clients, over 10% of them are looking to understand what we do from a sustainability standpoint at an enterprise level. So, you know, all the things that make this organization and building run. Because these accounts and these organizations are so, this is so important to them, media buying and marketing is one of the top 10 categories within their organization that carbon emissions is so high. So now they're becoming more sophisticated and they're asking on a media buying level, what exactly are we doing to buy green media products?
And do you see that demand is coming from the consumer? Is that where the pressure is originating for when it reaches you, ultimately?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so Frank, in your role, how do you think about the industry's playbook with evolved parameters as it incorporates sustainability?
Yeah, so within our industry, I mean, it's somewhat complicated about how even emissions happen in our industry. I don't think a lot of the laymen even understand. Like, I think the best way to think about it is anytime you load a website, within a fraction of a second, there's sometimes hundreds, if not thousands, of almost like eBay-like auctions happening with hundreds of different companies, and they're going through different servers, and each of those servers are powered by, you know, different sources of energy, and all of that adds up to a lot of energy consumption. So our digital industry has been trying to do a lot to both to measure that with companies like Scope 3 that Joey represents. My company, ShareThrough, kind of helps connect advertisers and agencies like Horizon with all the hundreds of thousands of publishers across the world. And we're helping to integrate that data so that they can measure the emissions from that, but then also understand the steps to help reduce those emissions and make their buys as efficient as possible. So there's a lot going on in our industry to also make that even larger. There's an organization called AdNet0 that's basically trying to corral kind of all the major players in the advertising space to do what we can to learn from each other, create standards, and reduce emissions. And so there's a really good playbook that's actually happening in our industry. And you know, the media and advertising world is a little better off than a lot of other industries that have really complicated supply chains. Like, we know our supply chain of digital advertising. We know where emissions are coming from. And so there's been this kind of push in our industry to help, you know, we could become one of the first industries to reach net zero if we kind of all rally behind this. And so over the last couple of years, you've seen a big push in our industry to move there, you know, especially, you know, within agencies that are making that move and using their buying power for good to help push their partners to become more sustainable. So there's been a lot of great momentum from that standpoint, but there's still a lot that we have to do to actually get there.
That's really interesting. Where do you prioritize the biggest challenge? What are the hardest pieces of this to decarbonize? If we know where the emissions are coming from, where do you see the challenges, really?
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things is, most of the emissions come from the servers that
Sure.
we're using. So sometimes you're using cloud services like, AWS and Google, and they have started making, if not already made pledges to move towards renewable energy. But it's such a convoluted space. If you look at like the Lumascape of the, hundreds, if not thousands of companies within our supply chain, they all use different types of servers, and they all, even if you look at an individual publisher, like you could look at a New York Times versus a similar news site, and using actually Scope 3 data, you can actually see like some of them allow pretty much anyone, any company out there that wants to buy an ad on that site can buy it. They can also resell it to others, and there's this really complicated supply chain that there's little things that even just an individual website or even a CTV app, anyone can do to reduce those emissions so that they're not allowing everyone to make hundreds of bids on every single impression that happens. Hundreds of billions of impressions happen on a daily basis across the internet. So there's still a lot that needs to be done, and also like to understand where those emissions come from to figure out where we can reduce those most.
Super fascinating. And, emissions are complicated, and now we've got more knowledge about where they're originating from, and it's in your name. It's literally Scope 3. So talk to from your vantage point, what we've been discussing. Curious how you look at it.
Yes, so I work at a company called Scope 3. If you confuse that with the emission type Scope 3, that's not a coincidence. That's why we chose the name, because Scope 3 refers to a company's downstream or value chain emissions. Everything you buy creates emissions, and in our case I should say, everything that Horizon buys on behalf of their clients is Scope 3 emissions. You buy media, that's part of your Scope 3. We started the company at the beginning of 2022 with the mission of reducing the environmental impact of advertising. And what we found, to Monica's point, is that when you spoke to an ESG lead at any brand, or you spoke to someone who's focused on sustainability for the last 20 or 30 years, they'd often focused on what we call Scope 1 and 2 emissions.
Right.
How can I decarbonize my office building? How can I decarbonize the footprint of my employees? How many laptops do we have? And folks generally had not considered that buying media engages, like Frank said, so many servers that are physically spinning up, using electricity, using water to cool themselves. Every single time there's just a little banner ad available on NewYorkTimes.com or Fortune.com. And I think for us, one of the key unlocks was just creating visibility into the problem. So if you go to scope3.com, which everybody is welcome to do, you can understand the differences in server weight or server load between one domain and maybe another domain, and that helps provide visibility to folks like Horizon and their clients so they can make sure that if they're buying media, it can be as effective, as performant as they need it to be, but it can just be less carbon intensive as they do so.
Sure, and that's important for companies like Horizon Media that want that transparency so it can inform better decision making, right? And so this is critical to your mission in terms of how you evaluate partners. Talk to us a little bit about how do you evaluate partners?
So today we are asking all publishers, when we are reaching out to them, how are they sustainable? We're including it in all of our RFIs. We work with partners such as ShareThrough, where we're able to tap into their green media products. So today, almost all of our inventory we run with them are green. And we work with partners like Joey at Scope 3, where we're able to measure our brands, understand their campaigns, how they're performing, and we can optimize and better make sure that we're reaching sustainable media. And we've even brought partners, like some of our top publishers that we work with, that you went to Scope 3, we realized that they're not one of the more sustainable partners, and we've kind of brought them to Scope 3 and said, let's work together to make sure that we are all moving down the same path.
Right. So giving an opportunity for them to also make the changes needed to transition to clean energy, ultimately, right? It's not shaming, it's bringing different companies and partners along in this journey.
And yeah, if I could add to that point, I think exactly, it's very much carrot and not stick.
Right.
We know that green is good. Green is less waste, green is good for performance, green is good for business, so it's about bringing our publisher friends along, not threatening to cut the money flow off, but instead positioning this as green is an opportunity to win more business. Green is an opportunity to drive more performance for someone like Horizon, which will then create a very virtuous cycle where Horizon wants to invest more money because your inventory is performing well for them.
Got it, okay. So Frank, we talked a little bit about the challenges, right? So how are you thinking about overcoming these challenges so that we can accelerate towards real sustainability?
Yeah, Joey kind of made this point before that I think a lot of brands and companies don't necessarily consider their Scope 3 emissions, and that even that advertising is part of those Scope 3 emissions, even the awareness around that. So there still has to be a lot of education and awareness around what encompasses your Scope 3 emissions. We were kind of disappointed that the SEC had an opportunity to mandate the reporting of Scope 3 emissions, but they kept it at the last minute to just Scope 1 and 2, which would have made a big influence on our industry, but lots of industries to force that. It is happening in Europe with the CSRD, I believe it's called, and we are seeing a lot even faster movement in Europe because of that, because all these companies and brands are now aware that, oh wow, our advertising is part of our Scope 3 emissions. So there's a lot of awareness on that side of it, but the good thing is, what we've seen, and I think what we've seen with Horizon and a lot of similar clients, is by moving, switching and making sure you're running on more green media products that are going to reduce emissions as much as possible, efficiency and the quality and performance of the advertising actually ends up improving because you're cutting out a lot of times some of those inefficiencies I was talking about before. So I think there's still a lot of awareness and storytelling that has to happen within there. On the same side, on the flip side, a lot of brands don't want to talk about every little sustainable move they make, which is understandable, both in this political climate, but also, if you don't have a full-fledged sustainability solution built for your company, you don't necessarily want to talk about every piece of it, which is okay, especially for something as downstream as digital advertising emissions. That I think we did some research that I think it was around 60% of consumers had no idea that the internet even generates emissions. And I mean, working in this industry, I don't think I even considered it also until a few years ago. So there's a lot of that awareness that has to improve and increase. But the good news is, you don't need to have this full-fledged plan to make your campaigns and any of your advertising more sustainable. And by doing so, it helps them perform better. So there's really not many reasons not to do it.
Right. Well, you just made a point that I have to pick up on as a behavioral scientist. This whole, if it's invisible, we don't perceive risk associated with it. It's the bigger picture from that is climate generally. It's slow moving now, not so much the case, right? We're in the midst of climate impacts on the regular. We're hearing about hurricanes and wildfires and whatnot. But for a long time, it was easy to kind of gloss over because climate impacts are perceived as far in the future, slow moving. And something like sea level rise is a perfect example of that, right? So if it's invisible, the internet being what it is, it's hard, it's easy to gloss over. So doing what you're doing right now is so critical because you are bringing visibility to something that is not necessarily intuitively visible. So, okay, let's talk about reduction strategies, Joey. You've been talking about repeatability and scalability. Talk to us about how you involve clients and engage your teams in reducing.
Sure. So we know, going back to the point on performance, we know that anything you want a brand to do, or really any business to do, has to ultimately somehow be good for the business. So what we realized very early on, I think Frank alluded to this, Monica alluded to this a bit, what we realized early on is that carbon emissions were strongly correlated with waste. So you think about a website that loads, you as a consumer are on whatever.com, and there's an ad, what we call below the fold. So it's completely out of view, and that ad loads. The carbon required to load that ad, which no human ever sees, and no human even has the chance to pay attention to, is complete waste. And what we found is when we worked with our partners to measure carbon on all of the ads that they placed, there were incredibly high emissions associated with things that we could easily shut off. It's almost like if a family leaves their house and they leave the lights on, we were walking in the house and just turning the lights off. All of those emissions were completely purposeless. And as we did that, and as we cut that fat, what we found is return on investment improved, return on ad spend also improved. And so the easiest way, and this I think is self-evident, the easiest way to get a brand to get excited about this is to demonstrate that yes, you're going to be better for the climate. Yes, if you have a 2030 climate commitment, we're going to help you meet it, but also we're going to help you be better for the bottom line.
Yeah, imagine that reducing waste works across all of these sectors. Food is an obvious one, right? But a good example here. Thank you for sharing that as a reduction strategy. So we love partnering with Horizon Media. It is very much in your ethos as a company that all of what you just said, the win-win-win basically, right? Good for the planet, good for the bottom line. All of that is critical to Horizon Media's mission. So talk a little bit about how you think about profit and purpose and why that is. It's about the bottom line, but it's about also doing your part for the environment.
Yeah, so being sustainable is not necessarily more expensive. I think Joey and Frank both touched upon it, that we see better performance when we're running green media products. We are not seeing an uptick in costs. So at the end of the day, it's a win-win for us. So we are trying to work with our partners to truly understand what we can do as an organization to help move this forward, because we all know what to do. We all know and want to be better. So if we can kind of all do it together, we'll start moving in the right direction together.
Frank, I love that. So we need to scale that. Can we please scale? Well, I think part of that is communicating it, right?
Yes.
It's really sharing it, leading by example, inspiring others in your sector to follow suit. And that's critical. Again, as a behavioral scientist, that's what works.
Yes.
Those are the tipping points, right?
Yeah.
These are the positive social tipping points, in this case, private sector tipping points.
We're true partners, which is, I think,
Yes.
great.
So one of the challenges is a lack of industry standards for measuring carbon. So how do you think, now that this has been fixed, how do you think that these industry measurement standards are actually resulting in more actions being taken now that they've been established?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot going on behind the scenes in our industry. I mentioned organizations like Net Zero have been trying to create standards so that we're kind of all comparing apples to apples across the industry, even both like how we measure those emissions. And there's Scope 3 is, I think, one of the leaders in the measurement of that, but there's other ones too, and you got to make sure that we're all kind of operating off the same way that we measure emissions. And so there was actually a lot of work that went into that. There's also a lot of drama that happened in that space too, because there was a company called GARM, who is part of the WFA. I won't go into all the acronyms, but Elon Musk went after GARM because they came after Twitter for not being brand safe and a number of different things, and Elon came after them and shut them down right after they had come out with their standards. The great news is Net Zero was a huge part of that standard creation process, and so they're continuing to carry that torch. But it's amazing that like even in this time when the world is literally burning and a man who's responsible for something that's actually a sustainable product is coming after them in that way. But the momentum is already there, and the standards have been really helpful. I mean, one of the big things that came out of it, not just in terms of standards of how we measure emissions, but also how companies like Horizon evaluate their partners and what type of standard questions should they be asking of their partners to understand their degree of sustainability and also help them use their buying power to influence them to become more sustainable. So Net Zero helped create this a list of standard questions that all these agencies and advertisers should ask of their partners. And we're also already seeing that help a lot as well, because instead of having to have a sustainability expert in every single one of these agencies, some of them are really small, some are really big, but being able to, again, work apples to apples and ask the same question is going to help move our industry to kind of work on the same thing, the most important parts that are going to help decarbonize our industry.
Nice. Thank you for sharing that context. That's really helpful for those that are outside the sector as well. So, Monica, do you think that we will see scaling across your sector? And if that's the case, what is sustainability going to look like for media in 5 years?
I think that's a great question. I think that working very closely with partners that are full in it when it comes to green media products, making sure that measurement partners such as Scope 3 are part of our everyday, part of our products, that it just kind of becomes second nature. I think to Frank's point earlier, this wasn't something we thought about a few years ago. I think in 5 years, we're all going to think about it. It's going to be second nature to us, just like other things 5-10 years ago weren't part of the media industry, and they're very much part of our standards. And that's, I think, where we'll be in 5 years.
Same question for you, Joey. Given that Scope 3 is actually now the name of a company, which think about how long ago that actually was not known to a majority of those that even worked in the space, right? So we've come a long way. What do you see happening in the next 5 years?
Yeah, there has been, just to give ourselves a little credit, there's been an incredible amount of learning and community learning and partnership over the last almost 3 years, 2.5 years. So we've come a long way. I think over the next 5 years, this is just going to be baked into how we think about buying advertising. The same way that today, if you want to know you may want to know from a publisher, I should say, can you create a brand safe environment for me? I think we're going to be asking the question, can you create a planet safe environment for me when I buy my advertising? Monica mentioned earlier that about 60% of the request that they send out, or receive, I should say, includes something about sustainability, that is absolutely going to be closer to 100% by 5 years from now.
Okay. So what needs to happen to accelerate this to make sure that this actually comes into fruition, right? So let me come back to you, Monica. Where can agencies collaborate? It's all about collaboration. I'm really pulling, if there was a word bubble coming out of this segment, I hear that loud and clear, and we can see that. And of course, we know how important that is. So where is an area that agency should collaborate a little bit more to achieve lower emissions and to reach some of these goals that we're setting for ourselves?
I think I touched upon it a little bit earlier. It's really truly understanding the landscape and the publishers that we work with, looking to see those that are really truly not meeting the standards and bringing them to partners such as Scope 3, making sure that we're making them aware, making sure that they know this is important to us. Because I think until the buyers tell the sellers we're interested in this and this is important to us, nothing's going to change. So it's really kind of being out there, beating the drum, pounding the pavement, and letting those publishers that we are friendly with and we're collaborating with all the time, that this is important to us and we need to see change, and let's do it together.
Frank, your thoughts on the same?
Yeah, I think the big thing I see changing is right now advertisers have to opt in to make their campaigns more green, and I think over time that's going to become the default. It's not going to be them asking for it or us trying to push them towards it. It's going to be kind of similar to what Horizon's already started doing, which is they're moving, every campaign they're running with Share Through, they're running on our green media products because they already saw that it's more efficient, the performance is better, it's better for the planet. Why wouldn't you do this? And it's kind of this no-brainer situation that has to kind of spread across our industry, and is going to. And so I think even probably less than 5 years from now, that's how I see the industry moving.
Are you secretly a behavioral scientist? Because you're using all my language. The default option is really what works, right? If we had better options, if the default, the status quo was actually just aligned to the science, aligned to the data, aligned to the statistics, right? Imagine that evidence-based choices. We would actually be making better decisions for ourselves, for companies. And so I love that you said that, because that is creating a choice architecture, making it easier for companies to make the better decision. And that's a great goal to set. And I think it sounds like we're really moving in that direction. So what is the hesitation then? What are you seeing in your collaborators and partners, and this, I'm gonna throw this to each of you, that's preventing them from moving in the right direction, even if it's not the most obvious choice, right? Even though it's not the default right now, what is preventing them from making what isn't the hard choice, like you've been saying, right? This is actually better, it's fine, it aligns to the bottom line, it's not more expensive. What are you seeing as the issue?
I think from our view, there is no issue. There is no prevention or hesitation.
Let's just do this.
At all. Yeah, I think we take some credit for this at Scope 3, but we helped to create, or we did create, the category of sustainable advertising, and it was, to repeat, only in January of 2022. Since then, we've seen 3,500 brands purchase greener media products powered by our data. And so for us, it's not a question of, are you resistant? It's not a question of, are you hesitant? It's how easy can we make this so that when Horizon wants to do green by default, it's simple. It takes a minute. It's something you could do at your computer in the course of an afternoon while you drink a coffee. The easier, the more accessible we make it, the faster we're gonna go.
Yep, absolutely.
I think for us, it's education, right? There's 2,000 employees that sit at Horizon Media. How do you, educate all of those employees so that they understand it? It becomes part of their DNA when they're, placing their media buys. Making sure that we're educating the clients, because change is hard. We know that, and so making sure that people are comfortable, that they understand the pros and cons, the benefits to this, that they can start testing it and they feel comfortable and they start truly seeing the performance and the end goal on their end. I think they'll be more inclined to move forward. And
so education, and I would press you in terms of incentivizing.
Yes.
What is the benefit to employees to move in this direction? Is there a program that you have already internally, or you're thinking that could potentially be shared and scaled?
We don't have a program today. I think we are trying to start to build that internally, but I think just to incentivize employees, just to know that you're doing good, right? I think that at the end of the day, you sleep better, you wake up better, and I think that's, that goes a long way.
Fair enough. Frank?
Yeah, I think Monica touched on this before too, but I think there's this, in addition to increasing awareness, there's also this perception problem that any sustainable product, whether it's in advertising or buying a shoe, is going to cost more, and so there has to be some awareness built around that like this actually becomes more efficient, and the kind of no-brainer piece I was talking about before, like there's really no reason not to do this. But there also has to be that has to be clear communication of that benefit. Consumers, again, aren't going to buy a sustainably made shoe if it's ugly and no one likes it. But if it's good looking and it's still as functional as the other one, and it's also made from sustainable materials, that's when consumers are more likely to buy it. You don't see a lot of advertisers leading just with the sustainability piece of their product. It's also sustainable. And I think that's what we're getting to in advertising is like, you don't have to do it just for the sake of good, but you're actually, this is good for the bottom line. This is good for so many different reasons beyond it just being sustainable, but also it is more sustainable and reduces emissions.
And we've seen that work with, food, right? Yeah. There's so many lessons to be learned across sectors that can be applied. Just if you have a product that tastes as good and it costs as much as something already on the market, but it's better for the planet, why not? I mean, it's like you said, the no-brainer. Okay, so we started this conversation talking about how consumers are really kind of pushing for this. Ultimately, we are all serving the end consumer. So what do we want to say to the end consumer? In the last few minutes that we have left, I'm going to go through the panel, and we have, many tuning in. We have many in the audience and tuning in from in the United States and around the world. What do you want consumers to demand so that we see this acceleration in media reach its goals? Everything we've been talking about today. What do consumers need to be doing from their end? Joey?
I think from our perspective, we want consumers to keep applying pressure. We talked about the various reasons why brands particularly feel the need to be more sustainable by 2030 or 40 or 50, and a lot of that has to do with some of it's employee pressure, which is great. There's board pressure. There's also consumer pressure. Consumers want to buy organic food. Consumers want to eat organic food. And I think for us in advertising, consumers want to consume sustainable advertising. I think we need a little bit more, to the point we made earlier, education around what that is and how that happens. But I think most consumers, certainly I could speak for myself as a consumer, would be thrilled to know that all of the advertising that they're consuming was produced and delivered to them more sustainably.
Excellent.
I think it goes back to education, but also educating our youth. I have 2 small children, and I think that, making it part of their day-to-day, their DNA, where they, this is all they know, I think that will really help put the pressure on us as adults and corporations, et cetera. I mean, the amount of times we say reduce, reuse, recycle in our household, it's daily now, because it's what the children are learning.
Isn't it wild that that's not more ubiquitous? If you think about how we teach children to do unto others as you want done unto yourself, the golden rule, there isn't a version of that yet. I mean, aside from your household, there isn't a version of that to teach children to do right by the planet so we can continue to benefit from nature. And so that simple just value of environmental stewardship would go such a long way. And it's being incorporated into public schools now, which is fantastic. But yeah, thank you for sharing that, because I think that's just that's the direction we need to go to build up the next generation, so they don't do what we did to the planet.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a lot consumers are going to be able to do to move necessarily our industry, because it's such a kind of business to business industry. But they can with their, as I think both you mentioned, you can speak with your wallet. Like if you prioritize more sustainable products, brands are going to build more sustainable products. They're going to care. It's going to be weaved into more of their business decisions of not just how they market their products, but any brand that's going to communicate about the sustainability of their products needs to have their house in order in some ways, and not just mean having a perfect sustainability plan, but being transparent about it. Like even talking about, here's what we're doing right now, here's what we need to do to improve, and having that type of transparency in their communication or on their websites or anything, it goes a long way. And those types of things of consumers putting pressure on brands and talking with their wallets is going to then have downstream effects that's going to impact even our industry as well. So I'd say that's going to be the biggest impact that consumers have on our industry.
Okay, well, you heard it, viewers, from panelists on exactly how to take action, but to put the pressure on media and advertising so that we can see its very ambitious targets realized in reaching net zero. So thank you so much, panelists, for contributing to the We Don't Have Time's Climate Hub at Climate Week New York City. Appreciate each of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
So thank you very much, Ingmar, and great talk there with Scania, who are obviously doing really great work. It's now time to introduce our last super guest. We had many on the show today. The last super guest of this first day of our live broadcast from the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change's headquarters here in Bonn with their June meetings. Our guest is an award-winning authority in the global climate change movement. He's a barrister, he's an advisor. He's in fact advised governments like Morocco and Fiji in the climate change process. He's a climate advocate and a social entrepreneur. He was the co-founder and chairman of Climate Change Capital, and his list of titles is so long that we'd be thrown out of here if we had to read them all out. So without further ado, please let us welcome on Zoom James Cameron. Hello, James.
Hi, Nick.
Great to see you.
Very
Yeah.
much.
So, James, we've heard a lot today about there's not enough money flowing into climate action and decarbonizing our economies. Current climate finance flows are thought to be standing at about 1.2, 1.3 trillion US dollars, and we need to get up to something like 10 trillion a year. We've entitled this session, James, because I talked to you a few weeks ago about this, climate financing or casino, fixing capital markets for climate with James Cameron. Maybe that's a little bit dramatic, James, but what is one of the big challenges that we're facing right now in terms of actually getting the finance flowing into the right direction?
Well, Nick, I like the focus on flow because we have a lot of capital in our markets. We have a lot of capital aggregated and pooled, but we don't have sufficient flow, not to the right places, not in time for the transformation that we should have started long ago, and still not sufficiently away from increasing risk, climate risk. So I think flow is a really good motif, and we should be asking ourselves, are our capital markets, which, let's face it, are a strength in our system, are they good enough? Are they fit for the purpose of making that money flow away from risk and towards opportunity, and specifically to where one needs to deploy a lot of capital reasonably quickly in markets that might otherwise fund fossil fuels? And I'm afraid the answer is it isn't good enough yet. And there is a big difference between an efficient market from a trading point of view and an efficient market from an investment point of view. And we have overemphasized the trading part of our capital markets and underemphasized the deployment of capital into real things, real assets that have real value in the real economy that people can touch and feel and experience, make a difference to their everyday lives, whether it's infrastructure or principally the replacement of fossil fuel infrastructure by clean electrons. Essentially, it's about the electrification and digitization of our economies. And to some extent, there are very good signs. We are certainly investing a lot more, multiples more, in renewables versus fossil fuels when it comes to new deployments in new systems. But the balance is still not right. There's still not sufficient movement of the money away from fossil fuel investment towards the alternatives. And that's a competitive game that needs to be won by those who have an interest in both the deployment of the capital and the use of it to build the energy system of the future.
How do you actually characterize, to those that are not really financial experts, what capital markets are and why they just, I mean, trading sounds a little bit like a hamster on a wheel, you know? It just goes round and round and round, and somebody picks off some profits as the wheel goes round, rather than saying, actually, we don't need a wheel, we need something else to actually deal with climate change. Are capital markets quite unthinking? Are they automated? They just search
Right.
out the highest profit at this moment?
An awful lot of our trading
Yeah.
markets are wholly automated. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean they're algorithm driven, and that can be a problem. I mean, how does that algorithm get formed? It's quite difficult. For example, if you spend, as I have done the whole of my working life working on climate change, to take the imperative to act on climate change and fit it within the standard cost benefit analysis, risk and return models of the sorts of decision-making tools that we have in finance. Because let's face it, it's not only in finance, but an awful lot of our model making and decision-making structures are designed to simplify and find an outcome that satisfies key actors in the world you're trying to please, your key stakeholders. And climate change is such a huge problem involving us all, nobody capable of solving the problem on their own, that it's very difficult to factor in the absolute necessity to cooperate, to solve the problem collaboratively, to distribute resources in a way that's the most effective to deliver the outcome we need, which is a safer climate in which to live in, where atmospheric pollution is taken down and where we find a way of accommodating the amount of greenhouse gas emissions we've put up in the atmosphere over the last century or so.
Right.
And that's a real conflict. It's very difficult to resolve, but you just have to. You have to do it with other interventions. And one of the things that I find helpful right now to imagine, to hold in your head, is that we are at a point where there is an opportunity to make what I think is the largest economic hedge in history, which is high to low carbon. You take the rents that are extracted from the high carbon economy and you invest in the low carbon economy of the future. And that makes a difference to those who are producers of fossil fuels, including our next hosts of COP. But it also allows you to see how you might enable a big swing away from fossil fuels to take place in time.
So let's look at Baku a little bit briefly, James. It's dubbed the Finance COP, this COP29 coming in November in Azerbaijan. What do governments need to think about when they want to kind of call it a really genuine finance COP in favor of climate action? What are there some measures with the capital markets that could be taken?
Well, most COPs end up at some stage being finance COPs. And you need to judge the success of a COP, not just by the final statements made by the host, but by whether it really does make a difference to the amount of money that flows into the solutions to climate change. And I do think that because of where it is, this idea of a high to low carbon transition at pace will resonate. I think it's also true that the speed at which we are innovating in the world of digitization provides encouragement to those countries that still haven't really got their transition underway, because we know now that renewables plus storage plus digital management of energy plus electric vehicle take-up, these are all strategies that work in every jurisdiction in the world, including those that have fossil fuels to export and those who are most vulnerable in terms of their economic power. So I do think there is potential for this COP to be deeply symbolic about the energy transition. And that Baku is quite a good place to draw attention to that transition, given its long, long history, all the way back to Marco Polo, as being a source of fossil fuels. But if they want to modernize, if they want an economy that will survive in a climate change affected future, this transition needs to happen as rapidly as possible.
Yeah. And James, finally, when we were chatting before this show, you were passionate about, as you say, the renewable energy economy as a way of delivering a better and, in a sense, a richer economy in the future, rather than the fossil fuel one, which has dominated our society for the last well over 100 years. But you felt that there was a big risk that everyone has to also watch out for in terms of delivering that renewable, secure energy economy. Maybe I'll let you speak to that topic.
So we are used to using the phrase energy security.
Yeah.
And it's a better phrase than, for example, energy independence, which can be a bit misleading and often prone to capture by sort of nationalist politicians and the like. Energy security is a good idea, obviously, and it does produce more resilience for an economy. But I think we need to, especially those of us who live, let's face it, near a conflict zone, or in the case of Europe, where there's war on our continent, we have to be smart about how we build secure, clean energy systems. That means, for example, if we're going to go towards as close to 100% renewables as we can do in our power systems, then that system has to be cyber secure, because every day now we are under attack from countries like Russia and China in cyberspace. Last thing we want to do is to build a system that is more secure, in the sense it's more independent from fossil fuel imports, but not secure because it's attacked in cyberspace. So I'm now very keen on what might be called dual purpose investing, to make sure that we are robust in our peace and security sense of security, at the same time as we are building more climate and energy security. That's an extra dimension to how we need to deploy our resources smartly, and we need to do it in ways that increase our resilience as a society when we are under threat. And I'm afraid we are under threat. And if we don't deal with security, other things fall away. I mean, we have to be free, we have to be able to resist threat, and then we can get on with building a more secure future for us all.
Yeah. So it's interesting you bring this up, because this was actually a topic of a show we had last year in the Nordic region, where defense ministries around the Nordic region were coming to a conclusion that actually they needed to factor in that kind of defense, not just cybersecurity, but also attacks on, renewable energy installations like offshore wind, just simply being maybe taken out or blown up as part of, a strategy by some other countries that you just mentioned to actually destabilize European societies. So the defense side is very important. Do you think anybody's really thinking about it in mainstream Europe, like Germany, France, Britain? Is anybody really aware that these renewable energy installations could be vulnerable from either cyber attack or other forms of attack, and are doing something about it?
Well, yes, actually. I mean, my conversations about this have been in Stockholm with people I work with at a boutique firm called Worthwhile Capital. And in due course, I think there'll be more and more, I'm afraid, examples of infrastructure being attacked. I mean, we already have examples in the Baltic of cabling being attacked, seabed cabling being attacked. And it's also true that NATO itself has now got investment funds that are focused on innovation that does cross over between defense and energy. These are difficult issues. They're sometimes, some of our longtime colleagues in the environment movement will feel uncomfortable about this association. And a lot of the ESG rated funds will exclude any connection to defense. But I think we need to be clever about how we combine our resources. And it gets us back to the beginning point about investment as an imperative, where often some combination of public and private money needs to be provided to get the infrastructure that we need. And I don't favor one versus the other. I don't think public finance is somehow worth more than private finance, or private finance is somehow superior to public. Frequently, we need to combine those types of capital in order to be able to deploy in the speed and the amounts that are required. I'm just suggesting that a brute reality has entered our frontier for investment for climate purposes, and that is war and conflict. And it's not going to do any good to look away. We have to accept that that is a real threat. It has to be managed. We have some superiority, if you like, in our investment power, and we certainly have tremendous technological capability. And we need to deploy both in order to build a more resilient system and to live peaceably, and also at the same time to ensure that we don't use the, if you like, the immediacy of conflict threat to distract us in any way at all from dealing with the climate threat. Because let's face it, that happens, right? That's happened many times in my career. Something that seems more urgent and immediate to a politician requires you to phase down your efforts on climate, and we can't have that. So we've got to be able to pull the two parts together and make them coherent.
We've got to actually be big and grown up and accept that we have multiple threats, and we should be grown up enough to deal with those and then reap the harvest that comes from those kinds of multiple investments across different related challenges. Yeah.
Let's face it, it's a better system to aspire to. It will be a more resilient system. You know, there's no doubt about it that if you can pull off a transition away from fossil fuels into a digitized, renewable energy, electrification becoming the sort of dominant way in which society moves every day, all the decisions that get taken, there are real benefits from that. It's not a panacea, but there will be a real boon to the next generation that will have more resources to deploy on other things of value. And I think we could have a similar conversation about valuing natural capital in the natural world, but equally, building resilience and security in the future has got to factor in the risk that we face by having conflict and war on our doorstep.
Good, James. It was a short but sweet conversation. Thank you very much for adding a new dimension to something that we need to take into consideration, especially the digitalization of the renewable energy systems and their vulnerabilities. And I think you're absolutely right. We have to take all these things on board as big grown-up countries, rather than ones just looking for populist and quick solutions. So thanks very much for your time. Great to see you, and hope to see you again soon.
You will do indeed. Thank you, Nick. Thanks all.
Thanks, James.
This meeting in Bonn is, among many other things, a bridge between COP28 in Dubai and the COP in Baku, Azerbaijan, COP29. Therefore, it's a great pleasure to have with us in our studio a guest who is the chief negotiator for the United Arab Emirates at the COP28. A warm welcome to you, Hannah Al-Hashimi.
Thank you, Katerina. It's a pleasure to join you.
So you were the chief negotiator for the United Arab Emirates at the COP in Dubai. So what would you say are the main takeaways? Did we really take a step forward in Dubai from your point of view?
Thank you for the question, Katerina. And I'm pleased to say that, yes, we absolutely did. At COP28 in the UAE, the 198 parties came together and really brought faith back in multilateralism with many, many firsts. We charted a roadmap to keep 1.5 within reach and build resilience towards the means of implementation that are necessary, towards slashing slashing emissions, boosting resilience, and ensuring that we are able to deliver on commitments that were made. This was the response to the first ever global stocktake, and it is now the thing that will inform nationally determined contributions over the next year through Baku and towards Belém. Some of the first that were achieved is, of course, the agreement to phase out fossil fuels, the first ever agreement to triple renewables in the energy mix, the first ever commitment to double energy efficiency while halting deforestation, all by 2030. In addition, on the very first day of COP28, parties for the first time ever adopted a decision that they had been trying to figure out for 30 years, which was to operationalize the fund and funding arrangements for losses and damages. As you know, Katerina, climate impacts are already impacting the most vulnerable around the world. And so coming up with the fund, but not just operationalizing it, also capitalizing it with $800 million in pledges almost in the first 48 hours of COP itself, really boosted momentum. I think it brought a fresh perspective. I think we're already seeing this 6 months on here in Bonn, that there is trust that the system can deliver when parties come together, when they can chart a joint vision for what it is that it will take and a joint goal for how it is that we'll get there together.
Thank you. We've been a few days already into the COP, the SB60 here in Bonn, and you've been, of course, very much active during these days. What would you say has been the legacy from Dubai, and how has it been implemented and pushed forward here in Bonn so far?
So far, I think it's really that spirit of cooperation that we're bringing out of the UAE consensus, this package of delivery across mitigation, adaptation, and means of implementation. But there's also a true sense that we really have to get into delivery mode and that we really have to get into the weeds on how it will take. And although finance is not formally an SB agenda item in the Bonn conference, it is happening here. It is very present in how it is that we get this new goal right this year. We absolutely need a joint narrative for how it is that we're not just going to come up with ambitious plans, but we're really going to implement it. The COP president said in the closing plenary in Dubai that an agreement is only as good as its implementation. That sense is very present here, but you do feel the commitment of all to get it right, to feel that we have, science tells us that we have a closing window of opportunity to act. You do get that sense of urgency, although you don't see it in every negotiating room when you go through every line, but generally the sense is there. And importantly, the signals that this process has sent outside of the negotiating rooms has been catalytic. We mobilized, as you know, in COP28, $85 billion in finance for climate action, in addition to the launch of Altera, which is a catalytic fund for $30 billion that's focused very much on driving the energy transition in developing countries. We also mobilized a new finance principles for a new finance framework that perhaps parties can look into as they're looking towards a new goal. There were calls on the entire international financial system to be able to adapt and deliver what the world needs for us to be able to deliver on climate action. And increasingly, there is a sense that climate action is no longer something that's happening in a vacuum, but is very much linked to sustainable development policy, to charting the path forward to the future that we all need jointly, and to ensure that we're moving towards a more equitable world where you're leaving no one behind in that pathway.
So when you leave the Bonn meeting behind, which would you think are the biggest winnings that have been achieved during these 2 weeks?
Well, it's soon to tell. Of course, Bonn is always a technical conversation. However, we have seen very constructive engagement on topics such as just transition. This last year was very much focused on, well, what is it that we talk about? How do you define it? But increasingly, as we're looking between the link between climate action and sustainable development, just transition goes into, well, what are the economic and social implications? How is it that we can create development models out of climate action? We're also seeing positive momentum in the gender discussions, positive momentum on Article 6 in the development of carbon markets, positive momentum in the development of indicators for the first time for the global goal and adaptation. A global resilience, a UAE framework for global resilience was agreed in the UAE, and we now have the UAE Belém work work program to come up with indicators and how to track how it is that countries can adapt to the impacts of climate change, how it is that we can continue these places. So there is some progress. There's a lot of work still to be done in how it is that we're following up on the mitigation targets and where the right place is for that, whether it's nationally determined or whether this is the space to follow up on it. However, I think the parties are engaging constructively. There's a lot of work still to be done, of course, on finance itself and broader means of implementation. That said, the spirit is there, and we do look forward to this building a positive foundation for the Baku COP.
Thank you. So what can you say about the troika that you formed in Dubai and the impact it can have on this negotiation?
Thank you so much. Thank you for asking. The troika was mandated by parties, recognizing that there is this moment in our process where we had the delivery of the roadmap to 1.5 and resilience through the global stocktake in the UAE. We have the delivery of a finance goal and the enablers for that pathway in Baku, and we need to deliver the 3.0, the third generation of nationally determined contributions, well ahead of Belém by February 2025. With those three, parties asked the three presidencies of COP28, 29, 30 to work together in driving ambition and support for implementation and the articulation of new NDCs. The Troika has been a really interesting mechanism. They've focused very much on, they've been laser focused on the NDC aspect, but also on how it is that our system can support developing countries in this articulation of new NDCs and can boost ambition among developed countries in being early movers in that as well. We've called on the Secretary General to mobilize the entire UN system around this. Just today we had a dialogue with how it is that the UN can deliver as one to support not just the articulation of plans, but implementation of these plans so that it's not just words on paper, but again, we're moving towards delivery on the ground. We're also looking at how it is we can engage with countries on what are the opportunities and challenges at a ministerial, at a political level for this. We had an initial dialogue on energy in the Petersburg dialogue back in April. We'll have one on resilience and adaptation in China in July, and one on finance on the sidelines of the annual general meetings in October, as well as looking at how we can start to get early announcements of NDCs and start to show that the system can bring forward these updated plans and show that the global stocktake has actually informed policy and moved the needle on climate action.
It sounds like this formation of the Troika is really sort of making the process a little bit more tight and sort of moving it further ahead faster. Could that be true?
It is the hope that it will help us to deliver in this critical window that we have. And then it's up to parties if they continue the mechanism or not. But at least for now, we really want to get it right.
It's a tool.
It's a tool,
Yes.
absolutely.
So the final question here is, of course, what are your hopes for COP29?
I really hope that that spirit of solidarity, of global solidarity, international cooperation that was born or born again in the UAE continues, and that we can really get to what it will take to leave no one behind and ensure that we're creating slashes in emissions, boosting resilience, and having the just, equitable, orderly transition that we need through adequate means of implementation, particularly for those who need it the most. We need to come together as an international community, ensure that our finance systems are able to deliver on the UAE consensus in a way that demonstrates that we're serious when we come together and agree on things. So I think it is that narrative of how and of enabling the outcomes that we have that will then take us to a new era of climate action that we've already begun, I think, in the UAE. It has been our privilege to work with the incoming Azeri presidency from the get-go. They are doing an excellent job of engaging with everyone, understanding what success looks like, and we very much urge everyone to support them in that endeavor, in making sure that Baku is a success, and so is Belém and every COP thereafter, because that's what we need.
Exactly, that's absolutely what we need. Thank you so much, Hannah Al-Hashimi, for joining us here
Thank you,
in our
Katerina.
broadcast. And best of luck with your important work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have you. Thank you.
Well, that was great to have this special envoy on our broadcast, wasn't it? So, Nick, it's time to summarize these 2 days. And with us, we have Ingmar Rentzhog from the studio in Stockholm. So let's start with you, Ingmar. What are your main takeaways from these 2 days?
The main takeaway is that it's really a consensus about that we all need to move the money. We need to finance the transition. It's the biggest challenge, but it's also where we have the solution. So it's not about the targets anymore. It's not about the action anymore. It's about how to finance the solution we know we can scale, we can implement, and that we need to make this work in a just way so that we are not leaving people behind, so they will resist the change. So it has been very interesting to learn, to hear all those discussions that, I mean, in one way or another has been around how to finance this. And we also see that we know what to do. So we need more leaders that are implementing those things in the political space. And it's a very interesting interview we just heard here. We need everyone to take part and just do it.
Thank you, Ingmar. So Nick, you've been working hard these 2 days. So reflections.
I think the clue to all this came, in a sense, just before Bonn, when Simon Steele, the executive secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, said, because of the UN process, instead of facing a 5 degrees centigrade world, we are now facing a 2.7 degree centigrade world. But what it means is to actually achieve 1.5 degrees centigrade or less means that the really heavy lifting now has to begin, because we've actually dealt with some of the low-hanging fruit.
Exactly.
But now the real effort comes in, and that's where, getting back to what Ingmar's saying, this is where finance is the only thing that's going to solve this issue by kicking in now. And I think this is going to be a big challenge to overcome the financial system as it stands right now, but it is not impossible. And I think the Move the Money campaign of We Don't Have Time, some of these creative ideas coming through that we heard about, wealth taxes, I had no idea, I sort of suspected it, but I had no idea in black and white terms, the fact that the very, very rich actually pay far less in tax than, say, a poor person or a middle class person. These things need to be addressed now. These are difficult challenges politically, but we need our politicians to do that because they need to bring the people along. The people have to be brought along. And most people are not super rich. Most people are middle class or poor. And they need to be brought along on this story. And these are the big political challenges, but also the heavy lifting that now has to happen to deliver that sustainable world. Yeah.
Indeed. So any disappointments so far that you would like to reflect on, Ingmar?
I mean, it's a lot about talk about the money, but where is the money? So we need to stop talking and start investing, start doing, and doing things that are not the easy choice, that are not the most profitable choice today, but will be the right choice and the best choice in the end. We have had some examples of people leaders doing just that on the show, but overall, still too many people think that this will be easy and that they're just tapping into the trend, and they are very glad and celebrating that we have a trend now. But it's not enough to tap into the sustainability trend. We must lead the sustainability trend, and we must do it not with words, but with action and our money.
That morning on the 9th, it looked like a bomb had gone off. All that was left of the homes were chimneys and the shells of cars. The impact after the fires and the immediate days that followed We had to deal with the emotional impact of our community being devastated. We have 170,000 plus people who call Kaiser Permanente, Kaiser Hospital, and the clinics their medical home. People still needed medications, and they needed appointments, and they needed procedures, and they needed to have babies. So we pulled together to set up systems to continue delivering that care. In our community, there were tens of thousands of people who were displaced, who were now in shelters, and they needed medication refills, and they needed to be evaluated for their breathing problems, and they needed to be evaluated for their anxiety and their loss. The result of the fire was obviously substantial impact to the air quality in the area. I've heard numbers like 50 packs of cigarette smoking equivalent for people who were breathing the air for the week that followed the fire. And I walked around a lot without a mask, and I still wonder what that impact will have for the years to come. For many, many months, we saw an increase in respiratory illness. I've heard a number, close to 40% increase in emergency department visits for respiratory illness as far out as March of 2018. And what researchers still don't know is what the impact will be to children born around that time, and to heart disease. We certainly know that people who have had ongoing respiratory illness, exacerbations of COPD and asthma, but also anxiety and depression. And we have seen a substantial rise of psychiatric visits to our emergency department since the fires. The stress that it puts on people and on their families is substantial, and people continue to feel it. Whether it's food, whether it's heat illnesses, whether it's smoke-related as we see more fires, that's going to become more and more the part of the picture as we move forward.
Good afternoon from New York City. Thank you for your patience, those who are live in studio with us and those who are tuning in from the United States and all around the world to our Climate Week New York content and broadcast. We appreciate your patience, and we are so excited today to welcome you to a special event that we are doing in partnership with Kaiser Permanente and the World Economic Forum on connecting climate change and health, closing the action gap. I am Shweta Chakraborty, CEO of North America for We Don't Have Time. So we have a packed audience, and we are so excited to welcome with us the audience that's here and those of you to please contribute to this panel, because it is all about engagement. We don't want you just to be tuning in and listening. We want you to be engaging. So we can't take questions live, but we can ask you to download this interactive polling tool. And up on the screen, you're going to see instructions for exactly how to do this. And we're going to ask you some questions over the course of this event, and we really encourage you to engage. That's the whole point of this platform. So with that, I'm going to throw the first question your way. What do you think is the most effective way to mitigate climate change's impact on health? And I'm going to give you a moment to engage with this app Slido and to input your responses. Okay, I'm thrilled to see some of these responses coming in. And it leads to very relevant conversation on the front lines of climate emergencies, the critical role of health systems, and climate change. We're seeing responses from the audience saying that reducing carbon emissions really is the most impactful way to manage health. Improving healthcare systems is coming in second. Oh, it's switching. Okay, you're all very active right now. This is exciting. Improving healthcare systems, raising public awareness, strengthening public health policies, all of these are great answers. There's no real wrong answer, but ultimately, we see that reducing carbon emissions is where it's at. Okay, so we're gonna have some more questions coming up, and please continue to engage. So while we prepare the Slido with the next questions, we are going to kick off our first panel. I'm very excited to introduce our first speaker, who you've seen on our programming before, Dr. Bashara Shukair. He is the Executive Vice President and Chief Health Officer at Kaiser Permanente, where he oversees the organization's community health, social health, and Medicaid portfolios. Dr. Shukair brings a public health lens to implementing innovative programs that address the greatest threats to health, from gun violence and homelessness to food insecurity and climate change. Under his leadership, Kaiser Permanente has become the first healthcare organization in the United States to achieve carbon neutral status. So, welcome to the stage, Dr. Shukair.
Thank you, Shweta, for the warm welcome. It is such a pleasure to be here today with the diverse industry and sector leaders, both here in the room and everyone joining us virtually. When Kaiser Permanente and the World Economic Forum came together to launch this series on climate and health back in 2023, our goal was to raise awareness that climate change presents one of the biggest threats to human health. While this was common knowledge in many circles at the time, health impacts were not a central focus of the climate conversation or a driver for action. Over the last few years, recognition of that connection has grown. That's because climate change is impacting human health in very real ways right now. According to the World Health Organization, air pollution currently kills 7 million people per year. And climate change will cause approximately 250,000 additional deaths per year between 2030 and 2050 from malnutrition, malaria, and heat stress. Evidence from the Lancet Countdown found that heat-related deaths in the most vulnerable populations, babies and the elderly, increased by 68% over the past 4 years compared to 2000 to 2004. Heat waves have tripled in frequency since the 1960s. Diseases that leap from ticks, mosquitoes, and bats to people in warmer, wetter environments are increasing. And as you saw from the opening video, wildfires are devastating communities more frequently. And we do expect things to become more extreme in the future. According to an analysis by Oliver Wyman and the World Economic Forum released earlier this year, by 2050, climate change is likely to cause an additional 14.5 million deaths, including about 8.5 million deaths from floods alone. An additional 500 million people may be at risk of exposure to vector-borne diseases. And that same report estimates an additional 1.1 trillion in extra costs to the healthcare systems. Health systems have a role to play here. Physicians have a role to play here. Nurses have a role to play here. Community health workers have a role to play here. All of us have a role to play. And many health systems across the world are taking their carbon emissions very seriously, and that's great. We at Kaiser Permanente are doing just that. We have been carbon neutral since 2020, and we have made commitment to further reducing our emission by 50% by 2030. And health systems have to start supporting their patients differently during climate crises. We have to plan ahead to ensure that our members, our communities, have what they need to stay safe. We are already seeing some successful interventions. We're starting to see programs ensuring at-risk individuals have access to air conditioning during heat waves, which have reduced ED visits and others. Cities like Denver are using monitoring tools to help residents manage when dealing with poor air quality. And we can and should build on these efforts. We know when we are expecting heat waves. We know when we're going to have poor air quality days. How do we support our patients more proactively becomes critical. When we're dealing with fires or floods, how do we proactively identify and engage our most at-risk patients? These are the kinds of interventions that make sense when we make our goal keeping more people healthy rather than just treating them when they're sick. And that's why I'm thrilled to start this next conversation, which is going to focus on strategies and best practices that health systems can implement to be better prepared in the face of climate change. We have a great panel lined up with those of us, with those who are on the front lines of climate emergencies joining us today. We have Dr. Sonia Angel, who is a professor of epidemiology at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Here in the room with us, we have Dr. Aaron Bernstein, Director of the National Center for Environmental Health and Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And also joining us virtually from London is Dr. Mark Hayden, a pediatric cardiac intensivist at Great Ormond Street Hospital for Children, and also Dr. Sejal Hati, Director of the Oregon Health Authority, joining us virtually from the West Coast. It is so good to have all of you here in person. Sonia, Ari, it's great to see you. And on the screen, Mark and Sejal, it's great to see you. And I'm going to start with Mark. Mark, thank you for joining us from London. I know you've started a wonderful initiative around incorporating air pollution as a key effort, as a key factor when physicians are looking at disease. And you've started this initiative. Can you tell us a little bit about what inspired this initiative and what would you like to see from this initiative?
Sure. Well, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here, and thank you for letting me attend virtually, as I stopped flying a few years ago. I couldn't have made it otherwise, so I really appreciate that. What we did was, in many ways, simple and obvious to me. I'm not I'm just a clinician. I work in intensive care, and I look after patients who are very sick, and I get a lot of reward from that. It's a real honor to be able to do that. But I also felt as a pediatrician I wasn't really doing enough worldwide, and I felt we as a group of doctors and nurses and physios weren't really advocating in the way we should do. We weren't up to speed. So it all came around from a coronial inquest into the death of a child called Ella Kissy Deborah. She died in 2013 at the age of 9 from asthma, and she was the first person in the world, I believe the only person in the world so far, to have air pollution placed on her death certificate at a subsequent inquest. And that inquest only happened because her mother really campaigned around finding out why did her child die. And I know from my practice that parents really put a lot of work into situations like this, and they want answers. And we hadn't really been able to give those answers historically. So it seemed obvious to me when the coroner criticized doctors and nurses for not talking to Ella's mother that we needed to improve the information that they had. And we just recently installed an electronic patient record called EPIC, which I believe a lot of organizations have in the US as well. And it seemed obvious that we should use that as a tool. We do a lot of education in EPIC, how do you take meds, all of those sorts of things. It seemed obvious as a tool, we should use that as an education tool, initially for clinicians, and that's where we've started, but we're going to move on to families soon, to educate ourselves on the causes of air pollution, the areas within the country where the pollution is greatest, and those areas often map to areas of deprivation. So all we did is we pulled in some publicly available data and we displayed it in the patient's chart, but right at the front of the patient's chart, right where you have the blood group, the name, the conditions, things like that. We gave it a level of importance. And then from there, we linked out to resources to start educating clinicians. So we're really on a journey with that. We just started, but we're really pleased that our small, very specialist hospital in the UK, the idea has spread across the river, the Thames, which is a big jump in the UK to cross the river, as any of you who've ever been to London will know. And also, we believe that there's work being done in Europe and in the US, Oregon, I believe, where Sajal comes from, where this idea may spread. So it's really just a simple idea. If I look after a patient, I want to know what their sodium is, I want to know what their glucose is, I want to know all of this information. It just didn't seem to make any sense that there was no environmental data in our charts, and this seemed to be the best first place to start. Maybe heat or indoor air pollution is next.
Thank you, Mark. And all big ideas start from small ideas that actually get to be much, much bigger. Thank you for your leadership in the space. Sonia, I'm going to come to you. And from your perspective, what are the most pressing climate health-related risks that health systems should be thinking about and should be prepared to answering for?
Right, so health systems are on the front line of emergency response. So of course, in terms of emergency management and preparedness, health systems need to be a part of that conversation. That's what we think of mostly when we think about climate, though. We think about the huge events, the hurricane, the wildfire. I think one of the biggest challenges we have right now are the risks that we're not preparing for. And those are the events that happen or the experience between large events or even in the absence of events. Our summers are getting longer and hotter. And even in the absence of a heat wave, we have populations that are much more sensitive to heat at lower temperatures. We have air pollution and particulate matter 2.5 that goes into our system as we breathe and increases our risk for heart disease and other conditions. So it's the risks that we're not paying attention to that I think really could sneak up and hurt us. An example, in New York City, there are about 350 deaths due to heat every year. Only about 7 of them are due to heat stress or heat stroke, those things that we think of as being absolutely due to heat. The vast majority are due to the exacerbation of underlying conditions, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, lung disease. Those are preventable. Those are things that we could step up with the systems that we have and respond to. Those are the kinds of risks that I think we really, really need to get ahead of. That's what's going to save lives.
And I'm going to come back to you, Sonia, to talk a little bit more about kind of concrete next steps of how we systematize that approach within our healthcare delivery system for that. So thank you for that. Ari, I'm going to go to you. Last year was one of the hottest years that we've ever witnessed, and I know you've been leading some tremendous transformational work at the CDC to try to further engage healthcare systems in dealing with heat. Can you tell us a little bit about the work that you're leading? What would you like to get out of this work, and just share it with the audience today?
Sure, thanks, Bashara. And let me start by saying how opportune this conversation is. So, I've been working on climate and health since 2000. Climate Week has been going on for not quite that long, and this conversation during Climate Week represents to me a really important milestone, because there's so many important players in dealing with these health challenges that aren't just health folks. There are folks in policy, there are folks in finance, insurance, you name it. And having health present here is so important. Now, when it comes to what our responsibility is at CDC, our mission is to protect health and improve lives. And climate risks are very much a part of that, and we realize it has to be done in partnership. We know that when it comes to heat-related, illness and death, it's not a random sample of our, country or the world that is at risk. We know people who have chronic health problems are at high risk. We know people who are isolated socially, who are immobile, who don't have the money or access to air conditioning. And so what we're trying to do is take that knowledge and put it into action through new partnerships and new tools. And let me give one example of a tool that I think is really transformative. It's a tool called Heat Risk, and we did this in partnership with colleagues at the National Weather Service. It allows anyone in the continental United States right now, and we're working on our entire country as we speak, to get a 7-day forecast that is a health-based forecast for heat. And it's color-coded. So you can go to our dashboard, cdc.gov/heatrisk, type in your county, and you will see this forecast. And it's color-coded, yellow, orange, red, magenta. And what we can say clearly is that a yellow day is a lesser risk for health than an orange day. And that's a huge advantage, because right now we just get heat alerts from the National Weather Service, which we know are happening at temperatures that are hotter than, as Sonia pointed out, the temperatures that a lot of folks are actually really at risk. But we're not going to give an all points bulletin every time temperatures get hot enough to pose a risk to health. Now, that is a tool. But really that tool's value is in what we can do to get it into the field, to get it used, whether that's in health systems or public health teams around the country. And that's what we've been working on this summer to make sure that we can, ultimately protect people from heat, as one example.
Thank you, Ari. I really appreciated the leadership. I know our teams have been working with you to try to figure out what would that mean for our own healthcare delivery system and our own physicians. Sejal, I'm going to come to you. I know Oregon has been experiencing increasing temperatures, including the notable heat dome event from a few years ago. And the state is leading the way with climate-related 1115 waivers or changes the way what Medicaid cover and doesn't cover. So I'm going to start with you, if you can give us some example on what you've seen that is working well. And thank you for joining us from Portland. I know it's fairly early this morning in Portland. Sejal.
So firstly, thanks so much, Bashar, for the opportunity to contribute to this important conversation and to spotlight some of the incredible work that Oregon is doing to identify and mitigate the health impacts of climate change. As you rightly noted, we've deployed myriad programs over the last few years. Our 1115 Medicaid benefit is probably the most well-known of these, but it's not the only one to respond to the growing wave of extreme climate events in Oregon and across the globe, and the acute and long-term adverse health outcomes that they inflict. I'll share a few in this conversation, happy to elaborate at any point thereafter, but earlier this year, we launched the Healthy Homes Grant Program. So this is lesser known nationally, but this provides financial assistance to households that are low income, are located in communities disproportionately affected by environmental pollution for climate smart rehabilitation and repairs. So this means mold, mildew, lead abatement, installation of smoke filtration and air ventilation systems, structural and safety improvements to increase energy efficiency, fire resistance, and then renovations from green roofs to cool roofs that reduce the reflection of heat on or around the home. For the past 2 years, we've additionally operated an air conditioner and air filter deployment program separate from our work on Medicaid, which delivers these climate devices to low-income households at especially high risk from extreme weather events like the summer heat dome you cited or annual wildfires. We're also working with our partners across state government to accelerate progress on our statewide goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to which we recognize we nationally as a health sector contribute 8.5%, as well as to develop, similar to what Ari was getting at, an Oregon-specific environmental justice mapping tool that allows us to visually demonstrate and hopefully equips us to prioritize those populations that experience disproportionate environmental harms. And then, of course, there's our Medicaid benefit, which is a first-in-the-nation experiment we rolled out this spring to use Medicaid dollars explicitly to pay for prevention and treatment of climate-related health harms. So more specifically, eligible Medicaid members, which we've defined as those who are medically vulnerable to climate-related health risks and who belong to a transitional population, for instance, young people in the child welfare system, adults and youth, exiting incarceration, people at risk of homelessness. Those folks can either self-refer for or be prescribed air conditioners, air purifiers, heaters, generators, mini refrigeration units to help them cope with extreme weather events, protect their medications, and safeguard their health. In the first 3 months of the program, we delivered more than 2,000 devices, 3/4 of which went to Medicaid members who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, nearly half of which were air conditioning devices just before the hot summer months hit. And this is so important because statewide we know that heat-related illness disproportionately impacts this transitional Medicaid population, those on the streets and with household incomes below the federal poverty line. My own neighborhood in the Portland metro area experiences an average of 5.5 heat waves a year, and that number will only continue to rise. So demonstrating the value and the cost effectiveness of programs like this one becomes critical as we seek to do more as health systems to protect folks from the health harms of climate change.
Thank you, Sejal, for going into the details of what the Medicaid programs is offering. And just for the audience, many of you might know Kaiser Permanente does operate a health plan and care delivery system in Oregon. And a couple of years ago, when we were expecting a heat wave to hit Portland, we were able to engage with about 2,500 of our most at-risk patients who have been recently discharged from the hospitals, have multiple medical problems. They live in census tract that they might or might not have air conditioning. And before the heat wave arrived, we were able to engage with them, outreach to them, talk to them, and turned out that about 90 of those 2,500 actually did need to have air conditioning in their homes. And we've done a similar outreach to our Medicaid members, and another 200 or so air conditioners were delivered. So the examples that Sejal is giving, we're actually seeing it as a healthcare delivery system, and I'm incredibly excited about the opportunity that this type of work brings. And which brings me to you, Sonia. You've seen lots of health systems building up public health response and capabilities, and you've seen lots of innovative practices and ideas. For the sake of dissemination, what would you highlight, and what are some of the most promising practices that you've seen?
Yeah, I think one of the key things, particularly for those maybe not in the United States, is that here our care delivery system functions very separately from our public health system in general. And our care delivery system traditionally has really been about treating individuals, while our public health system has been about treating populations. Now, Kaiser has busted out of that model for sure, ahead of the game. But many systems continue to function very much on an individual patient kind of level. So I think when we think about how can we really support care delivery systems acting a little bit more like public health systems, working with populations, we need to think about the tools that they already have at their disposal to take action like that. We've talked about electronic health records as one of those tools, right? So we can look into that information, identify patients that are at risk during elevated temperatures or when we know the air quality is going to be poor, as mentioned, and think about ways that we might be able to respond to them not even having to take and make the healthcare provider work harder, really using the electronic health system itself to just draw up a list of these patients and electronically respond and help support those individuals. So that's how we can use the system to respond to populations at large. But in those electronic health records, there's a lot of information we need that's missing. You mentioned air conditioners. That's not something that we ask people regularly, but we absolutely should. Beyond that, even though, there's additional information that we need that we don't have access to. So if you have an air conditioner, do you have the electricity to run it? We've talked about this, right? Like, there's a huge percentage of our population that are energy insecure. So putting an air conditioner in there does not necessarily mean that they'll be able to run it, that they'll be able to protect themselves at that moment. This is a really essential moment for care delivery systems to work much more closer with public health systems, because together they can build up these broader approaches that can make sure that all of our patients get the kind of adaptive resources they need to be able to deal with challenges that they'll have related to the climate.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for mentioning the example about the energy assistance. I work with a group of clinicians that are really focusing on the intersection between climate and health and what type of interventions we need to be thinking about. And one of the key interventions that bubbling up to the top is trying to identify our members who might need some assistance with energy support so that they can, or utility support, so that they can actually have running water and electricity, and that's tremendously helpful. So thank you for that example. Mark, I want to go back to you for a second here. From your experience, how do you think frontline physicians can be better supported in dealing with the health impacts of climate change?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we have a very different healthcare system in the UK to you guys in the US. But what Sonia said about the disconnect between public health and prevention and treating individuals when they come to hospital with clinicians really strikes home to me here. And I don't know numbers, but I would say there's probably a lot more healthcare workers in the treatment field, in the hospital field, in the GP field, treating diseases that already exist compared to public health. I think public health is very underfunded here in the UK. And I guess that's one of the things we were trying to do with our initiative, was really to sort of bridge that gap, to get the two groups working together. I guess for public health, I sort of see the World Health Organization as the leaders, and they really, when we sort of were working, how can we get our clinicians involved in climate change response, they said, well, air pollution is the topic to start with anyway, because it has a more direct effect. It's more understandable, both to the patients that you're talking to and also the clinicians. So I think there's several ways we can help. Obviously, there's the tech way, which we've talked about here, by just displaying the information. I think that also, I don't know if it's the right term for you guys, but I think that also normalizes the process of thinking about climate change, air pollution, all of these things that we've been told are political problems that should be discussed in newspapers or by politicians and things like that, and turning them into our problem. I think they are our problem as healthcare providers, that one of the biggest impacts, other than the destruction of nature, is going to be the impact on health. And I think for too long, clinicians have struggled with that. So really, I guess that's how I'd approach it. One, normalize it, make it part of our job, make it everybody's problem as opposed to somebody else's problem. I think the somebody else's problem approach to life is a really bad one for something like this. And also, I think the other group we haven't talked about, we talked about tech, but there's the people. You know, clinicians are trusted voices. How we behave, whether it's in our personal lives, how we choose to heat our homes, or in our professional lives, how we talk to our patients, how we explain the science of climate change and air pollution, I think is really important. But then at the higher level, I think we also have a role speaking in events like this, or speaking out, explaining to people that actually this is a real thing, this is a real problem, and air pollution is the one we chose to talk about. But I think as trusted voices, we have a responsibility to stand up and do that. But that holds risk, perhaps less so in the UK and the US, but all over the world. people that do that get themselves into trouble. So we need organizations like our colleges, and I'm sure you have similar systems in the UK too, in the US, to have our backs, to put out statements like our Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health did just the other day, giving us the information that we need to pass on to our patients, and also having our backs and saying, yes, this is your job. You know, it is your job to speak out about these truths. It's not somebody else's job. It's everybody's business.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you, Mark. It is everybody's job. And in that spirit, Sejal, what strategies do you consider are most effective for fostering that collaboration between health systems and many of the frontline workers dealing with the health impacts? And maybe if you can comment a little bit about some of the major opportunities and challenges you see to effective collaboration.
Yeah, well, from a state policymaker's view, health systems are our frontline workers. So perhaps the even more salient question is, how do we foster collaboration between state and local health departments like mine and our frontline care delivery systems on this issue? And I think the answer lies first in fora like this one, in intentionally bringing together stakeholders across the delivery system, from hospital administrators to frontline clinicians, local and federal government, researchers and scientists, and asking that same critical question. There are smart people on all sides of this issue, not just within our own health ecosystem, but in the climate community as well, who are studying how to build facility resilience, how to implement climate-smart healthcare, how to incentivize decarbonization of the supply chain and promote environmentally just local development. And we need to bridge those silos and bring all those smart minds across sectors together. And speaking of silos, we have significantly farther to go, too, to improve data interoperability. Sonia began alluding to this, but imagine the impact if my counterpart agency's data on where wildfires have historically struck hardest in Oregon was shared with my data on who received air filtration devices, was connected with EHR data on who has high-risk airway diseases in those areas, was connected with payers' data on who has visited the ED or been hospitalized for respiratory exacerbations in years past. You could draw a similar line between providers' data on cardiorespiratory conditions vulnerable to heat strokes and EMS data on who has used the ambulance for transportation to cooling center. And the list goes on, right? But COVID spurred tremendous collaboration between these actors, between state health departments, healthcare delivery organizations, health information exchanges, to strengthen electronic case reporting and predict, identify, and address COVID disparities. What typically takes years materialized in a matter of days and weeks. And it's time, I think, to mobilize that same will and urgency to integrate clinical with environmental with public health data across our local health departments, health systems, payers, and emergency response systems, from EMS to fire departments. And that's going to take a lot of work. You talked about challenges. The relevant data sources all reside in different systems and are subject to different rules of access and use. And there are institutions working to address this. NIH, already may know this, launched a project last year to build a common data infrastructure that would support patient-centered outcomes research on the health impacts of climate change. CDC just launched its own public health data strategy to facilitate data sharing between public health authorities and health systems. And then, of course, the Common Health Coalition, of which Kaiser is a founding member, has committed to invest in data infrastructure to facilitate real-time sharing and analysis between health systems and public health. But we need to do significantly more to bridge these multiple data systems to identify, prevent, and mitigate the adverse health outcomes from climate events.
Thank you, Sejal, and thank you also for mentioning the Common Health Coalition. I'm incredibly excited about how the healthcare and public health sector are coming together through the Public Health Coalition to be able to see what is it that we can do to strengthen that interface between those two systems in the United States that really are part of a continuum. And I know Dr. Dave Chakshi, the chair of the coalition, Chelsea Cipriano, who's the executive director. I would encourage folks to check out their website, commonhealthcoalition.org. And since we're talking about action and concrete things that we can do to make a difference, Ari, I'm going to come back to you. I mean, the title of the session is about closing the action gap and the work that you're leading. And I know from a thought leadership perspective, you have perspectives and thoughts about how we can close the action gaps. What would it take for us to see movement in the space and see the movement at the scale that we need to see? So comments on that.
Sure, thanks for that question. I think it's important to start with what our North Star is. And I'm here to make the case to everyone that the true measure of progress on climate change is not measured in molecules of carbon dioxide. It isn't measured in the damages we pay every time a disaster hits a community, or even in the market share of the corporations that have jumped into the space of finding solutions. I'm here to say that the true measure of progress on climate change is our health, and especially the health of our children. So what does that mean? Well, it means that when we think about our responsibility in the healthcare sector, and I should mention, like Dr. Hayden, I'm also a pediatrician. We have two targets on that. We have our own shop in decarbonization. Sejal mentioned we have an outsized share. And we have our primary mission, which is protecting health and saving lives. And I think if we think about that true north, we need to think about how these two things come together. So let's talk about the data we can use to that end. So we have an immense amount of knowledge which isn't being brought to bear. Dr. Hayden's example is one, but there's lots more. What if we had a Framingham Heart score for heat, so that any provider could, in their dashboard, right next to that air quality measure or our heat forecast, see that individual's risk? Imagine the work you did, Bashar, with Kaiser, where you're trying to identify who is at risk, and the provider could just say, boom, right there's the number of this person's risk, so you could immediately triage resources. We have a bunch of tools at CDC and ATSDR, the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, which I also lead, which help us do that at a zip code level. We have a heat and health index, which does that. So we could do that with the data we have. But also as something Dr. Hayden alluded to, the adage we have is that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And we may have it a little backwards here because we spend $4.5 trillion or thereabouts in this country on what I would call sick care, meaning after people are already sick. And we spend an extraordinarily small amount of $200 billion, and that's including about $100 billion that was spent for COVID. Our baseline is about half that, on prevention of disease in this country. Imagine if we got a fraction of that money, of that 4.5 trillion, to spend on real prevention. Now, there are estimates of somewhere between a quarter and a third of everything that shows up in my office, in your office, all of our offices and hospitals, is unnecessary, either because we're doing too much, we could have presented it in the first place. And we took that money and we spent it to get people to eat healthier diets. We made healthier foods, the stuff that is going to prevent heart disease, prevent cancer, and by the way, is also going to take less of a toll on the pollution that comes from raising that food, which is not just in terms of particulate matter, which we know causes so much death and disability, but in carbon. So I think we need to realize what our true north is here. Take the actions in healthcare that are about our primary mission, about protecting health, and then realize we have so much to gain, not just for the health of our patients when we deliver high quality care, but in terms of protecting the world upon which our health depends, and again, particularly the health of our children.
Amen to that. Thank you. I know we're getting ready to wrap up here. I'm going to go around the room here and the virtual room with one last question. And maybe I'll start with you, Sonia. What would be if there's one action that health leaders can do today to really make a difference on closing that action gap, what would your advice be?
I think health leaders, we need to know and appreciate that we own part of the problem and part of the solution. We need to really educate ourselves, step up, and commit to whatever sort of institution we oversee taking actions. I think of this very much like the work that we did around equity, which is so essential here. The way we moved that forward was by using an equity lens in all of the work that we did. And you started to see little connections, opportunities, synergies, where you could tweak a program in one way and you could have even greater benefit. The same thing we can do with climate. and the effects of climate. We can do all of our work in a way that doesn't disrupt it, but rather is additive by using a climate lens as well. And in the end, I think with those synergies of thinking about equity and climate, we'll end up with policies and programs that are so much more beneficial in so many more ways.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, I think owning the problem ourselves, accepting that as, people who are concerned about children in my profession or any of our patients, seeing those patients in the concept of where they live. We've talked a lot about social determinants of health for some time, and they're super important, but we need to start looking at the environmental determinants of health, whether that's heat, internal mold, external air pollution. We need to see the patient in the context, and we need to work with them on how to improve it. And I think if we work with them, they trust us. They trust us with their lives. It's our job to tell them the truth on the whole aspect of causation. And I think the prevention thing, that's the moral distress that I've had throughout my career of, high-tech, cardiac intensive care, lung transplants, heart transplants, those sorts of things, that actually I could do so much more with the money and my skills if I worked a bit in prevention. So I'm trying to do my bit on that side, although I'm not an expert, so I will definitely defer to the public health team on that.
Thank you. Ari?
So look, I've been watching this space for a while now, and as I mentioned, it is very encouraging to me that this conversation is happening. For too long, the conversation was about polar bears and sea levels, as if people didn't live on Earth. And so when it comes to what we can do in the health sphere around climate, it's first and foremost is to make sure that that is clear, that it's not just the risks we face. I mean, look, healthcare in many places in the world, and I'll say in the United States, has been better off at arguably in places in the past in terms of our ability to deliver care, particularly to communities who are most in need and underserved. But you throw climate on top of that, and you think about the communities that are already losing access to care, it becomes an even harder problem. So we have that. But we have to remember here, folks, that the gain for health is enormous. Now, providers, I think, and I'll speak to the community I know best, pediatricians, there's not a pediatrician I've ever met who does not want to see a child live up to their full potential, nor for that matter, a parent. And we would do anything we could to make sure that happens. And we see the barriers that keep us from going there, but we don't know how to reach across, whether it's the river or an aisle or anything else. And that's why conversations like this are so important, because we have people listening who are in the payer space, who are financing healthcare, who are delivering healthcare. And it's very easy for us to say, well, we've just got another reimbursement challenge in front of us, and how are we going to make ends meet? And we've got to be able to take that step back and say, we've got to make that meet, but we have to understand that climate change is a huge risk and opportunity that needs to be met. And so the more of us that start talking about it in those terms, my hope is that we'll be able to bridge those divides even more so than we are right now. And I think the health argument is so critical to making those conversations move forward.
Thank you. Sejal, you get the last word.
Yeah, well, let me use this to spotlight really just one potential intervention, and it's really a wish for our federal partners. I would love to see CMS impose a true pay-for-performance quality measure, or even, dare I say, a condition of participation in Medicare on climate resilience and greenhouse gas reporting. And they announced a voluntary program, the Decarbonization and Resilience Initiative, to invite health systems to collect and monitor carbon emissions, but it's voluntary. It doesn't launch until 2026. And when we already have the voluntary health sector pledge, which the White House launched with HHS to promote decarbonization, it feels honestly a little too little and too late. And when our health system runs on money, I think we need to financially incentivize with money our health systems to do more. And I say this as a doctor, I say this as a hospitalist. I think CMS needs to engage more here. I'm exploring what we can do at the level of state Medicaid, but I'd like to see our federal government take bolder action on this front.
Well, Thank you so much to the wonderful panelists, Sejal, Mark, Ari, Sonia. Thank you for being here. What I love the most about this panel is it has concrete examples of how we can take action to make a difference. And I'm incredibly excited to have been able to share that with, learn from all of you, share this with the audience. And I'll end with what you, Ari, shared earlier. You know, the true measure of progress on climate change is our health, and especially our children's health. So thank you. And now I would like to invite Shweta back to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Shar.
It is my distinct pleasure to invite our keynote speaker to the stage, Brenda Mallory. She is the 12th chair of the Council on Environmental Quality. She has decades of experience in both the private and public sector, including spending nearly 20 years at the Environmental Protection Agency. Welcome, Brenda.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Shweta, for the introduction. It is such an honor to be here and to have had the opportunity to listen to that last panel, which is such a crisp reminder of why we do the work that we do. I love the idea that we're going to use health, the health of our children, the health of our public, as our way to assess our progress in climate change. That seems like a good way to proceed. As Shweta just said, I am the chair of the White House Council on Environmental Quality and have had the privilege for the last 3.5 years to work under the leadership of a president and vice president that are truly focused on implementing the most ambitious environmental, climate change, and environmental justice agenda in history. And it's such an honor to actually see a lot of the efforts that are going on right now to do some of the connection that we heard our last panel talk about as being so critical to breaking down the silos and recognizing that the work that we're doing to decarbonize and to make sure that we are addressing our energy issues, for example, is really important because of the impacts it has to people on the ground. And so that has very much been the focus of the work that we are doing at the Council on Environmental Quality and all across the administration. The key to the president and vice president's real focus in this area really is a basic belief that all communities deserve clean air, clean water, and a healthy environment. And the entire agenda in both in my office and I think across a number of offices is really anchored on how do you create that? What are the policies that are necessary to help advance that sort of approach? The climate change impacts that we've already seen, and I think also reflected in some of the health issues that were identified by our previous panel, show already that we are experiencing or seeing kind of death and illness from increasingly frequent extreme weather events. From heat, from drought, from wildfires, from storms, from floods. All of these things are disrupting not only the day-to-day lives, but the systems that are important across the country in order for us to operate. So we know that climate change is affecting us, and it's also affecting the various social systems that kind of hold us together, that really allow for the good health, and our successful livelihoods because our access to healthcare is impacted, because our social support structures are also impacted. So all of these things are now kind of our backdrop. And President Biden and Vice President Harris, I think, have recognized, of course, that marginalized communities who have already experienced, decades of underinvestment are having a much more profound impact on them to have the events that we are all as a country and as a really around the globe are experiencing. And so they have structured kind of their environmental justice programs to clean up communities and improve public health in ways that lead to thriving individuals able to benefit from the clean energy economy that we are sort of working so hard to create. And a critical part of the president's environmental agenda, is what we call the Justice 40 initiative, which is a commitment that the president made during the first week in office to work to ensure that 40% of the overall benefits that are part of our federal climate investments, clean energy investments, other investments that flow to infrastructure, that those things are reaching the disadvantaged communities who for so long have not benefited from the improvements across the federal government. And right now, under this Justice 40 initiative, there are over 500 programs all across the federal government that are really being transformed in ways that will allow us to focus on making sure that some of these communities actually receive those benefits and receive them in ways that are going to kind of create sort of a longer-term positive impacts across those communities. As part of what we refer to as the Investing in America agenda that the president is leading, the administration is deploying right now more than $600 billion in funds that are specifically focused on this Justice 40 initiative that I've just described. And many of these investments advance President Biden's cancer moonshot goal, which also was focused on cutting cancer deaths by at least half by 2047, and really preventing cancer from continuing to result from the harmful pollution that is very much part of our operations in many ways. And in my time as the chair, I've seen kind of really firsthand in very specific ways what that means in individual communities. And last year, I had the chance to go back to my home state of Connecticut, and I was in New Britain, Connecticut, where I visited a school called Goodwin Technical High School, which was celebrating the award of almost $9 million to the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System that was going to enable them to purchase 25 electric school buses. And thanks to those investments, the students, the educators, are no longer going to experience that daily exposure to the diesel exhaust that can lead to asthma and respiratory illness and worsening of existing heart and lung diseases. And the excitement in that community among those folks who recognized the benefits that they would receive from this was really very, very exciting for me to see. And again, a small example of the type of program that's being deployed all across the country. Secondly, I recently met with Mayor Marcus Muhammad from Benton Harbor, Michigan, and he talked about the work that the administration has been doing in water infrastructure. The president has been very focused on removing lead from the water delivery system across the country, and committed to remove all lead pipes over the next decade. And so in this particular town, the mayor was grateful for an $18 million investment from the president's Investing in America agenda, which enabled the city to successfully remove all of the lead pipes in less than 2 years. And again, what does that mean? That means that parents in Benton Harbor can now turn on the tap without worrying about whether their children will be exposed to lead and irreversible harms that are associated with lead exposure to brain development. They no longer need to fear that their water will damage their kidneys and impact other organs. And so a very concrete example of the benefits of actually removing these toxins from the environment. So these examples provide just a snapshot of what we're doing to kind of protect human health and the environment in the face of climate change. We are investing tens of billions of dollars to address the legacy pollution, to mitigate extreme heat, and improve air quality. And these investments are really reaching every corner of the country. Our progress to protect public health and secure environmental justice really goes beyond funding, because as I mentioned, that we have to have systems in place that actually support these efforts. And so we've taken a very broad kind of regulatory approach as we've looked at ways that we can deliver clean air and clean water, and particularly to protect fence line communities. So this year, as an example, we announced the first national drinking water standard for PFAS, or forever chemicals, which have been linked with liver damage, high cholesterol, certain cancers. And the new rule will protect 100 million people from PFAS exposure, prevent tens of thousands of serious illnesses, and save lives. We have also finalized stronger standards for harmful soot pollution, which is known as a driver for heart disease, asthma, and other health conditions. And this rule is expected to prevent up to 4,500 premature deaths and yield up to $46 billion in net health benefits. And then on top of that, we've banned other harmful chemicals like asbestos. We've strengthened the mercury and air toxic standards. We finalized stronger standards to reduce pollution from fossil fuel-fired power plants, and stronger air standards from chemical plants. We know that all of these efforts are advancing public health and delivering environmental justice across the country, but they require a long-term and sustained effort in order to be successful. And that's why President Biden and Vice President Harris also created the first White House Office of Environmental Justice, which is tasked specifically with working with agencies to address environmental injustices. New environmental justice teams have also been created at the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Justice, and the Environmental Protection Agency. And we are working to achieve a deep culture shift within the federal government that will continue to address the needs of communities all across the country for decades to come. So it's clear that we're making some progress, but it's also equally clear that there's so much more work to do. And I just loved listening to the ways in which the panel before me talked about some of their efforts and how those things, the collaboration across all of our various sectors in this area, can make such a difference on the ground to communities. We also know that delivering on the President's public health and environmental justice goals has many parts of this effort, and therefore it is that kind of collaboration and that intentionality to work across the country that's going to be really important for all of us to be successful in our efforts at all levels of government. And I know that the folks who are listening to the live stream, as well as those in the room, are very focused on what are the things that we can do to make progress, significant progress in this area. And so I just say that we here in the federal government are very much focused on how we can partner with you all, how we can work together to kind of create the resources that are necessary in order to continue the progress that we're making, and also to support some of the day-to-day actions that all of you are sort of undertaking. A couple of resources that I'll leave you with are we recently launched the environmentaljustice.gov, which is a new website to highlight the administration's actions on environmental justice. It provides stories of the progress all across the country. It shares different tools and resources and funding opportunities, and so I commend that to you. We also launched the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool, which is a geospatial mapping tool that identifies areas across the nation where communities are facing significant burdens. And these burdens are kind of organized into 8 categories, including climate change, health, legacy pollution, and water and wastewater. And so the tools like this can really help those of you who are interested in different data sources that can be added to the information that you are already collecting and generating to make progress across all communities on some of the chronic illnesses that are being faced. Knowing that the work that you all are doing, that we are doing, is so important, I just want to say thank you for your efforts. Thank you for the partnership that's already begun, and I look forward to continuing to work together on these issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Mallory, for those insightful comments. We are now going to move to the final panel for this session. The time is now for collective action. So we're going to be talking about how to mitigate the health impacts of climate change and build resilience in communities globally. We need coordinated efforts for this across various sectors, which includes the research sector, advocacy, finance, business, and communications. Moderating this conversation will be climate activist and environmental justice expert Saad Amer. He is the founder of Justice Environment. Joining Saad on stage will be Veronica Scotti, the chair of the Public Sector Solutions at Swiss Re. We have Shriram Rajagopal, the head of climate and air pollution at IKEA. And joining us virtually is Marina Romanello, the executive director of the Lancet Countdown.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here and joining you for this incredible, powerful conversation on the intersection of climate and health. And I think one of the key things that I really want us to focus on here is working across sectors, whether it's the public sector, the private sector, finance, advocacy. How do we come together and formally catalyze a movement that really gets us to understand the intersection of public health and of our climate? These issues are so inextricably linked, and one thing I want to add for context is recently at COP28, we saw that there was an entire day focused on health. And I think that really shows how at this global summit, the largest conversations we're having on climate with the United Nations at COP, how we're thinking intersectorally, how we're working across these sectors. And so I'm so excited to be here with you and with our friends virtually to be having this conversation about public health. So I first want to start by asking each of you the same question. What do you see as a critical driver for collective action on climate? And how can we work across these different sectors, whether it's research, advocacy, finance? How can we work through collaboration to accelerate climate action? And Marina, I know you're joining us virtually, so I'd love to start with you.
Sorry, I'm not being able to be with you there in person. I'm very jealous of the people there in the room. And thank you for starting this session with such an important question and pointing to the fact that we do need intersectoral collaboration, that climate change cuts across every aspect of human health and human well-being. And perhaps one note as we address that topic is to focus a bit on how we understand health from the Lancet Countdown on health and climate change. We understand that health is not just disease and the physical impacts on physical disease, but also mental health, well-being, the socioeconomic and the environmental conditions that we depend on for our good health. And in that, bringing people from across sectors is essential. From our perspective as researchers, I think we do that quite interestingly because we do reach out to researchers that are specialists in different fields. In the Lancet Countdown, for example, we have economists, we have social scientists, we have political scientists, and we have health scientists, physical scientists. And they all come together under the common understanding that we need to tackle this issue, taking into account all the sectors that are affected by climate change, and that is all the sectors that determine our health. And what we found that is really encouraging, and it's something that perhaps gives a positive momentum at this point in time that is so crucial, is that from the scientific community, there's a lot of passion and enthusiasm for acting together and collaborating to solve what is probably the biggest challenge on our time. So I think keeping the eye on the goal, understanding what it is that we're trying to address, the biggest threat to health of this century, and delivering what could be the biggest opportunity for improving global health that we've ever faced as humanity, is the driving force for us to work together and catalyze action across sectors. And collaboration is crucial. I'm so glad to have the private sector also in the room that have such an important role to play in this transition.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. And research is such a core component. And I love the work that you've been doing at the Lancet to really study across these different sectors so we can have a more fundamental understanding of how to drive action. And, you know, when it comes to the private sector, as you were mentioning, I'd love to hear, Veronica, how do you think that we can work together to achieve better outcomes in health from a finance perspective?
Thank you so much for having me, Saad. For us, it is really interesting. We've been at the agency of climate for the longest time because as reinsurance company, this is something that we experience when we research now for over 30 years. And health is one of those areas where we feel we need to put more attention. So I'm delighted that you're putting the emphasis on the action and the cross collaboration. So let me maybe center my intervention on two aspects: preparedness and crisis, because I think this is very important to us. We do see the crisis as being much closer than maybe is collectively understood. We also see a tremendous opportunity in working together on preparedness. As to regard to the crisis, we are already in 2022, we had 275 billion of economic losses related to climate. Those losses could have been avoided if we had been in substantial way better prepared. But that actually is a small number if we compare it to the total protection gaps that we estimate being 1.8 trillion across infrastructure, across protection against natural catastrophe, protection against death and disabilities globally. And just as a baseline, disability and health-related conditions that are today unprotected from an insurance standpoint stand over 791 billion per annum. And from a life side, is over 590 billion. So why all these numbers? Just to go and illustrate that our baseline is not one of core resiliency. We are already weak to start with. But with the climate experience that we're having at this point, we're actually facing up an exponential problem. So we have to shift the degree of readiness. If you look at the latest studies from the WHO, 250,000 people are expected to die between 2030 and 2050 because of heat-related, and that's really malnutrition, diarrhea. So this is something that we've already estimated. We know that already last year, with 1.1 degrees that we reached on average, we had more than 96 days recorded where we were at extreme heat conditions, so non-livable conditions. That number is supposed to increase 370% if we follow the 2% projections by 2050. And if we look at the loss in productivity, as was explained also before, it's not just about death or life, but it's also about the quality of life that we have. There are very clear numbers from the ILO around loss in productivity that runs against in the hundreds of hours, hundreds of billions of hours, and that 100 billion of economic implications. So how do we shift all of this? I think it has to start with having an understanding of how we can protect the communities that are most at risk. How do we make interventions that reach the individuals and the, if you will, the cities, the public infrastructure? How do we make the investments so our healthcare system can be more resilient? And as an industry, we started to take steps in that direction. But I'll give you a chance, and maybe I can explain later what we've done.
No, and you've done such incredible work in this space, and I think your perspective from the insurance industry is particularly interesting because the whole business is based on predicting outcomes. And so the amount of data that you need to analyze is so critical, and I think there are so many parallels between the work that you do, the research that we're having done also at the Lancet, and of course the work that you all are doing at IKEA. So I'd love to hear how you are championing collaboration across different sectors in the work that you're doing. It's one of the world's largest consumer products.
Sure. IKEA is a global home furnishings company. We are present in over 64 markets, and we welcome over 1 million visitors to our stores every year. We have 200,000 co-workers associated with the IKEA brand. And our vision as a company is to build a better everyday life for the many people. And the core purpose of our brand, we will not fulfill that if we are not solving for the health crisis that we are also having as a result of climate change as such. IKEA is also a company which takes a full value chain approach, right from material extraction. Let's say a table in front of us. So the wood that goes into a material, how do we convert that wood into, manufacture that into a finished product like a table? How do we ship that to our stores? How do we run our stores? How do our customers use our product? Can they get spare parts when the table is damaged? And what happens to the table when they dispose? So all of these are core parts of our climate agenda. And we try to integrate health into this whole conversation, because IKEA is committed to halving emissions by FY30, and we are gearing up for net zero by FY50. We have a transition plan, climate roadmap, as we call them, in place. We have concrete actions for each part of the value chain. And we need to really build on collaborations across each part of the value chain, because we will not be able to solve for it ourselves. Let's say the manufacturing. We have manufacturing facilities throughout the world. And many of the suppliers, they don't have the wherewithal. They are small and medium enterprises. So we need to work really closely with them and help them understand how to draw transition plan roadmaps, but also at the same time, how to integrate health in terms of, and that can be steered through the decarbonization options that they can choose between now and 2030, which is the near-term target that we have. So collaboration is key across the whole value chain. And then I can expand on that if need.
Yes, no, it's really interesting the way that you frame the conversation, because there are so many hidden realities to the chairs that we sit on, the clothes that we wear, the things that we buy in stores, and I think we oftentimes don't think about the supply chains that are bringing those products to us, the people that are creating those products, the people that are working in the stores, and the health of all those people matter, the working conditions of those people matter, and the impacts that they have on the climate as well matters, and they're all interconnected. Exactly. So I'm really excited for us to dive in a little bit, and maybe we can talk a little bit more about the incredible work at the Lancet, because I know you've been driving so many incredible conversations in the research world. One criticism I often see of academia is it's a bunch of people getting together and just like thinking. Right? They're like thinking, they're doing some research, but what are we really doing? So I'd love to hear that given that you're such a leader in this research space, how do we tangibly take academic research and create something in the physical world, do something with that knowledge that we can implement? How do you bridge that gap?
That's the key of the question, isn't it? I should first say that we also write reports apart from thinking. But that is kind of the core of what we try and do from the Lancet Countdown. And we're seeing more and more academic organizations and academic projects driving the work towards how can we drive action and how can we best inform action. And in this, we always see that there's such a huge opportunity to align a lot better what we do from the scientific and academic world with what the real world needs. Oftentimes, we think that these are kind of two separate priorities, but there's a lot of points of synergy and a lot of points in common. And what we try to do, to put it in simple terms, is put science and academia to the service of public health and policymaking. So here a key question is, how do we understand what the priorities are for research, and how do we determine that agenda? And we really encourage those organizations working on the policy side of things, from the governmental organizations through to the NGOs that work on policy making and policy advocacy, to help drive that agenda and to work a lot closer with academics, to reach out to academics with their questions. We oftentimes do get questions and interaction from organizations that work on policy making that have very clear questions that need answering, and where science can help inform those answers very well. And as we say, evidence-informed policy making has the biggest chance of being effective at protecting people's health from climate change and promoting improved well-being. So what we want to be doing is delivering the evidence needed to inform those actions. That has to happen from the conception of the work that we do, and has to happen throughout the way that we develop and we deliver the work. So I do think that we need much better systems for interaction and platforms that allow policymakers and politicians to come together with scientists to better understand how to meet that need for evidence. That said, I think there's also a different approach between the evidence that we need for policymaking and what we generally understand as evidence from the academic world. And that gap needs to be very clear, sometimes from the scientific perspective and from our kind of evidence-generating perspective. We will be very cautious about specifically the type of evidence that is available and that isn't available. And we tend to agonize over these gaps in evidence, gaps in data. There's loads of them, they're real and they exist. But one thing that is very important to understand is that we do have enough evidence to know what we need to be doing and to know how to act. So there's not such scarcity of data that we don't know where to start or where we need to direct our efforts to. Fortunately, there's been many decades of advancements in the science of climate change and health that has informed the priorities for action today, and there's more than enough evidence available to inform priority interventions for health protective action. What we're keen on doing is making that evidence available and clearly available to everyone. And what we do and try to encourage others to do as well is to share that evidence in ways that can be best consumed by those that can access it. So if you're interested in accessing our data or understanding it a lot better, we're always happy to help with that. And I think there's a very interesting platform, particularly gaining prominence, as you said, after COP28 with the Health Day. Now also in New York Climate Week, health is one of the main topics of New York Climate Week. So that is really going huge lengths in enabling that interaction between different aspects of policymaking, from the politicians themselves, the decision makers, the NGOs, the advocacy organizations, private sector, and science.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's really powerful in the way the Lancet creates these things together. You have the Lancet Countdown on climate and health, and it's such a powerful platform to link all of these different issues. So for anybody watching, I absolutely recommend you go and check out the research, get into it, really see and understand the points that are being made about evidence-informed policymaking. You can't just arbitrarily make policy. There has to be real science and evidence into every decision that we're making. And the work that's being done at the Lancet is really leading in that space. When it comes to risk management and climate action, there's a lot that goes into the insurance markets. And as an expert in insurance risk management, I'm curious how you see the role of insurance and finance playing a role to not only adapt to, but respond and lead within the space of climate action and public health.
For me, it's really important that we focus as much as we can our efforts towards real improvement for the people on the ground. So when that happens, especially in systems where maybe governments and public authorities don't have such an organized approach and all the means that you would find in this country to have a more systematic intervention, then I feel confident that we started build resilience from the ground up. And it's easier to then abstract out of a learning that something that has worked to have more system intervention. So if you allow me, Sad, I'll give you a couple of examples of what I mean by this. Last year at COP, we entered a partnership with the Self-Insured Women Associations in India. This is an association that puts together 2.9, nearly 3 million women who actually are working in the informal sector, and by the nature of the work are outside any public safety net. And it's very interesting because in India, around 90% of women actually work in informal sector. So this is one of a number of associations that exist out there. The head of the association, Rima, asked me at COP last year, what could we do to protect their members against extreme heat? At that time, there was no cover for extreme heat. So this is where we try to use the knowledge, the technology, the data that we have to do something that hasn't been done before. But it had to be done at affordable terms, and it had to be done for a population that is over a very large territory. And so we launched a pilot for 50,000 women across 23 districts. The cover was, we signed the agreement in November, we went live in April. So that was a very fast time.
Let me say, I just drove it here from the UN. That is a very fast time.
That is a very fast turnaround time at terms that are very much affordable by someone who lives, on $3 a day. And the cover is paid. Over 46,000 women have actually been able to collect from this protection. And this isn't just about, financial protection. I'd like our audience to take away, it means these women did not have to work and burn their hands or their feet in blistering heat, for 52 degrees, get dehydrated, lose miscarriage, having to lose their properties, their rental, not being able to afford it and they're being kicked out, or having to take their kids out of school. This kind of intervention can make a huge impact, and I'm delighted that we're looking now at protecting 500,000 women next year. We're going to introduce protection also for flood, which we know is another climate-related event. And holistically, we'll build it up. And the most important thing, these women actually want to pay. So we're creating the system of incentives through which they can save a little bit every day, every month, to be able to afford the cover that we will provide up front. You take that example, you could bring it to Sydney, which is where we're doing another set of intervention, where in the Great Sydney area, a new extreme heat task force has been launched. It will go live next year. And this is about how we can help plan heat maps in smart cities so that at the end, they're creating a system of resilience. The ingenious idea here is to take a risk and turn it into an opportunity, and to say if we construct our cities in a climate resilient way, it will mean more occupation, better quality of life, new materials, new type of jobs. So this can be a very powerful incentives for everyone who wants to rather look at the carrot and not to the stick. Last but not least, we're in discussions in this country with LA, and I'm very happy that the chief heat officer of the city of LA has decided to look at, as part of their inclusive actions at city level, and in collaboration and under the sponsorship of the California Insurance Department, to develop solutions for inner city vulnerable populations to make sure that the city responsiveness when the heat waves will hit will be such that no one will be left alone in their properties. They can be moved. This is an important shift because it will be the second time in the history of this country where protecting population is an insurable interest. We normally protect goods and assets, but we don't have a system of protecting people through insurance. And I'm very proud. A year ago, we did it with New York, protecting inner city vulnerable population against flood, and now we're doing it against heat. And this has to be a way, as an industry, we show up and meet our moment.
I think there's one thing I really want to highlight that you just said, and that is the idea of taking a risk and turning it into an opportunity. Because I think when we look at climate, we know things are becoming a lot riskier, they're becoming a lot more uncertain, but we do know that the science is there and it is informing us about floods, it is informing us about wildfires, it is informing us about education, and on all of these different gaps that we're going to see continue. And so the way that you're thinking about that from a systemic perspective at a large scale and moving at a very quick timeline, I think is really important. And when large companies, large corporations come to the table and are delivering real solutions, it can do it at such a scale. And I know that at IKEA, in your most recent sustainability report, you did an entire inventory about the impacts of air pollution on health. And that was one of the first times that was ever done in such a large study. And so, first of all, I want to commend you for doing that. I think it's really important to do that and to be transparent about those sorts of health outcomes and those climate outcomes from a corporate standpoint. And so I'm curious, how, as a company, do you think about making those decisions? And how do you think about serving as a sort of voice in the space using the name brand that you have to bring other people along in the journey towards sustainability at scale?
I think scale. We have the size and the scale to be a force for good for the people, for the society, and the planet. Here we are collaborating in different means. For example, how did we sell this internally? It's a moral imperative for us. As I mentioned before, it's people involved at the core of it. Climate is actually a people issue at the core.
Absolutely.
And it is our own employees and children of the society who are the most vulnerable, who are impacted by the worst impacts of climate change, which is also manifested through air pollution as such. It is also a financial imperative for us, both in terms of saving costs, because we spoke a lot about saving employee productivity, about sickness costs. All of these are part of our bill of material, if I were to say, just that it's not visible today. And it is also impacting us as a business because of it also hits the revenue because of climate change. If there are intense heat waves or air pollution, people are not able to visit the stores, for example. So that makes it a good business case for the management to work and give an approval to go ahead with this agenda as such. That's why we look at climate and air pollution as an integrated topic. What we are really doing to really scale this up is one example is the partnership with the Alliance for Clean Air, where we are a lot of like-minded companies who have come together. What gets measured, you can act on them. So the first step here is to really start reporting on air pollution like we did, and there are 9 other companies who have also done the reporting. And then we start embedding those insights into the climate transition plans. A big focus for us here at the New York Climate Week is to inspire a lot more companies to join us in the journey and to demonstrate how possible it is, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, how can we mitigate those challenges, and there is clear demonstrable business impact that we can deliver just through our transition plans. Like, for example, in transport, when we did a mitigation analysis and we found out that by moving towards more intermodal transport, like putting more of our goods on rails rather than diesel trucks, and we have a lot of other initiatives related to renewable electricity, we are able to reduce PM 2.5 particulate matter by 50%. We are able to reduce nitrous oxide by 70%. So what is good for climate is good for the air quality as well. And it is the same set of actions delivering both to climate and to air quality. So we are really trying to showcase the synergies which exist between the two topics and to really be transparent in how our journey has been and inspire more companies to join us in the journey.
Yeah, I think that's so important, the way that you're thinking through all of these different levels of the supply chain and how each of these different components, transportation or sourcing, how making simple tweaks at a large scale can transform that entire system and also showcase to other companies that there are ways to actually do this. I think oftentimes we think of this sort of imperative between economic growth and sustainability, but there is a world in which those things can live together.
Absolutely.
And I think that there are so many examples of how that can be done. And as we're going through this conversation, I think we're thinking a lot about opportunities. You know, we've sort of heard about how we need research to inform policy. We've heard about how we need to think about risk when thinking about opportunities. We've heard a lot about scale as well. I'm curious from everybody, and we can start with you, Marina, is what, if for you, is one of the biggest challenges that you're seeing when it comes to creating these collaborative efforts towards driving action on public health and climate?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think there's a coordination issue. What we're seeing is that there's a lot of will for different actors to work together, and there's a lot of organizations that are doing enormous progress in this space. But as with anything, we're much more stronger together, and we're much stronger when we align our efforts and we ensure that we're leveraging on each other's strengths. So I think there is a big need for more coordinated work and more aligned work. The WHO is doing quite a lot in helping towards that, as are many other organizations. But as you've heard from the conversation today, and I quite enjoy hearing also from the private sector perspective, because as you said, there are a lot of opportunities for economic well-being as well as sustainability and improved health. We do need these synergies, and we do need these aligned strategies to work together and improve the way that we do things. From the academic sector's perspective, there are huge opportunities to work together with the private sector. As a matter of fact, we have been working with Swiss Re in the past in doing some projections and some modeling on the potential health and economic impacts of dengue in Brazil and of air pollution in Chile. And we found that joint work was really useful in terms of helping us ensure that our work and the product of the research was useful to inform how to best provide services for protection and insurance to local communities. So there's a lot more that needs to be done in that space, and I'm hoping that the World Economic Forum can also help in building those bridges as many other organizations can too.
Yeah, I love that. And I love the idea of activating these different networks, whether it is Kaiser Permanente, whether it's the World Economic Forum, whether it's the Lancet or IKEA, having all of these different sectors use their platform, use their influence, use their knowledge to share across sectors, because you're right, one of the biggest barriers is just access to information. And so bridging that gap can make such a fundamental difference. I'm curious how, at IKEA, what are some of the biggest barriers that you're experiencing towards making more substantive progress when we're looking at the intersection of health and climate?
Two things mainly. One is lifting up the competence of all stakeholders in the value chain, and to show them that this is actually interrelated crisis that we are talking about. These are not and today, when you look at stakeholders across the whole supply chain, they are bombarded with so many different requirements. You know, there are requirements on responsible sourcing, there are requirements on climate, there are requirements on nature, and sometimes when there is an extra topic on the table, it seems like an extra need that needs to be delivered, and there is a sense of feeling overwhelmed when it comes to all the stakeholders. So it's more to give a sense of or build the competence to and say that, you know, it's not actually different topics. If you solve for one, it can help solve for many challenges at the same time. So the first thing is really the competence lift. And second thing, if I may, is we always say that perfection is the enemy of the good. So yes, it's always better that we get started somewhere. For example, when we at IKEA, we started publishing our air pollution inventory, it's not fully complete today. There are parts of our value chain where we continue to get more traceability. Air pollution, for example, is a very, very local subject. It's not emissions, which is a global subject. Air pollution can have a lot of local context, and you really need to pin down the traceability. Where exactly is that particular commodity or material coming from? And that we are on a journey. But in the absence of that, we already had activity data for quite a lot of parts of our value chain, like, for example, our manufacturing facilities, transportation. So we got started with wherever we can. That itself generated so many insights that we are able to build back into the business. So it's always better that we always get started with what we have rather than waiting for the perfect scenario. So that's one more thing. and that we spend a lot of time engaging with stakeholders and helping them visualize this picture that, it's okay, we don't have everything, but let's get started on this journey. And then we can add more nuances into the whole agenda as such.
Absolutely. And I think when perfect becomes the enemy of the good, then we have to question what even is perfect. What are we striving for if we're never actually able to go from where we are to the goals that we've set, right? We have to be able to take actionable steps. And so I'm curious, are there any examples of collaboration that you've pursued that you want to highlight for everyone to walk away with thinking, oh, you know what, maybe that's something I could do?
There are collaborations that we have done with many of our suppliers, for example, and we have done that cross brands as well. So it's a race to the zero, but it's not a race where someone has to come first. We need to do it together. And we have partnered with brands. For example, one of the initiatives to reduce air pollution and to improve air quality is the movement towards renewable electricity. How to make that more available to all these small and medium suppliers that we have in our value chain. So we have joined hands with various other brands, like-minded brands like ours, and we have sort of pulled together volumes that we have at all our suppliers, and then we have sort of gone back into the market and floated an RFQ and sought solutions that could be delivered to these suppliers then, and it is available at, first of all, many of these suppliers, they do not have the financial muscle to go and negotiate these contracts for themselves. And by bundling together these electricity volumes, we are able to lower the cost of access as well. And by doing this, firstly, it's a climate mitigation action, which will reduce their emissions, and it will also improve the air quality in the surroundings where they are operating in.
No, I think that's a really good point, because when we have those tangible examples, it shows how we can take action. And Marina, I'd love to hear if people walked away with thinking about how they can help get the information of the incredible researchers that you have and others, and get that out to other folks. We have some incredible thought leaders here in the audience, some amazing people watching online. What can people do, what can these companies do to get that information out in a more effective way?
Look, we need to change the narrative. For many, many years, climate change has been framed as a problem of polar bears, as a problem of the Arctic in the year 2100. And we need to change that narrative to build awareness that climate change is happening today, it's affecting the health of our children, our own health today, and it will undermine the health of future generations irreversibly if we don't take action. So the evidence is clear. We have tons of evidence available, but we need to fight a whole wave of mis and disinformation, and we need to ensure that that narrative and that health aspect is front and center, because it's the only way to act and to respond to that level of threat. So we have a lot of resources, a lot of evidence, a lot of data that is available. So do other organizations working on climate change and health. The WHO, with the World Meteorological Organization, has been synthesizing much of that data, so you can go online to climatehealth.int, I think it is, or to lancetcountdown.org, and look at the evidence that we have there. There are a lot of tools for communication. There's evidence that can talk to different audiences. So what we would say is absolutely every one of us can be a vector for change, can be a vector for clarity in communication, and to share what the evidence is showing us without any hint of a doubt at this stage. It's important that the message does get sent through. It's important that we engage in the conversations in a constructive manner, and that we all work to find solutions within the domains in which we act. Tackling climate change and delivering a healthy future requires absolutely each and every one of us. Everyone from the public sector, civil society, private sector, health organizations, environmental organizations, we all need to be acting together, but we need to be acting together keeping in mind what we're trying to achieve, that is ultimately improved health, improved well-being, and a safer future. So in taking this message forward, we can all reach out to our networks and find out what to do from our end to deliver that future that we want to achieve.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that very inspiring call to action. Climate change is the biggest issue that we're facing as a global community, and the World Health Organization has made it clear that climate change is the biggest threat to public health across the world. So we all have to work together. We have to act across different sectors, come together to organize, whether we're in the financial sector or the public goods sector or the insurance sector or in academia or in policymaking. When we come together and we share across those sectors, we make stronger, more well-informed decisions that can fundamentally alter outcomes for our planet and for our human health. So thank you so much today to the World Economic Forum and Kaiser Permanente for this incredibly inspiring discussion.
Thank you to the panelists for that stimulating discussion and to moderator Saad Amer. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Shyam Bhushan. Dr. Bhushan is the head of the Center for Health and Healthcare and executive committee member of the World Economic Forum.
Thank you, Sweta. World Economic Forum is proud to partner with Kaiser Permanente on this Connecting Climate Change to Health series of dialogues. Firstly, let me thank all of our esteemed panelists and participants for a truly insightful and dynamic discussion today. We have heard very powerful presentations. We have heard very insightful perspectives from leaders across various sectors, whether it's research, it's finance, it's advocacy, or business, all reinforcing the urgent need for coordinated and collective action to address the powerful health impact of climate change. As many of the speakers pointed out, World Health Organization has already declared that climate change is a public health emergency. It's not just a public health challenge, it's an emergency. As we reflect on today's discussions, the urgency of our work is unmistakable. Climate change is not a future problem, it's happening now, and unfortunately, it's the most vulnerable communities that had little to do in causing this challenge are bearing the brunt of its impact. For example, Africa contributes to only a small percentage of global greenhouse emission. According to some estimates, Africa is responsible for about 3 to 4% of the CO2 emission, even though it has close to 20%, somewhere around 17-18% of the world population. But we know that Africa is being disproportionately impacted by the climate change. But even here, in the tri-state area of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, we see that this year alone, we have over 100 cases of West Nile virus, many deaths, and over 100 cases of West Nile virus, which is caused by mosquitoes. It's a mosquito-borne disease. We see that mosquito and mosquito-borne diseases are getting more and more prevalent in global north, which is quite rare, which used to be quite rare. Clearly, the time for action is now. I believe by integrating health equity, by strengthening health systems, which was pointed by many speakers, scaling various innovations, and fostering cross-sector collaborations, we do have the tools to drive real lasting change. We saw that during COVID. We saw that during COVID-19 pandemic, where the world came around. We do have the technology, we do have the financial muscle to do something about this particular challenge now. And good example was again during COVID-19 when the world came together and handled it in a very prompt manner. I would also like to take this opportunity to highlight our World Economic Forum's Climate and Health Initiative. This platform represents one of the best opportunities to drive impactful and systemic change by bringing together key stakeholders from across industries, governments, and civil society to address the intersection of climate and health. We do believe that public-private partnership is a key platform to address this challenge. I encourage all of you to explore this initiative and consider how your expertise and experience can contribute to accelerating climate resilience and improving health outcomes globally. Already, the innovative solutions and partnerships that we explored today give us hope. Once again, thank you all for being part of this critical conversation today, and I look forward to continuing this journey with you. Thank you.
VL kills. It's a fatal disease. Once someone starts to exhibit the clinical signs and symptoms, it's almost 100% killer. In South Omo, there has been a very severe drought for about 5 years. The rain season has failed, so there is shortage of food, which led to malnutrition and a lot of people staying in this region. If a person is malnourished, they will literally develop the most severe type of the clinical symptoms. And in this population, we're seeing a lot of malnutrition, which is causing VL outbreak. The way you can actually fight against an outbreak is doing active surveillance cases. That means you go out, you seek sick people, then you test them, you make sure that they don't have VL. If they do, they have to come to the clinics as fast as possible.
The health extension workers are expected to work from 2 to 6 hours in order to find the people. Also, there are some inaccessible areas even with motorbikes and boats. That was a great challenge.
The surveillance is still very poor. We only report around 40 to 45% of the cases that are there. So that is why doing active case search and active case surveillance is a very big step moving towards elimination.
If no one stepped in, a lot of people would have just died. Treating VL patients is very rewarding if you get it right, because you will see the patient physically improving right before your eyes. I want people to understand these are actual human beings that are dying, actual families that have been affected by this disease.
So, since finance is going to be one of the major themes of our broadcast here from Bonn at the June meetings, it's my pleasure to introduce one of our first experts, an expert on climate finance. I hope I can pronounce this properly, Darshan Vignaraja. Thank you very much indeed. Director at the Climate Policy Initiative. Darshan, could you say firstly, what is the Climate Policy Initiative, just briefly, and then give us a sense of where is climate finance right now in the world to fund this transition, and where do we need to go with climate finance annually to have a chance of delivering on the Paris Climate Agreement?
Sure, let me do that, Nick. First, it's a pleasure to be with you today. It's an exciting day here in Bonn. Let me start with the Climate Policy Initiative. We are a think tank of a sense, a policy and advisory service. We mainly work governments, but occasionally we work businesses. And we're really looking at how to influence the climate policy dialogue as effectively as we can. particularly around the topics of climate finance, transition finance, ensuring that there is the investment available to meet both our mitigation and adaptation goals. So that's the Climate Policy Initiative. I think you then asked, where are we in terms of climate finance? Yes, look, Nick, it's a very tricky question, is the first one, right? So let me try and give you a simplistic answer. At Climate Policy Initiative, we do a lot of work tracking the global and domestic flows of climate finance. That includes all flows internationally, all flows domestically, both private finance and public finance. And we do that in order to try and furnish those in the halls of places like Bonn with the right facts, data, and evidence to enable them to make informed choices about where the world needs to go and what are the right interventions, the right policies to be bringing on stream. And very specifically, what sort of quantums of finance are required. And importantly, how do you deliver that finance in a way that it has efficacy and high impact, which are two very emotive topics in the world of climate finance. Last year, we released a global landscape of climate finance, and that highlights that for the first time, we went above $1 trillion of climate finance mobilized in 1 year. Now, that is a substantial lift from what we tracked in the previous years, and that reflects the flows during 2021 and 2022, so an average across the two. Now, 1.3 trillion, of course, a sizable amount. It's often difficult for a layperson to get their head around, including my good self, what $1 trillion entails. But essentially, if you look at the global economy today, we know it creates global GDP of about 100 trillion, maybe a little bit north of that. So 1.3 trillion for climate finance, given how much is already flowing from commercial sectors. Of the 1.3 trillion, we estimate just below half is private finance, private capital, and the other half is public capital. And much of that, for both, is spent domestically. But then there are the very emotive topics like the 100 billion that we've seen the OECD just on the 29th of May republish or reiterate their report of where the global developed countries have got to in their provision of climate finance, international climate finance, which supports the negotiations, and which was agreed to be 100 billion year on year, running through the years 2020 to 2025. Unfortunately, the developed countries did not make that level in the years preceding 2022, which is the years 2023, which is the year calculated in the OECD report. So that gives you a sense of some of the public finance elements as well as some of the private finance potential. I think what's really interesting to reference is just how quickly the private finance opportunities are growing in this space. Much of the growth that we've seen, up to 1.3 trillion, is driven by, I would say, electric vehicles and renewable energy in sectors, in regions like East Asia, Europe, the US, and actually to a degree Latin America. So we're seeing some real shifts in the amount of private finance, while we know that it's very difficult to increase public finance budgets. You can look in the US, in Europe, and all over the world, and you will find that there are real constraints over fiscal space and how much can be channeled or purposed for international climate finance or even domestic climate finance. So there's some real limitations, but if you would ask me, I would say there's some real possibility and real opportunity in this space.
So basically, 1.3 trillion, you mentioned how big the economy is. It's about 1% of global GDP going into climate finance. Good news there. But going into very specific sectors, not the whole economy, as it were, of countries. So where do we have to be to halve emissions by 2030 and hit net zero in 2050 in terms of finance flows? I think you guys have crunched some numbers on that, yeah?
Yeah, we have, and I would pay tribute to many of those who count the needs, and we do a lot of synthesis work in the area. We've recently released a top-down needs assessment report, which highlights that our needs, we think by 2030, we're looking at somewhere in the region of $5.96 trillion per year at the end of 2030. Now, that's the optimistic range, right? The range actually goes up to 9 trillion by 2030. That's potentially it's that large, and there are some quite difficult to predict elements of the finance picture, like how much we might run into in terms of loss and damage requirements, how much we might run into in terms of adaptation and resilience, which typically has always been undercounted. For very good reasons. Very difficult for countries, entities, individuals to predict how they're going to need to spend money in order to adapt.
Right.
So generally speaking, there is a vast gap between where we are today, 1.3, and where we need to go, let's say 6 to 9 by the end of this decade. And we anticipate those figures will go north of that relatively quickly across the trajectory between 2030 and 2050.
Right. We're hoping to bring on another guest here. Do we have Sagarika Chatterjee with us, Department Director, Climate Finance? Yes, we do. One of the Climate Finance Climate Champions. Hello, Sagarika. Lovely to see you.
All over the world, you will find that there are real constraints over.
I can't actually hear Sagarika. Could we do something with the sound? Maybe she's on mute. Are you on mute, Sagarika? Is there a little mute button or something that you could press? Maybe not. Can the technicians just work on that? And I'll just come back to Darshan. Just stay with us, Sagarika. Darshan, we're talking about Baku a little bit, and that they talk about this being the finance COP. Why? Do you know why they've made this a finance COP? Is there any reason for this, or?
Yeah, very specifically, it was actually referenced in some of your intro discussions.
Yeah.
We are at a pivotal point in climate finance negotiations, which is a third pillar of what the core of the climate discussion focuses on. There are 3 elements: the degree to which we can mitigate, how quickly can we reduce CO2 emissions, the degree to which we need to adapt, and the finance to make either of those 2 happen.
Right. Hold that point there. I think, Sagarika, you're with us now. Speak.
Fantastic. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, super. So we were talking before the show the other week and saying what you would like to take on this topic. And you thought there might be like three perspectives you could give in terms of moving forward the climate finance story. Give us your ideas here.
Yeah, sure. So I think the first thing is, I think as Darshan's mentioned, we really need to transform the entire financial system. It isn't working right now for all of the climate solutions and technologies that we need to scale up as fast as we can. And so one of the areas that we have to make headway in is de-risking. This holds the key to being able to unlock a lot of the solutions. And why? Because it reduces the cost of finance. And I can give you some specific examples. And then the other key area is how we're going to bring all of the entrepreneurs and their stories, their visions to life through finance. And I can give you some really interesting examples of that, Nick, of where there are stories of entrepreneurs on the ground that are really managing to change things, but they need access to finance.
Okay, can you give us some of those? Yeah. One of the Climate Finance Climate Champions. Hello, Sagarika.
Can you hear me okay, Nick?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. There is a little bit of interference, but I think we press on.
All right, great. So the first one that I wanted to highlight, which is a really interesting story, is Basigo. So if you think about Kenya, today 18,000 Kenyans die from air pollution. And part of the reason for that is we have 20,000 fossil fuel vehicles taking commuters into work every day. So it's a major source of air pollution in transport and urban commuting. So a very interesting company founded by Abhijat Bhattacharya is basically breaking new ground in electrification of public buses in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, one of the big problems that you have with e-buses is the upfront costs and the high capital expenditure. And the interesting thing about Basigo is how they're using finance itself as a big innovator. So they have a pay-as-you-drive model. Basically, this is mileage-based subscription, and it provides leasing, charging, and servicing for the bus over the battery life. And what it means is that they started Basigo with piloting 2 e-buses in 2021, and you think of the BYD electric bus K-series that was built in China. Now today there's 17 e-buses in Kenya, and these are being built in Kenya. And in time, we look for there to be about 1,000 electric buses in Nairobi. So very interesting example of how finance can be used to unlock. Now, who's financing Basigo? Well, at the moment, there's a couple of investors. One is Novastar, KfW, British Investment Corporation are also involved in this. But we need to find a way to unlock finance so that we have commercial banks involved in this, and we move beyond concessional capital, grants, impact investing. So all of these things have a natural ecosystem domestically to get scaled up.
So what's interesting there is you've got private capital and you've also got public capital working together in a sense to deliver this. And so the public capital is important, even if it's smaller perhaps in the overall climate finance story. But it's there to actually provide what? De-risking, getting things moving, attracting the private capital in, which might be in the end considerably larger going down the road than the public capital. Is that right? Is that your perspective from both people here? We need that public money to still flow, right? It's not going to all just be private capital to finance the transition.
Yeah, very, very much so, Nick, if I can come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so, and I think you highlight exactly the slice. I mean, people talk of the capital stack, right? And concessional capital can be very varied in what it does and the role it performs. It can really come in right at the bottom in a sort of first loss construction, or it can really be a grant which allows new markets to be tested, technologies to be pushed into more challenging locations. So for those reasons, the role of development finance institutions like the multilateral development banks, as well as critically, we do work in South Africa, Indonesia, and Brazil. Each of those regions, to just name 3, have very capable public development banks, which are increasingly sitting on a mainstreamed climate and nature positive agenda. So they have mandates which are enabling them to deploy elements of this concessional capital into just the sort of structures that Sagarika was talking about.
Sagarika? Can you hear me? Clearly. Okay, so we'll just go carry on with Darshan. So Darshan, just thinking about some of this movement of the money, we just had a report just recently out called Banking on Climate Chaos that said something like the 60 private banks spent $7 trillion on fossil fuels since Paris. So there needs to be some way that the system, whether it be government regulation or whatever, needs to surely work on some of these, because we still have a disjointed economy where, you know, it should all be pointing in the climate transition direction while supporting poverty, alleviation, all the other things. But it's just simply not doing that in all cases. What is the role of government in the banking system? Does it have a role to play to get it to point in the right direction?
An absolutely critical role. Without doubt, a critical role. And there has been some advances. If I look back over the last 5 years, we are seeing evidence of regulation tightening, of more, if you look back and you think of things like TCFD, the Task Force for Climate Finance Disclosures. Now, disclosures only get you part way. The next step is how do you begin to think through transition planning? So for many of those banks that you just referenced, they would argue, look, we may be working with clients which have defensible and scientifically based transition plans. And they are supporting elements of fossil fuel activity in the economy, but they're doing so with a plan where those fossil fuel companies are beginning to extract and repurpose themselves. Now, that's an idealized picture, right? I think you would be very naive to believe that that is the case for all of the banks. But it does point to the sort of things that policy makers and regulators can do in this space. So the mandation of transition pathways and transition plans so that they are regulated, they have a globally agreed standard, and all companies above a certain size need to report against those. We see the UK government, we see the Japanese government, a number of them are running consultations or have even gone on further, like the New Zealand government, which has prescribed a degree of that. So there's a crucial role for governments to play. Yet I don't want to leave you with the sense that we need to wait till governments play that role, because I think we mentioned in the intro the state of the elections and the uncertainty and the direction that populations and the degree to which they prioritize the environment is very varied in many different locations. So without a stronger voice in governments, be they democratic or other governments in different parts of the world, maybe that's not going to be forthcoming at the speed we need it to be. But the private finance institutions can still make steps themselves.
Right. So, Grieker, I think we've got you back after a painful moment for us all here live in Bonn, and we're so sorry about that. You've probably been the guinea pig for the tech team getting things together, so sorry about that. Come back in with us. So, I mean, what do you have a perspective on the role of government in actually getting the finance moving? Not actually the volume of money that the public purse has, but how they actually get. I mean, there's the insurance sector that sometimes is actually underwriting the fossil fuel expansion. There's obviously the banks. There's others. How do we get the whole system financially moving in the way of decarbonizing our global economy?
Yeah,
it's a big question.
Well,
it's a big question. Sorry.
No problem, and no problems about the audio. It happens. So, I mean, this is the year where we have to get things together, right? We have to have ambition in those nationally determined contributions. We have to see this create the highway for private finance, as Nick Stern and Vera Songway have set out. And in their climate finance framework, Nick Stern and Vera Songway set out the priority actions for doing this. So we know what the solutions are. I want to share with you a really interesting example of where I've seen things working. And you may think, okay, this is so specific, but I think we have to look at the specific examples of innovation and how could we scale them up and learn from them. And the example is the Ecuador Debt for Nature swap. So everyone knows about the Galapagos Islands. It's a living lab for scientists. And it's at risk from illegal fishing, too many tourists going there, many other threats. So what happened in last year was Ecuador refinanced 1.6 billion in debt through a smaller loan and marine conservation linked bond. And that led to an overall decrease in the amount owed. So very, very important. But let's just go a layer underneath that and look at what was happening in the finance sector, working with policymakers and conservation experts. So Credit Suisse, the investment bank, underwrote issuance of marine bond. Ecuador's credit rating was Caa3, so the marine bond credit rating needed to be much higher. And they managed to achieve a much higher credit rating of Aa2 through credit enhancement. And these are the players that were involved in that. So political risk insurance came through the DFC, the US International Development Finance Organization, everyone will know. An underfunded liquidity guarantee was provided by the Inter-American Development Bank, and then reinsurance was facilitated from 11 private insurers, including AXA XL. So what happened as a result? So debt for Ecuador had a 1.1 billion saving. And then for the Galapagos, there's 450 million funding for marine protection and conservation projects, as well as a new endowment going into perpetuity. So these are the kind of deals that we need to see scaled up. And all of the players in the finance system have a role for this, working very closely with policymakers.
So it's absolutely clear then that we obviously need more money in climate finance. We don't have enough right now. It is growing, as Darshan said right at the beginning. So it's come some way from where it was. There are now many creative initiatives and solutions with partnerships between government agencies and governments and the private sector, helping developing countries, in the case of Ecuador. What do we, going forward, do we see that there is a determination within the political process under the UN system to move forward on this, or could it be coming from other places, or is there some sort of, where do we see the energy to actually raise the finance further? And I ask this question simply because it feels to me right now that some governments have forgotten what the cost of climate change will be if we don't actually do anything about it, which is far higher than the investments we're talking about. So I think they need to be reminded, maybe again, that it's not a cheap and cheerful situation, this, right? We are going to have a very expensive world to try and function in if we let climate change carry on. So have governments sort of forgotten the cost-benefit ratio of climate change action? I just ask that as an existential question.
Nick, I think you're absolutely right. We need to drive home that message. I mean, this is a key year of elections, right? In countries that are going to be developing their climate plans, we have to have the finance costs and benefits evaluated. And a lot of the solutions are going to come from this very close collaboration. But there is one initiative that we were involved in that gives me more confidence that things are changing. And one thing we did last year was we worked with UN member states through UN regional commissions in 5 regions that included Africa, LATAM, Caribbean, a couple of other regions too. And we worked with UN member states and also with the private finance sector to create a short list of tangible projects across climate and the SDGs. That resulted in about 63 shortlisted projects in 5 regions, ranging from e-mobility through to land restoration and many other sectors as well. And the result of that was about 2 billion was raised for those climate projects. And we did manage to attract financiers. That wasn't myself, obviously, it was the project developers, whether that was governments or the project entrepreneurs from private projects. And so this kind of initiative demonstrates that if we do work together, we really can try to get tangible opportunities financed. But we absolutely need to reiterate that none of the climate action that is needed, whether it's mitigation, adaptation, or nature, is going to happen without the finance.
Okay, super. Darshan, just very, very briefly, that 1.3 trillion right now is mainly benefiting the developed countries.
Correct, 84%.
84% of it.
Yep.
So we really need to step up what we're doing in the developing countries. Some of the projects that our dear friends Sagarika was mentioning are happening in developing countries, but there needs to be much bigger flows into those nations, yeah?
Yeah. So to your answer, I think governments have not forgotten. That's what's happening in Bonn. It's the discussion on the new collective quantified goal.
Right.
That is what will follow the 100 billion. That sits right at the heart of climate negotiations.
Right.
And if it goes well, it is the basis upon which in 2025 we're going to see ratcheted NDCs.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but we got the messages over. A great pleasure to have you both on the show. And yeah, great. Thank you very much indeed for this introduction to this 2-day broadcast. I'd like to now welcome on stage Andrea Lindblom, who's head of communications at the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, one of our closest and most long-standing partners. Andrea, Exponential Roadmap has put together some very interesting sessions today and tomorrow. What is your main focus at this event?
Well, we have the Exponential Race to the Top sessions, and we've drawn inspiration there to some extent from a recent speech that UNFCCC Executive Secretary Simon Steele made, where he talked about the race that is on to win the clean economy. And of course, at Exponential Roadmap Initiative, we're all about solutions, about exponentially scaling climate solutions. So in our sessions, we're going to be talking about how companies, how cities, regions, also countries are driving these solutions to win the new economy, and how all that can really empower, embolden more ambitious national climate action plans, these NDCs that you've already talked about.
Okay, and what do you begin with?
We begin with Johan Rockström, a leading climate scientist, who will actually make the case for why exponential action is needed, that it is possible, and that's what we'll start out with in just a second.
Great. Well, take it away, Andrea.
Thank you, Nick.
Hey.
Welcome to this Exponential Race to the Top session hosted by the Exponential Roadmap Initiative that unites innovative, transformative, disruptive companies to drive exponential transformation for halving emissions by 2030. We need maximum ambition, maximum acceleration, maximum cooperation. In a word, maximum action. Those were the words of the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, just a few days ago, when the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, released a new and really worrisome report. In this session, we'll discuss why maximum acceleration and maximum action really is all about exponentials. And we'll do that with Johan Rockström, Professor of Earth System Science and Director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, who should be showing up right here on the screen. Fantastic, great to have you with us, Professor Rockström. And we'll do so also with Johan Falk, CEO of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. But let's start with you, Johan Rockström. The month of May, we've heard, was the hottest in history. In fact, we've had now 12 months in a row that were the hottest in history, and that's according to the European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service. Now, we also see the impacts of climate change around us. We've seen an extreme heat wave in India. We have seen floods in southern Brazil, devastating, displacing hundreds of thousands. Floods in East Africa, including floods in southern Germany. Professor Rockström, what does climate science tell us where we're headed with the climate action we have so far?
Yes, hello, Andrea. Great to be with you. And let me be very, very clear. There's never been so much scientific reason for concern as today. The latest science, which you just summarized clearly, is that we've just had the first taste of a 1.5 degrees Celsius world. It has cost us so far $300 to $600 billion in invoices from all the extreme events. You counted up a few of them. They're starting to hurt people across the entire world. But what really worries us, in addition to that, are three key factors. Number one is that the remaining global carbon budget last week was updated, and it's now down to 200 billion tons of carbon dioxide for us to have a chance at all to hold the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit. 200 billion tons of carbon dioxide in a world that emits 40 billion tons each year gives us 5 more years. So we're truly in the decisive decade of humanity's future, which is why we need, for an orderly phase out of oil, coal, and gas, to cut global emissions by half over the next 5 years, which is a pace exceeding 7% decline, reductions of emissions each year. And we're still continuing to increase emissions by up to 1%. That's number one. Number two, which is even more concerning is that we have in these reports that you were referring to, the WMO, the Copernicus report, and the latest carbon budget report, the first confirming conclusions that warming is accelerating. We've all deep concern, the climate crisis is actually based on the linear relationship between more greenhouse gases gives more heating. But now we're seeing a tendency over the past 10 years of how the rate of warming is accelerating, actually almost doubling compared to the warming rate from 1970 to 2008. And the third and final concern, I quite recently came back to Brazil and saw this firsthand, we are very close to tipping points. We cannot exclude crossing tipping points in the Greenland ice sheet, all tropical coral reef systems, the West Antarctic ice sheet, but potentially also that we're underestimating the tipping point in the Amazon rainforest because of all these multiple transgressions of boundaries. It's not only about greenhouse gases and temperature, it's also water insecurity, biodiversity loss, deforestation, and land use change, which makes the big tipping point systems more and more brittle. So yes, it's urgent, and exponential pathways is the only thing that counts.
Maybe you can explain that a little bit more. I remember you making that same point over a year ago, actually, at the Stockholm Climate Week, when you said there is no safe landing on a linear journey. And of course, the science that you just cited, the observations that we have of how climate impacts are here already now, just reinforces that point. But why is exponential transformation needed to get us out of that, to ensure a livable planet?
Well, in a very simple way of explaining it is that, our only chance to keep the Earth system, the planet, the climate system in a stable state that can support our world, our lives, future generations, is to stay within planetary boundaries. All of them translates to absolute budgets. And these budgets are now so small with regards to land, fresh water, nitrogen, phosphorus, carbon, that the only orderly pathway we now have is transformative change following exponential pathways. So for a safe landing for humanity to avoid crossing irreversible changes to the Earth system is to go from linear change, and linear change tends to be when, we change things incrementally with 0.1, 0.2% per year, to start changing things well beyond 2, 3, 4, even 5% per year. And as soon as you change things more than 2% per year, you're actually doubling or halving something over one generation, and that is non-linear. So you're actually changing things faster than an incremental journeys. Now, this is what has been taking us on the hockey stick patterns of negative change. But what is interesting, and our only, I would say, opportunity today is to shift these negative hockey sticks over to positive hockey sticks, where we can show that we can have exponential positive journeys. And the question is this possible? And the answer is yes. We see exponential rise of renewable energy systems across the world. We have double-digit annual increase in several percentage points that give us this non-linear positive exponential journey on, for example, electric vehicle adoption in countries like Norway, but also in the trends in China. So it's a question of going from linear to non-linear, which is exponential.
Thank you, Professor Rockström. And that's where I'd like to turn to Johan Falk, CEO of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Johan, what makes you convinced that this exponential transformation is possible?
Yeah, this is really as you said, the foundation of our initiative. It's inspired by Moore's law from the computer industry, which has been around for 50 years, which is really about doubling the number of transistors and cutting the cost every year by half. So I would actually claim that exponential is business as usual, because virtually all solutions follow that type of S-curve. They go really slow in the beginning, they reach a certain tipping point, then they start to grow incredibly fast. We've seen that with television, we've seen it with cars, and lately with computers, and phones. So what Johan talked about is happening in renewable energy, electrical vehicles, storage, which has actually passed that critical tipping point. So they start to basically outcompete the fossil solutions. Now, we have a number of solutions which hasn't passed the tipping point yet, but is actually growing really incredibly fast. And that's around heat pumps, energy efficiency. Then we will talk more about circular fossil-free steel, all these solutions which are ramping. We need to ensure that we shift these S-curves to the left radically.
So that they kick in
Exactly.
earlier.
So they kick in much faster. So that's our mission.
Thank you, Johan. I'd like to pick up there on something that you, Johan Rockström, we've also heard you say, which is that this new economy that this exponential transformation would get us to, that actually is the economy that gets us better results, and is in fact the only economy that provides prosperity and equity to all of us on the planet. Can you explain?
Yeah, I would argue that that's one of the failures in our communication on sustainability. But let me just hammer home before coming to that Johan Falk's point about exponentials. I mean, the theory around the S-curves, which are founded entirely on true empirical evidence, dates back to Roger Everett's theory of diffusion from 1961, where he shows clearly that when you have innovative solutions penetrating some 20-25% of any market in the world, you start seeing this movement from small, marginal volumes to exponential increase, and you start seeing things doubling faster than a linear pathway. And this is exactly what we will expect, given that the sustainable solutions across the board actually have increasing evidence of giving more attractive, more competitive, more advanced, healthier outcomes. And that is what has made me and many colleagues with me increasingly reposition the whole sustainability and climate transition agenda from being this conventional story about we have a problem, we need to solve it, and to solve it we have to either back off or somehow sacrifice for our economy or our lifestyles, when in fact we have more and more evidence that the solutions we're talking about gives us better outcomes in terms of health, in terms of jobs, in terms of economy, in terms of competitiveness, but in particular in terms of security. And security is fundamental. When you get more energy dependence, more water security independence, more stable food systems, you have more likely chances of avoiding displacement, migration, even conflicts. These are amplifying effects of a conventional development pathway, which is why Johan Falk's point about exponentials is his point about this being business as usual has actually validity, because the way things go exponential is if you provide a better offer. And if the offer is more silent, more healthy, more technologically advanced, more economically competitive, then you have a chance of things just going suddenly very rapidly exponential. And that's interesting in the food transition, in circular material flows, in the retail industry, in textile, in everything that has to do with mobility today. Many times we are early on that curve, admittedly, but we know that the outcomes will actually be much more aligned with both social and ecological benefits. So it's in that sense quite an exciting moment, but it's also one of the frustrations that now that we have all this evidence of potentially catastrophic risks, unacceptable risks, and scalable solutions, why are we not stepping on in a much, much faster pace towards following these pathways? And I think that's what we need to think through very carefully. How do we accelerate?
Well, we're calling our sessions here the exponential race to the top for a reason. Johan, just very briefly, as we need to wrap up this session. Yes. Why?
The current NDCs will not take us to 1.5 or even 2. And that's a major challenge. So they need to be strengthened. And due to this rapid technology development, we will see that in the presentation, I think, later today. There is actually an opportunity to raise the ambition by factor 3. But secondly, I would state it's not possible to cut emissions just by focusing on cutting emissions. We actually have to focus also on the scaling up of the solutions to shift out the fossil economy. And by getting companies, regions, cities and countries to start to cooperate and compete about the new economy, because we basically shift out all the solutions, we can achieve that race to the top, the exponential race to the top.
Thank you both, Johan Falk and Johan Rockström. Thank you for joining this introductory session of the Exponential Race to the Top, broadcasting live here in Bonn from the UN Climate Change Conference in Bonn.
Welcome everybody back to the live show. We're going to look at maritime shipping right now, maritime shipping being one of those areas that's a so-called hard-to-abate sector. There are studies, all kinds of studies out there on shipping. Some estimate that if nothing happens, if nothing changes, emissions from shipping could climb 50% or 250% by 2050. And of course, this is very crucial in terms of whether we're going to keep the 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature control, as it were, alive. Governments have made many promises, industry has made many pledges. A lot of those in COP26 in Glasgow a few years ago, we had something called the Clydebank Declaration for green shipping corridors. So there's maybe a lot going on, but we want to kind of reveal what is going on. And that's why we've got some wonderful guests with us to tell us, are things moving forward and are they moving in the right direction? Let me welcome on stage Tanja Ebbe Dalgaard, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer at the Maersk McKinney Muller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. I probably completely ruined that in English, but anyway, I'm sure everyone understands. And also on the magic of Zoom, we've got Johan, Bischkoff Svensson, who's head of program Catalyze Ecosystem Transition, again from this very important center in Denmark. And we also have Daniel Baccarolo, who's head of regulatory affairs with the Center for Zero Carbon Shipping in Denmark. So all the guests are from the same place, they all know each other, and that's great news, but we want to learn a little bit from you what's going on. So Tanja, let me come to you first. A lot of talk about green shipping, a lot of talk over many, many years. Firstly, I mean, perhaps you could say what does the Clydebank Declaration mean for your work, but also maybe kind of set the scene generally. Are we seeing some kind of progress and development on the green shipping question?
Well, absolutely. And let me start out by setting the scene around shipping, because we have approximately 90% of all goods that are being transported in the world is being transported by ships. Mm-hmm. So that is quite significant. That means that we have 100,000 commercial ships at sea on any given time, which equivalent to 3% of the global CO2 emissions. 3% might not sound like a lot, but it is in a global context. Mm-hmm. And the Clydebank Declaration gave us a very nice starting point for tackling all the great challenges in front of us. So what happened with the Clydebank Declaration was that there were several nations that committed to establishing green corridors. Mm-hmm. And green corridors is a shipping route that runs on alternative fuels. Mm-hmm. But that was just the beginning of all the action, because there's so much more that we need to do in order to tackle all the challenges that we have in front of us. And you could say that it's impossible, but it's only impossible if you allow it to be impossible. So the challenges that we are having in front of us are fourfold. So we need to start running on alternative fuels. And unfortunately, there's not a magic wand so that we would just have one new fuel, but we will have multiple fuels. So we'll be going from a single fuel world into a multi-fuel world with all the complexities that that entails. Then we need a wider adoption of energy efficiency measures. The great news is that we have more or less all the technologies. We just need the wider adoptions. Then the third thing is that we need policy and regulation and new business frameworks. And my colleague Daniel will talk about the policy and regulations. But with regard to business frameworks, we need to start working together in new ways, and that's where the new business frameworks comes in. And then finally, we need demonstration projects. Demonstration projects like green corridors, where we are demonstrating that it is possible, both from the demand side and the supply side. And you know, it sounds like there's a lot of challenges, but it was out of this setting that the Center for Zero Carbon Shipping was born. So we were established as a not-for-profit, independent and technology-agnostic institution. And what we do is that we drive innovative research and collaboration, where we work closely together with some of the world's largest corporate organizations within the maritime value chains. So they are working together in finding actionable solutions to some of the challenges that we're seeing.
Okay. Yes, you can
Yeah,
wrap
I'll
up there.
just round it off, because some of the examples of what we're doing, a part of all the technical work that we're doing in the center, is that we have had a lot of traction with regards to making some analytical work for the regulators. And it is a hugely important year, as I think Daniel will talk about shortly. And then we work a lot with the Green Corridor to show the world that it is possible. And we strongly do believe that it's possible. So what we do is that we bring together the industry to tackle the challenges, but also seize the opportunities, because there's a tremendous amount of opportunities in this as well.
Okay. We'll take a deeper dive into those opportunities and how they're unfolding in a little chat later. But let me bring in Johan. Johan, maybe you could talk to us a little bit about how is it going with this green shipping future? Because I think... I've read on many news sites that there are green corridors being certainly talked about between different parts of the world. How would that be going? Give us a sense of that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nick, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak here about the green corridors and also the regulation. So it's important to say, as Tanya said, the Climate Bank Declaration out of COP26 in Glasgow set kind of the onset of the discussion of green corridors. But just to bring that into a bit of perspective, what are we talking about with green corridors? It's really these demonstration projects or sandbox projects of a commercial demonstration where we are trying to bring the stakeholders together, and that's both the fuel producers, the ports, the shipping lines, the cargo owners, to start moving on finding ways of decarbonize their maritime activities, even though that we all know that with a short time scale, looking at the future, these will be poor business cases, because right now the price of the fossil-based fuel is way lower than the future fuels, the climate-friendly fuels of the future. So if we were just driven by a standard business economic approach to this, then people would not do any of the projects, because there would be such a massive loss in these projects in the early phase. But we do not have time to wait for the regulation to kick in. So Daniel will talk about a bit more about the regulation and what regulations we need. But the Green Corridor projects are really these sandbox projects of commercial demonstration projects, where we're trying to bring together the entire value chain and estimate how do we bring these projects into real action, despite them not being commercial, commercial sensible right now, but with an aim that in the future these will be commercial projects. And we need someone to start now because we simply do not have time to wait first for the regulation to kick in and then at that time start the entire work on the projects. So the green corridors are these like-minded organizations, institutes, countries coming together to find out how could we make this happen, how can we estimate how commercial challenged they are right now, so that we can use that to also inform the regulation of what kind of public funding is needed, what kind of philanthropic funding is needed in the early phase, but what regulation is also needed in the long run to make the decarbonized maritime activity the right choice for the future. So we in the center, we're doing a dozen of projects on 5 different continents, moving them forward in the early phases of the project. And we do see a lot of traction along the entire value chain of getting this into motion. But it's also important to say that these companies, these organizations, these national agencies are all aware of the financial challenge in the early part, and that's where we need, also with reference to some of the earlier presentations today, we need to discuss this financing option. How do we secure that we can get funding in the first early years of this maritime decarbonization so that we can get onto that cost down curve and get a future where the CO2 neutral transportation is actually the preferred choice.
But just coming back just briefly on that, I mean, I've read of potential shipping corridors between Singapore and Europe, between some ports in America and Western Europe, in the Baltic region, blah, 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 blah. I mean, these are all clearly being talked about in the media. And so you said, did you say there was a dozen potential discussions of green corridors? I mean, how many corridors are being thought about right now?
Yeah, so, I mean, globally there are around 50 different corridor projects spanning from initial ideas, so a statement or a memorandum of understanding between 2 ports, to projects which are now through feasibility, where we actually have a firm view on what kind of public or philanthropic funding is needed to unlock these corridors. So the dozen, I said, the center, we in the center, we're working with around a dozen of these projects. So we're working with around a quarter of the projects on the global scale are done by the center. And so that's the dozen. So that's around.
That's super.
Yeah,
that gives the audience a sense of where it's going. So thank you so much, because we can talk about this a little bit further, but I want to bring Daniel in so that he can basically talk a little bit about, what kind of regulations we need. And I don't know, Daniel, do the COPs make a difference? These UN climate conferences, is all the action in the International Maritime Organization of the UN, which sits in London? If nobody knows that, I just thought I'd add it.
Thank you for the lead. I wouldn't say that we can talk about the regulations that we need. I think I can say about the regulations that are in discussion right now at the IMO that could be shaped in the way that could drive the needed uptake of sustainable energy efficiency, and so on. So, I mean, the key focus right now in the regulatory sphere is in the International Maritime Organization, which is this UN body based in London. They have this power to regulate international shipping, and they have been doing so in many fronts, regulating safety, regulating energy efficiency to some extent, and so on. They have last year defined a new strategy, so they call the IMO GEG strategy, and this strategy is quite ambitious. Of course, it's a strategy; it's a vision of the entity. It doesn't come with regulations; the regulations come after. But that strategy it sets kind of an ambition to get to net zero by around 2050, with some intermediate checkpoints or sub-targets, as we can call them. So right now, what we have in 2030, the most immediate target that we are chasing is about 20 to 30% GEG emissions reductions from shipping. We are right now, I mean, of course, I made this calculation because the data is hard to get sometimes, but we are right now shipping about 5% down from 2008. But of course, this is just a strategy. The key, the most interesting thing, the most exciting part of all this discussion are the regulations themselves, because the regulations are the ones that are binding. Right now in London, so we started today, we have a series of 2 weeks of meetings where the key regulations that will bring the industry to zero in 2050, hopefully, are in discussions. So they are discussing right now, they are negotiating, the member states are there in London. I just want to talk about these two pieces of regulations so that you can get a flavor of what we're talking about. On the short-term measures, that's, I mean, the IMO terminology here. So the short-term measures, they are there. They are regulations that are already enforced. They are there to drive a certain level of energy efficiency, what they call carbon intensity, which is transport work. And they are in place. They are in place in a trial approach to try to drive energy efficiency in the shipping. There is a window for these regulations to be reviewed by 1st January 2026 to make it better, to make it more, to drive more of what it was supposed to drive. It is a really good regulation. It has provided a nice framework for discussions around carbon intensity, energy efficiency, and so on. It's good, but it has a lot of things to be improved that we have identified in projects that we're doing in the center on the basis of data. So that's one. The other one, that's really the key interesting point, which is what we call midterm measures. What these midterm measures that are being discussed right now, so are new regulations that are to be enforced in 2027. These regulations, the idea of these regulations is to put a price on carbon, essentially. If IMO succeeds, and I think IMO will succeed because IMO has consistently been delivering on the regulations they have put in scope, it could be a world first to have these universal carbon pricing in a way, or GEG pricing. There are two ways to get it done right now. There are two proposals. The midterm measure will encompass two parts. One will be what they call a goal-based fuel standard. It's basically providing a pathway of how the emissions from shipping should be reduced over the years up to 2050. And then the other way is to put actually a pricing on carbon, on the emissions themselves. So the first one on the standard and the pathway is considered to be a quite technical measure to try to indicate what are the energy sources and the intensity of emissions of the energy sources that should be used by shipping over the years. And then the GHG pricing is also to bring that element of polluters paying principle, and also to allow for the organization to collect revenues to fund initiatives like that will drive the higher uptake of fuels and technologies. But we should not forget that also that those revenues are also to be used for just enactable purposes, climate mitigation and so on, which is quite important. So these discussions are happening now, and these regulations need to be shaped by next year. So right now, there's these 2 weeks of meetings taking place in IMO, negotiation meetings. There will be another meeting there will be another set of meetings only next year by when the regulations are to be decided. So there's not a lot of time for discussions in IMO. The topic is quite urgent, and we're doing the best that we can to drive these regulations to be as effective as we can. My aspiration would be that in 2027, 28, we're not going to be talking about green corridors, but we're going to be talking about compliance corridors, as someone said. But that's the aspiration that we have. So.
All right. So what you're saying at the moment, these green corridors are essentially voluntary. And if something bites at the International Maritime Organization of the UN, we could be seeing, in fact, no longer voluntary actions, but more compulsory actions, fully respecting that this is under the UN system and sometimes not everybody plays ball, but it's the intent of achieving something a bit less voluntary and more mandatory. Tanya, let's all have a little bit chat about this, because some of this is quite technical, and I understand that, and we have a very eclectic audience out there of people who are very interested in climate change, but maybe want a sense of like a mega deeper sense of what's going on. I mean, do you get the feeling that the shipping industry, and of course that's a big topic because there's many shipping companies, but there's a few big ones, right? I mean, are they intent on doing something? Because I remember a couple of years ago, we were all clapping because we saw, I think it was Maersk with a hydrogen ship or something like that, and even one with sails. We're all like, oh, it's all happening. But I get a sense from what you're all saying is that there's a lot of conversations happening, a lot of conversations about fuels and which kinds of fuels and interim fuels. Is there a real buy-in to, you might say, the Clydebank Declaration or to finally move shipping in the right direction? How long do we discuss it, and when do we really see action? Sorry,
Yeah.
put it that way.
And you're absolutely right. It is the right question to ask because we urgently need action now. And I would say that when we started out 4 years ago, only 1/3 of the shipping companies had net zero pledges. And why is that important? Because you cannot have a net zero pledges without having an action plan and some money behind the words as well. That has definitely improved. Shipping was lacking significantly behind because if you compared it to the rest of the industry, they around 2/3 would have pledges. So they were lacking behind, but over the last couple of years, we have seen significantly more of the large maritime players stepping up, having pledges and having investment behind their words. And you are seeing several of the very big shipping company now going out ordering dual fuel ships. So that's the risk mitigation. You buy a ship that can run on new fuels, but also on alternative fuels, because we don't know what the winner with regard to fuels are going to be. So they need some kind of certainty. But the shipping companies, they are leaning in, they're ordering dual fuel ships, especially the large one. The smaller one is obviously much more difficult because you'll have a ship for 30 years. And, you know, if you're a little Greek ship owner and you have only 3 ships, that's a huge investment. But the big ones are leaning in and they're showing the world that it's possible. And Maersk did order the methanol ships, but you're seeing a lot of the Japanese companies now also going out ordering ammonia ships. So there are definitely happening some movement in the industry, but there's no doubt, as Daniel is saying, that we will really see the big movement when regulations start to come in place. And what you can see is that there's currently a tsunami of regulation that is approaching the maritime value chain, especially with some of the EU and the IMO regulation coming up. And already now, all the companies start to prepare for how to fulfill the new requirements. So there's movement, and we are seeing some of the big ones playing role models.
Okay. There's a lot in this for the developing world, I understand, because I've seen some various reports that the number of jobs that would be created, particularly in developing countries, if we got a really big move towards the decarbonization of shipping, with basically renewable energy projects springing up, I suppose, near ports or near the coastlines and things like that. And you see from Iberdrola or Vestas or some of the big, you know, players in the renewable energy sector, an urgency from them to want to join in to help decarbonizing shipping. This would be, in theory, a very mutually embracive love affair between shipping and the renewable energy industry. I mean, do you think that governments as well could see this as a virtuous circle?
Well, I absolutely think that we have an opportunity to bring the developing countries into play here, because there's no doubt that a lot of the green electricity that we are lacking so much in the future will come from a belt from Chile to Africa to Australia, where you have all the sun and all the wind that you need. So they will literally be big electricity plugs. But having said that, then there is very little infrastructure, so there's a lot of things that need to be established in the developing countries, which is also why we are having projects together with, for instance, the US State Department on working with some of these developing countries like Namibia, Fiji, and Panama, on developing some green corridors to show the world that it is actually possible, because it is obvious that you to establish some of the energy infrastructure in some of these developing countries. So there's a huge opportunity here, and we need to support the developing country. Also because shipping is international and it is global. So we cannot do the decarbonization without the developing countries.
I see that from things I've read and some people I've talked to, that, you know, there are 3 kind of interesting financial instruments likely or could come up at COP29. One is a wealth tax on the super rich. We'll put that aside because it's not relevant to this topic. But the other is the aviation and the shipping levy debate that's come and gone at various moments in time. Do you expect the question of a levy to return at COP29? There's something called the International Tax Task Force. You probably come across them. And they're France, Kenya, I think Barbados, they're chairing that initiative, and they're interested in the levy to return. Do you expect that to happen, and do you think it will have any teeth, or do you think we really have to wait for the International Maritime Organization? Gentlemen, you're also involved in the chat. I know Tanya and I are here, but it's difficult when you're on Zoom, but just, you know, come in if you like.
No, I mean, the question of a levy is on in the IMO, absolutely. I think it's part of what they call the economical element of the midterm measures. So it is part of the discussion. Of course, there are different shapes to that levy or a carbon tax or a fee bait. There are different names to it. And the names, they are mostly like, the discussion is mostly like how much should it be? And then how much it should be used to complement the technical measure that I said. It's not really essentially a levy. And then the discussion is, once that those revenues are collected, how you're going to recirculate those revenues back into either the industry, climate mitigation, development of infrastructure and technologies. So that discussion is ongoing. It's part of these midterm measures discussions in the IMO right now. But that it's still, politically speaking, is a very contentious topic with different views on the table. So the decision on these must come, actually I would say the word must come in 2025 next year on the international levy, or as the IMO would call the international economical element or GEG pricing that will come in for the shipping industry.
Let me ask one other question, because we are now running out of time. But the other question would be, when we've had other people on these shows, say in the area of trucking, going for electrification, or in some other areas down the supply chains, it's often been large corporations at the top who say, if we're going to meet our science-based climate targets, we need all the people that contribute to the movement of these goods to actually decarbonize, or we might not get our targets. So I imagine there must be some pressure on the shipping lines from the IKEAs of this world, or Volvo cars, or whatever, to green up the operations. What would you say about that, gentlemen? I come back to you, Tanya.
Yes.
Yeah, but maybe let me just comment on that. So you're completely right, Nick, there. And it's good that you mentioned Volvo. We do have a project involving transportation of vehicles with, amongst others, Volvo and Kia and General Motors from South Korea in a green corridor towards the US. So there are definitely these IKEAs or Volvos of the shipping industry who are quite keen to understand, what is that incremental cost of actually delivering their goods in a green way? And I would also say that there are also, the not so famous companies, but for example, the largest copper producer in the world, Codelco from Chile, also quite keen to understand this. So we're not just talking the IKEAs or the Volvo, we're actually talking quite a lot of cargo owners who are quite keen to understand what is that premium, what is that incremental cost that is required to bring their goods around the planet in a CO2 neutral way, because quite obviously the most efficient way and the most CO2 neutral way of doing it is by vessels, if these are on CO2 neutral fuels. So that's really what we're after with the Volvos and these large copper producers or the salmon producers. And that's really what we're trying in these green corridor projects around the planet, is really to bring them together, the fuel producers, the ports, and those cargo owners and the shipping line, to say, can we work together? Do we have a shared interest in finding out how do we actually make this happen? So yes, they are out there, these cargo owners who are willing to put some effort in.
Johan, that's very interesting. I'm going to have to stop you there. It's just said 1 second. I'm now over time. Tanya, I'm so sorry that we couldn't come back to you, but I would say thank you very much. I think this is an ongoing story, and I hope that we can meet again and take this further and maybe segment it more. But I think it's a good scene setter. It's a good kickoff. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Johan.
Hi there.
Daniel was too long on.
We have an enormous challenge ahead of us if we are to curb emissions and take the planet into safe operating space. The good news is that with these challenges, there are also opportunities for corporations to explore the new emerging markets in this field. My name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson. I'm one of the hosts here at We Don't Have Time. and it's my pleasure to moderate this session that we call Race to the Top. It's presented by the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. In this session, we'll have a panel to discuss the solutions at hand, and also what is needed to implement these solutions in a larger scale. But first, it's my pleasure to introduce the CEO and co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, Johan Falk, who will set the scene for this session. So, Johan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's so great to be here. And the question, how can we create the exponential race to the top, phasing out the fossil economy by scaling up climate solutions? That's what we will talk about today. But first, who are we, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative? We bring together some of the leading disruptors and transformers in the economy with a common mission to halve emissions by 2030 through exponential climate action and solutions. And these are companies like Apple, Unilever, Stegra that we will have today. So both transformative companies as well as climate solutions companies. Now, the foundation of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative is the global carbon law, which you can see on the next slide. Yes, the global carbon law. That basically states that we would need to halve emissions by 2030 and every decade after that to achieve global net zero by 2050. And as we know, we're not on the right trajectory. We're still raising emissions. We're going in the wrong direction. So why is that? One reason for that is that in order to phase out the fossil economy, we need to scale up the climate solutions. And they are not scaling sufficiently fast. And they're also blocked by different types of policies. And that is why we can not just focus on the so-called down curves. We also need to focus on the up curves, how we're accelerating solutions, shifting out the fossil. And as you can see on these slides, normally solutions follow a so-called exponential trajectory, an S-curve. So they're perceived as going really slowly in the beginning and then passing a particular tipping point, which could be around 10-15%, where you come into self-sustaining feedback loops. That's very natural, and takes off and reach a cross point where it's basically phase out the old solution. We basically have two areas where we passed these tipping points. It's renewable energy, which is now the cheapest form of energy compared to fossil and other type of alternatives, and scaling very fast. And the second one is around electrical vehicles. Now, however, we see bumps in the curve due to particular slow permits and blocking policies, which tend to slow down the curves, unfortunately. But then we have a number of solutions which are really in an early stage, like what we will talk about today, like near zero steel, for example, regenerative agriculture, sustainable forestry, and so on. And all of these are on these expansion curves, and they might be perceived as going slowly, but it's absolutely essential to accelerate these solutions to phase out the fossil-dominating solution. So our mission is, of course, to push these curves to the left, pushing the curves to the left. And how can that be achieved? I would mention three things. The first is the companies in the front line really accelerating the value chain transformation, transforming their value chains to shift out fossil, scale up the climate solutions. That is the first one. The second is that we really need to put pressure on policies that enable early solutions to scale much, much faster. We need massive investments in order to do that. But we also need policies which outbalance the relative price between the fossil solution versus the climate solution. The relative price is the key. And the fossil subsidies, of course, delay the complete transformation because it's all about the difference between the price of the climate solution versus the fossil solution. And thirdly, I am convinced that we need to move from a narrative of sharing of burdens to an opportunity narrative. Basically, where companies, value chains, regions, countries start to compete on winning the new clean economy, because we will basically, as you can see, shift out the complete economy. So if you're not part of that transformation, you will disappear as a company. But it's also about showing that strong opportunity for countries in terms of wealth and growth. And that is what we would call the exponential race to the top. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Johan Falk, for setting the scene. And as you can see, we have more guests here joined for the panel. Sri Reinventing Gopal, you are head of Climate and Air Pollution Inter-IKEA Group. Wonderful to have you. And next to you on here is Fiona Duggan. You are a Global Sustainability Senior Manager at Unilever. And last but not least, Maria Persson-Gulda, Chief Technology Officer at Stegra. So wonderful to have all of you here. And you've been in the back here listening to Johan, and of course you work with these topics all the time. So it's fantastic to have you here. So let's start in order for us to understand a bit about what we're really, the company's role in this. Let's go to Unilever and IKEA here. Most people, of course, are very familiar with your brands, what you do, but maybe just a sentence, if I start with you, Shiram, and also how you work with the major components of impact emissions here, reducing them.
Sure. IKEA is a global home furnishings company. We take a full integrated value chain approach. So it's from the extraction of materials to production, to transportation, to selling the products in our stores, customers using the product and then ending up as waste. And we sort of want to have a circular economy around it. So we take a full integrated value chain approach. As of FY23, our value chain emissions were 24 million tons. So almost bigger than some of the countries like Lithuania, for example. Just to give you a quantum of the size. So we have big responsibilities. And in terms of the value chain, the biggest emission sits in materials and food ingredients, which constitute 50% of our emissions overall. And then we have customers' use of our products at their home when they plug it into their wall sockets, like dishwasher, ovens, and that constitutes around 15%. So both of these put together 65% of our emissions.
So it's a massive work that you're doing to reduce these emissions, of course. So Fiona, when it comes to when it comes to Unilever, please tell the audience a bit about what you do and how also you address the value chain emissions curbing.
So Unilever has been around for about 100 years. Most of the people maybe watching might have our products in their house. 3.4 billion people use our products every day, which we're very proud about. And in March, we took the decision to look at how we can cut our emissions faster. And so we have a climate transition action plan that lays out exactly where we're going to cut our emissions. And we look to say, okay, well, where can we have the most impact and where can we have the data to track that as well? So we're looking at a couple of areas. So number one is scaling up our regen ag. Number two is making sure that we are using renewable energy in every case we can where possible. Number three, it's all about making sure that we are also maintaining our deforestation-free commodities. It's very important to us. And last but not least, we're also looking at the chemicals that we use as well in our detergents, in our home care. How can we make sure that they are fossil-free? So these are some of the things we're working on. Also, I should say, because I know it's a very big area for us as well, is scaling up our climate suppliers program. It's a very important area for us. And so those are those components that we said they're the ones we can really cut the emissions on.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Maria, Stegra is a major company too, of course, but maybe not as well known as Unilever and IKEA. So could you please tell us a bit about what you work with?
Yeah, absolutely. We have only existed for 3 years, started really 4 years ago, and we started at H2 Green Steel and recently just changed name to Stegra. We are setting up a green steel plant that will produce green steel at scale, 2.5 million tons by 2026. Up in the north of Sweden, we will abate 95% of the CO2 that exists in the production of steel making. And this is really important because steel is 8% of the global CO2. So, and we do this with our customers, but also our technical suppliers and other investors jointly together in partnership in order to get it in place.
And as far as I know, your order books are full already. Is that correct still?
We have sold more than 50% of what we produce, yes.
That's pretty impressive. Well, thank you, Maria. So back to you, when it comes to your value chains, can you tell us a bit more about how far you've come in the reduction of the emissions here?
So the starting point is our North Star, which is our net zero goal. So we are committed to halving emissions by 2030 compared to our baseline year FY16. And then we have set different goals for different parts of our value chain. Overall, we have committed to 50% reduction. Some parts like manufacturing, we have committed to 80% reduction. Some parts
what would that be, the 80% area?
80% reduction in manufacturing.
Manufacturing, okay.
Yeah. And then we have 50% reduction, for example, in materials as such. So since FY16, we have made steady progress. As of FY23, we had reduced our emissions by 22% compared to our baseline year. Some parts of the value chain, we have made more impact than the others, like product use at home, which is our second biggest footprint. There we have almost halved emissions.
That's thanks to the LED lamps, right?
Exactly. And in production and product transport, for example, we have reduced close to 30% emissions compared to our baseline. But then there are other parts where we continue working hard to find solutions, like, for example, in materials, where we have achieved 7% reduction, but we have a long way to go. And it's not much time left between now and 2030.
It's difficult, but thank you. So Maria, in terms of value chains, what can you tell us about Stegra's work in reducing emissions?
Yeah, so in order to actually get the steel plant in place, we needed 6.5 billion, which we now have raised. But in order to do
that...
Are
you speaking, just to clarify,
euros.
Euros, yes, not dollars,
no,
euros.
Euros. And in order to do that, we really needed to have a very robust financial scheme, which based on one of the key components were our take-or-pay contracts with the customers. So normally in steelmaking, you are signing contracts for a year at a time. These are 5 to 7 years, which are take or pay, so the customer pay whether they want it or not. And it is a green premium of 30% that we're now reaching, even above 30% in the contracts that we're now signing. And that was really key in order to get the financing in place. And the other key point, which is also related to the value chain, is really to have multiple partners in the first sets of rounds of financing that we have had. So we have had both raw material producers investing in us, we have had technical suppliers investing in us, and customers.
And of course, this has implications on, for instance, companies that you work with that produce cars in terms of reducing their emissions and their value chain too. So it's
absolutely. So once the car fleet has been electrified, then the major CO2 that is still in the car is coming from the steel. So it has a huge impact on the automotive industry to actually get the material out there.
Thank you very much. Turning to you now again, Fiona, in terms of the NDCs, the National Determined Contributions, how do they sort of interconnect with what we're talking about here, the value chains of the corporations?
So the NDCs are absolutely vital. Somebody described them as one of the most important policy documents that could be written this century. So that's a very big deal. And I hope that quote is ringing in everybody's ears this week, because it's essential for us to support the strongest ambition possible when it comes to the NDCs. Every corporation knows that they can only go so far on their own. They need to create a level playing field. They need to work with others. They need to collaborate. And we think of this in extremely detailed terms, actually. We're having conversations saying this is what a good and effective NDC looks like for the world, and also aligned with that, this is what a good and effective NDC looks like for Unilever. Now, every country will have a different NDC, of course. Everybody has their own challenges and opportunities, but what we would like to see is that every country strives for the highest ambition. So that means keeping to 1.5 degrees, it means phasing out fossil fuels. It also means as well, from very practical terms, businesses need certainty and surety. So they want to know the timeline. When will the NDC be implemented? What will the policy framework look like to give us the opportunities to decarbonise? Will it be integrated with the NB SAPs? Will it work to scale up regen ag? What exactly will that look like? And also, we're very aware that corporates need to play their part as well. You know, one of our asks is in every jurisdiction that's covered by an NDC, which is pretty much every country, that there's climate transition action plans that are 1.5 aligned and are verified, and you can track them to the NDC. So it's an incredibly important policy document, but we don't want them just to be policy documents. We want them to be 5-year investment plans. We want them to be something real. So yes, you can see I'm getting excited about it, because there is a lot of opportunity there, and it has some real potential if we crack it, if we get it done right.
So it sounds like you were able to put some pressure here on this entire work with the NDCs. Was that correct?
I would say it's more to show that we have skin in the game. We think this is really important. And it's important because there's various policymakers who are currently holding the pen on the NDCs. They're trying to work on it at the moment. And it's up to businesses and civil society to give the confidence and cover the governments need to go harder and stronger on their NDCs, because it's not always straightforward. And that is why we have a role to play to say it's really important for us. It's very important for our climate transition action plan. They need to be aligned, and we need to work together on it.
Could you elaborate a bit on how corporations can really play in, and what advice, you named a few things here, into this process, and how this could be done?
I'll give you a couple of examples, actually. So, number one, Unilever has written a report with Patricia Espinosa showing what a good and effective NDC looks like. Number two, we are demonstrating where our actions will align with an NDC, where it comes from our actions and investments. Number three, we're talking to our trade associations, industry bodies. We're saying we want to make sure that the policies that we are talking about are also the policies you're talking about. They need to be 1.5 aligned. And also, you know, governments also welcome that dialogue between businesses and corporations and governments. And we're there to say, we are there to support that, we will help that. So there's many, many things that we can do to support a good and strong NDC.
Excuse me. So would you like to add? You want, I mean, I didn't address you so far, but I will. But anyone, would you like to add, or Maria, and would you like to add anything?
I think it's an excellent example. It's so incredibly important that companies can showcase that it's possible to transform the value chains and the results achieved and the opportunities, because that really sends a signal to the governments, both that they can
raise their NDCs, but actually also that it's time to integrate the clean transformation as part of the GDP they complete the plan, because it's really a question who will take this opportunity in terms of the clean solutions, basically, which countries, which regions, which cities. So I do believe it's two parts, raising the NDCs, but then actually getting the countries to completely integrate this in their overall plan and see it as an opportunity. So they go really in tandem, as far as I see it.
Sri, would you like to add? Thank you, Ewan.
Couldn't agree more with Fiona and Johan. I just wanted to add one point that when governments are working on NDCs, it's not only about climate mitigation, just emissions reduction, but also about having an integrated approach to nature, about taking care of health, about inequities, securing a just transition. All of these need to flow into, they need to be elements of an effective and ambitious NDC 3.0.
And that, of course, relates to all of your work in your companies, what you just mentioned, right? Thank you, Sri. So, Maria, would you like to give your perspective?
I think that we just, and it has been said already, we need to be very ambitious in these efforts. And it is truly also global, the whole transition that we are making. Like if we look at H2 Green Steel, it has been possible due to some policies that we have in Europe. And I think that we need to get to that also globally in order to make the transition.
Thank you. So what are your hopes now for the NDCs, Sri? I mean, if you really sort of wish for the improvements that might happen now?
Just repeating myself here, we really need the NDCs to be as ambitious as possible, aligned to the science of 1.5. I think, Fiona, you mentioned about it, transition plans act as an excellent demand signal to the governments that we have a skin in the game. And it will enable this virtuous cycle of private sector coming in, stepping in, clearly demonstrating the intent. And then and that should hopefully lend confidence to the government to also make their NDCs more ambitious. And not only ambitious, but also trickling down into proper policies and legislations, which can then also see implementation and investments from the government in the coming five years as such. And that will set this virtuous cycle as such, companies contributing to national targets as such.
Fiona, anything else? I mean, you could be quite specific here because we have a very informed audience.
Sure. Well, for us, there's a couple of things we'd like to see. So I talked about the broad points I'd like to see in many NDCs, but for us, it's important to see how could a government scale up regen ag in country. So we'd love to see that mentioned. For us as well, it's very important to see, okay, well, we want to make sure that everything we use is from renewable energy. What are your plans on that? What does that look like, for example, for biomethane? What does that look like for solar, for wind? We'd like to see that. Also as well, it's a topic that isn't really discussed all that much, but it's about chemicals. So how can we decarbonize the chemicals that we use in our home care? It's a topic that people don't really speak that much about, but I'd like to see it on the agenda more, so I'd like to see that in the NDCs.
That's the ingredients, but also how the ingredients are
both actually,
produced.
You're right,
yeah.
Absolutely. It's the same. What's the energy they use to manufacture, but also what's the actual inputs as well. And then as well, and I'm glad, Sri, that you actually mentioned this, they have to be integrated with nature. They have to be integrated with the national biodiversity plans. That's absolutely essential. But also, I'm making very high demands here. I'm saying this is stuff that we'd love to see. But we also have to play our part, because we might come away from these conversations and they might be the most beautifully produced policy documents in the world. But if they're just policy documents and they don't translate into money and plans and implementation, they'll just remain beautiful policy documents, dusty on a shelf somewhere. So my hope is that they become real and they become tangible, but that's not going to be that easy unless we all pull in together on it.
And you're putting pressure on all these companies that are represented here, of course. Thank you, Fiona. So Maria, any specific details you'd like to get in place?
I would love to see that we start to enable, in more places than just Europe, a CO2 price. Like the CBAM, for example, is really the real reason why
climate
H2GS...
border mechanisms in Europe.
Absolutely.
Just to clarify,
it was the fare of the CBAM that started the automotive industry to approach us and ask us for green steel. Because we're going to be able to produce green steel at the same price of brown once the CBAM is actually in place. And getting more of that globally, I believe, will really make this transition go faster. The other thing is already mentioned here as well, but we need to really start to put in a lot of efforts in our grids globally, in particular on the places where there is a lot of renewable electricity, continuous flow of for example, hydropower that allows these type of productions. But the grid is key, and the states needs to help in order to enable it.
Go ahead, Sri.
Since we are talking about wish list, one thing which I forgot to mention is about circular infrastructure as well. For us at IKEA, materials is almost 46% of our overall emissions, and we are aiming to transition towards renewable and recycled materials by 2030. And for that, we need massive amount of recycled materials. And today we see that it's a big bottleneck in Europe as well as all parts of the world. And there is a great possibility here to convert waste to resource and to bring that back into the circularity loop as such. So we would greatly benefit as a business if there is heavy focus on circular.
Somebody's listening here. Plastic, wood, steel, aluminum,
textiles,
everything that goes into your products.
Yeah.
More circular materials. Thank you, Shereen. So any blocker that you would like to shine light on here that needs to be eliminated or, well, refined or altered? Johan?
Well, the key point, but we already talked about it, is the relative pricing between fossil and the new climate solutions, where we heavily subsidize the fossil solutions. So that is such a tremendous blocker. So whatever can be done there will have an enormous effect. So that's one thing, of course. But we have to work within the limits we have in any case, as far as I see it. As you mentioned, Sri, I think the material transformation has partly been ignored. Of course, we see that renewable energy is scaling, even if there are a lot of blockers there in terms of permits in particular, I would say, and also some regulations in regards to the distributed energy system, which I'm convinced has a tremendous potential, which means basically invest in renewable energy really at the edge of the network and storage, etc., to partly not being dependent on the grids. But then also to highlight regen agriculture and sustainable forestry, we need incentives for the people, for the landowners and for the farmers, positive incentives for the smaller companies and so on, so it's not perceived as another burden that you start to put on these smaller actors. There needs to be really positive incentives. And I do think that a lot of these people like to be planetary stewards, as far as I see it, but there has to be an economy in it, yes.
Thank you. Anybody else? Blockers? Maria?
I think one thing that we don't raise too often is the lack of talent, actually, in particular on the engineering side. We need to get more and more kids to get really excited about engineering, because there is a lot to actually be able to have impact in this global transition if you choose that route, and there is a lack of it today. Another thing that I do think we really need to start to work even more on is we enabled it through partnerships across the value chain. Let's now also talk about partnerships between countries, because this is a question about where the cheap electrons are, for example. And in some cases, you might need to stop doing the way that we have done it for 100 years and actually start to divide up that value chain a little bit more. For example, just to make it simple in steel making requires iron. And today, iron ore is shipped into Europe, and you make the iron in continental Europe. This is where you abate the most if you go the green route, but you really need green electrons, and there isn't enough in the middle of Europe. So instead of subsidizing these huge iron-making facilities, where the OPEX is going to be really high in the future, do that somewhere else and bring in the iron instead and keep the steel making in these countries. So we need to have different type of solutions and different partnerships between countries as well in order to enable it, I believe.
How can we get that to happen? I mean, that's quite a bit of regulatory puzzle here to lay out, right?
Yes, it is. On multiple levels. I shouldn't go into it because it comes too detailed, but yeah.
Well, thank you. In terms of countries in the global south, opportunities to grow in this transition, looking at curbing emissions and looking at the value chains, what would you like to add here, Sri?
I think it's a great opportunity to reinvent the economies as such. And 2 points that, Johan, you mentioned at the outset, phasing out of fossil fuel subsidies. And today it's not about renewable energy is cheap, but they don't have a level playing field. How can governments really enable that?
That's insane still. Yeah. Subsidies, yes.
So that'll allow our supply chain to go full throttle as such. So that's one thing which comes to mind.
But how could this, I mean, we need more pressure on the decision makers, right, to get the fossil fuels subsidies off.
And NDCs, there should be a clear demonstration of complete phase out of fossil fuel. So it's not phasing away from fossil fuel, it's phase out of fossil fuels. And that language needs to come out more clearly.
Thank you. We have the non-fossil fuel proliferation treaty. It's a mouthful that is aiming to do, of course, just that and shed light on this process. So Fiona, global South possibilities in terms of this work.
Yes, I mean, I think it does go back to how can you drive countries to leapfrog those carbon-intensive industries? So how can you leapfrog that? And when you speak to people in the countries, and they are very clear, they say, well, what we need is money, we need financing. And there's a big opportunity coming up at COP29 for the newly collective qualified goal for that to be agreed. Because again, we talk about the NDCs, and some countries will be able to finance that on their own, and some won't. Some will need a collection of different finance mechanisms to drive those NDCs forwards. And so that is why that conversation at COP29 will be so critical. And it's important to keep pointing out, really, that it needs to be just and needs to be fair. We don't want to create a solution in 10 years' time where we've won the war on emissions, but we haven't won the war on inequality. So this is a perfect opportunity to make sure actually it's done fairly. So I have to say it's finance, and all eyes should be on COP29, and all eyes should be on the negotiators at COP29. And I'm sure the negotiators will be looking around them to say, well, who's supporting us to go further and faster on this? And that's why, again, it's people like who are on panels like this have to speak up and say, there is an issue, we understand there's an issue. There's not a lack of money, but the money is going to in the wrong direction. So how can we reroute those harmful subsidies? How can we create bankable projects? How can we make sure the cost of capital comes down? So yes, that's what I would say. I think that's one of the barriers there.
Thank you for spelling it out so clearly, Fiona. The title of this session is Race to the Top. So how could we shift the narrative from sharing the burdens, I mean that this is really tedious work, it's horribly difficult, to more of this is actually a possibility for companies and also for countries with, of course, different backgrounds and also different possibilities to do this leapfrogging, as you mentioned, Fiona. But how do we work with the narrative? I mean, at Steger, you've been very good at using the narrative to easily explain the purpose of what you're doing. So any pointers?
Yeah, I think this is part of the reason also actually that we changed our name from H2 Green Steel to Stegra, is because we would like to do more than maybe just steel and enable maybe the steel industry to actually make the transformation like doing iron, and we also do the hydrogen. But these two components require places where you have a lot of green electrons at a cheap cost. And if we talk about then the South, there is tremendous opportunities in many of these countries to actually have this green transition and enable Europe and United States to actually make the green transition in a more sustainable way. But then we shouldn't just make hydrogen in these countries, we should actually make something that is value add, so the value stays in the country before we ship it out. I think that's one thing that is really important. The other thing that is really important is that many of these countries will need help with building out the grid. So there's going to need to be a lot of investments that we jointly need to do together. So it is going back a little bit to my comment before that I think countries even need to come together and investor needs to come together in order to race to the top.
Thank you, Maria. Fiona, narrative. What is your take on shifting this?
I think it's crucial that we demonstrate how far we've come. And I think your presentation, actually, Johan, was very good to show that. You know, we are going in the right direction, but maybe not as fast as we possibly need. And I think it's incredibly important that we hold the line and we say we can't compromise too much about this. You know, we are heading towards a very difficult situation if temperatures continue to rise, and we shouldn't sugarcoat that. It will be horrific, it really will be. However, there is still time to fix it, and we have the solutions, we have the science, we know how to do it, but what we're lacking at certain places is perhaps the bravery and the ambition. So it's very important that whenever we have any conversations like this, we step up and we say, it's possible, we know it's possible, I'm going to show you my skin in the game, this is what we're doing, can you now show me what you're going to do? Because we will get there, but we need to get there, and we need to get there fast. So the narrative and keeping that hope is incredibly important.
Mm-hmm. And how do we deliver this narrative leading up now to COP29, Fiona?
I think it's in situations like this, in New York at the moment, at Climate Week, a lot of the narratives are actually kind of up for grabs. There's people pushing different things. And it's up to progressive business to say, we know it's possible, this is what we are doing, and these are the case studies, we can show you what we're actually doing as well. And it's important that we start drowning out maybe those other voices that aren't so helpful, you know, and it's important that any type of influencing moment that you have, you use your voice at it. You know, for example, we published a climate policy engagement review where we said, this is what we want our trade associates to talk about on our behalf. Others are also doing it. There's many, many ways that we can win the battle. We just need to keep doing it.
Thank you, Fiona. So we're coming to, well, Shireen, maybe you want to add to something before we conclude.
Just one point. I would also add the narrative on economic relevance and economic resilience of countries, because the supply chains of today might look quite different from the supply chains 10 years from now.
True that.
And we are already seeing, and I would also borrow Fiona's messaging on the need for bravery and ambition. Financing is very much key to this whole discussion, but countries need to demonstrate the bravery and the ambition that we see this as an economic opportunity to make the transition. We are already seeing this discussion. Should we just move this sourcing of this product from commodity from this market to this market? Because preconditions are quite better here. So it's for economies, it's to realize that they can protect their economic base, they can preserve their economic base, but also grow exponentially on that economic base.
Thank you, Shri. I'd like to ask Johan to share a few words of conclusion, also maybe a call to action here from the exponential perspective here on Race to the Top, please.
I think we, as sort of representing the business community, what can we do? That is key. And just to echo what you said, Fiona, as well, is basically we need to show that the transformation is happening. It is possible. We've achieved enormous results. It's not any longer about sort of setting targets. Well, it's important that we get the broader base of companies setting targets, but we reached quite a big base in terms of the global economy. Something like 90% has some kind of net zero target. So that's a great achievement. But what is really important now is to show that it is possible, it is happening. We are transforming these value chains. We can show that to all our peer companies, that the new holy grail is about transforming value chains. If you're not doing that, you're not part of the game in 5 years' time. Every company needs to understand that. And then you have to work in a completely new way. You can achieve tremendous results. And then at the same time, work with our trade associations. Thanks for your excellent work there. Put pressure on your trade organizations. Ensure that they align with 1.5. You have to step in there or step out. That's a key point. And we have to have a much stronger voice in terms of policy, but also work to integrate now the clean transformation as part of
the GDP as well, complementing the NDCs, getting it into the mainstream of all economies.
Well, thank you very much, Johan Falk, Exponential Roadmap Initiative co-founder and CEO, and of course, Rara Gopal from Interrekia Group, and Fiona Duggan also from Unilever, and Maria Persson-Gulla from Stegra, for sharing your insights in this panel. And keep the pressure on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's dig a bit deeper into the value chain perspective. It's something that we really love to talk about here at We Don't Have Time and at the Climate Hub. And the reason is that the magnitude of work that we need getting ahead is getting clearer by the day. And we need to achieve this by looking at companies around the world. We just had great examples here of companies pulling their load to transform their value chains profoundly to reach the net zero targets by 2030, to have their emissions, by 2030. So again, my name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson. I'm one of the hosts here at We Don't Have Time. And we're going to talk about practical examples and needs for success when it comes to value chain here, reinventing your value chains. And I have a great panel, just like the previous session here, to join us shortly. But first, it's my pleasure to introduce Louise Rebinder from Exponential Roadmap Initiative. She's the director there, and she will share her perspective and set the scene. So please, Louise, join me, and the floor is yours.
And thank you, Katarina. And I have come across the value chain, the supply chain, in several different roles. I've been working with factories. I've been looking at warehouses. I've been looking at IT systems. And then I've been working in procurement, really digging deep into working with our suppliers and looking at materials. I come from big corp. I come from the telco industry. And when I talk about the value chain, and when I think about it, and when I think about how we can work with it, I get a little bit philosophical, which I like because I think it's quite valuable. And we talk about the value chain, but to me, it's not really a value chain, because value chain would signify more of a company having a connection with a supplier who has connection with a supplier, but it's really more of a web, because one company can have maybe 30 suppliers or 5,000 or 50,000 suppliers or more. It's a huge network just there. But then imagining the customers of those companies as well. So it's a huge network all there, and it's kind of a tangled and massive web that we have to work with. And all of us, all the companies, the more than 300 million companies that we have in the world, we're all connected in one way or the other. There are business transactions going back and forth, and then we have this economical systems where we're all part of. And then we also have, which I also find really interesting, and that's the dimension of the person, people in the world. We have many, many people in the world, billions of people, and they're also connected to this economical system, to this value chain. Often, it's kind of forgotten that these companies are actually built up of these people that we also need to work with. We need to get these on board too. We need to get the people on board, and we need to get the companies on board. And
making it more complex is that we have so many sectors that we're all tied to. And one company can be tied to, of course, many, many sectors just in the first connection that they have, the first tier that they have. And looking at that supply chain of that company that I'm thinking of now, the imaginary company, we have a lot of them that are very, very small, suppliers that are less than 500 people. Maybe in the world, there are 90-95% of the companies, the 300 million plus companies, are SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, and it looks the same for a company in their supply chain. So if you have, let's say, 50,000 suppliers, maybe 45, 40, I don't know, depending on what kind of sector you're in. But they're very, very small companies. So we have this vast spread of the type of companies that you have in this value chain. But seeing that we're all connected, it's good and it's kind of bad. It creates this complexity. But when you think about it, if you kind of pull a thread in this web, it's kind of heavy because you will get many of these actors along. When you're pulling this thread, you will get all the people and the companies that are tied to this, all the actors, the suppliers and partners and competitors, or whatever you want to call it. But it also creates these opportunities that we are connected, that we are tied together, because then you have this possibility of working together, collaborating, influencing, supporting each other, so that we can get these open up for these possibilities when we work with R&D, we work with new materials, we work with circularity together with customers and with suppliers. We work and find these possibilities for renewable energy. And we work with the engagement of spreading this word of, okay, I, in the imaginary company, then I have a climate target. I should not expect anything else from my customers, my peers and partners, and my suppliers. Of course, it's not that easy. It's kind of complex, and we need to support each other, but it creates this huge possibility when we're kind of collaborating in this vast network of ours, making sure that we are heading in the same direction, moving towards the 1.5 degree ambition and halving emissions by 2030. And that was my philosophical way of setting the scene for this session. So hopefully we'll see some great examples in this panel. So I'm handing back now to Katarina, and thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Louise, for sharing your insights here, starting us out. And we have some great guests here. Shri from Head of Climate and Air Pollution at Interikea Group, Raya Gopal. You were in the previous panel, but we're happy to have you back, of course, with your expertise. And also Jenny Kato, you're here with us from your Senior Vice President, Global Head of Public Affairs and Partnerships at Scania. Wonderful to see you here too. And last but not least, Elena Avesani, your Vice President of Sustainability Applications Strategy at Oracle. So with these great guests, we're going to dig a bit deeper into this. But first of all, a round of what your company, your organization works with and how you address the value chain perspective. So would you like to start from the Oracle perspective, please?
Sure. So Oracle is a technology company, $60 billion American giant. We are a leading cloud provider, largest database provider in the world. And our bread and butter is enterprise applications. So we're a data company. We serve more than 500,000 customers, talking about the web that Luis was mentioning. We work with more than 20,000 partners. So we look at how we can serve this wide network of companies and how we can support the companies in their journey. And probably most of the listeners and companies that are here at a certain point or another have used or are using Oracle's technology. But in terms of what our value chain is from a material impact perspective, that has changed considerably in the 40+ years of Oracle's history. We were a pure software provider, and we became a hardware manufacturer when we acquired Sun Microsystems in 2008, and then now we are a cloud provider. So what is material today is our energy usage in our expanding data center footprint, our hardware supply chain, the use of materials, the use of the selection of suppliers. And that has changed how we look at sustainability substantially. And we can talk more about that later. So.
Well, thank you very much, Elena. Fiona, Scania, and being Swedish, I'm very well aware what Scania does, but maybe the global population needs to be enlightened a bit about Scania. Scania, how do you work and how you address the value chain perspective?
Yes, thank you. Well, we are a plus 130-year-old company, very well known in Sweden and also globally, I would say. We manufacture trucks and buses in the premium segment. And of course, this is not new to us. We have been developing the world's most fuel-efficient combustion engine for decades now. But of course, also recognizing we're part of the problem, we also need to be part of the solution. So since almost a decade, we have also taken on the challenge to drive the shift towards a sustainable transport system. And we do that mainly by going electric. And of course, in the combustion engine world, we have almost 97% of the emissions coming from scope 3, so when our products are in use. And that is also where we need to work a lot, talking about ecosystems and talking about value chains. But of course, going electric, more of the emission, the share of the emissions are also from the upstream. So we're now also targeting our supply chains and value chains within the 4 hotspots that accounts for over 80% of the emissions coming into the product, which are batteries, steel, cast iron, and aluminium. And we will go 100% green 2030 in these 4 hotspots.
That's a very strong goal.
Yes, so putting strong purchasing requirements on our suppliers. One of you have been also having a few of them on stage, I know, earlier with Stegra, etc. So
Stegra is supplying the steel that goes into
Yes, exactly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Shri, you were just here in the previous panel, but maybe somebody's not watching sort of in any consequence here. So please tell us about how you at IKEA work with your global supply chains.
Sure. IKEA is a global home furnishings company, and we take a full integrated value chain approach when it comes to climate action. So it's a total cradle-to-grave approach. So we work with our suppliers, we have our own operations, we have franchisee partners, and then the customers as well towards the end of the product lifecycle journey as such. 2/3 of our emissions are upstream, which happens in materials, manufacturing, transportation of the product, and then 1/3 of the emissions are downstream. For us, the biggest hotspots for emissions are materials first, almost 46%, materials and food ingredients, almost half of our total emissions as such. We also sell products which customers plug into their wall sockets, like microwaves, induction hobs, for example, LED light bulbs. That is the second biggest. And then we have the manufacturing facilities of our supplier partners, which we call production. That's 10% of our overall emissions. So materials and food ingredients, product use at home, and production, all 3 of these put together, it's around 80% of the emissions.
Thank you very much, Sri. Louise, would you like to add? I mean, you're not a company in this aspect, but the Exponential Roadmap, maybe tell us a little bit more about what you do, if you'd like.
Yes, of course. And yeah, we're more of a professional services type of company.
Exactly.
And we
are a company, but you're not producing goods.
Yeah, no material like that. We do have our guides, though, which is one of the things that we do.
It's paper.
Paper,
and
yes.
digital.
And digital. But we are supporting companies to be better with working with reducing emissions for in the value chain and outside as well. And we're producing guidance, finding best practices that we want to showcase, just like is being done here. And we have most of our emissions when it comes to the money we have in bank, because we're looking at that too, and also travel, so different.
Could you say that again, please? What the money in the bank?
Money that we have in bank that is generating emissions.
I heard you. I just wanted you to repeat it, because many companies might not address this as a emissions. And the COP that we're heading towards is, of course, named the finance COP. So this is it's an interesting topic. We'll probably get back to this. So Sri, in terms of, you mentioned your hotspots here, value chains perspective. So could you take us through how you're working with materials and energy, please, to reduce emissions and the value chain?
So if I talk about the energy part first, and then I'll focus on the manufacturing part. So almost 50% of some years ago, 50% of our energy was consumed as electricity, and then 50% was as application for heat. So it could be boilers or many other different type of assets which might be there which could produce heat. So then we started looking at electricity first, and then we started working with our suppliers to decarbonize that faster. And then we focused on 13 top countries, which constituted 90% of our overall electricity consumption. And we launched an electricity procurement program where we sort of bundle volumes of our suppliers, and then we go out in the market and facilitate RFQs. And then the solutions which are out there, our suppliers are free to contract with the vendors then. So they get access to prices which are much more cheaper because we bundle the volumes together. And many of our SMEs that we work with, they don't have the financial muscle to go and negotiate or get access to many of the instruments like PPAs. So we are making that possible for our suppliers. So through such initiatives, we have seen a rapid scale up of renewable electricity. And at the same time, we've also seen a scale down of fossil fuels. For example, coal, which used to be almost 15% of our overall energy consumption, that's now 7%. And by FY25, we had committed to completely phasing out the use of coal on site at our suppliers. So except for 3 suppliers where we have given an extension of 2 years, we will phase out coal from all the other suppliers. So that's on the production side.
That's very impressive. Just a follow-up question here, because this, of course, also affects the neighboring, I mean, the people living in this region that might all of a sudden they get access to clean energy, thanks to your work, correct?
I would rather say clean health as well.
Yeah, well, of course.
And of course, the suppliers, in a sense, they get access to the PPAs, which is possible for them. And then, of course, many more suppliers are welcome to join when it comes to a particular area where we are offering these solutions.
You're shedding the light on the possibilities of creating more clean energy. Excellent. Please continue with the materials.
On materials, innovations is incredibly important, and we need to have a long-term horizon. So we've harvested a lot of the low-hanging fruits right now. But when it comes to, and then we try to approach it from a portfolio perspective. Can we use less materials for the same function, safety, everything else remaining the same? Can we use less of the material, become more material efficient? Can we use better versions of the material, like high-strength steel, for example, rather than the traditional steel that we're using? One example I want to cite, which was a result of 10 years of innovation, was the introduction of bio-based glue. Glue is an innocuous material, but it was almost 5% of IKEA's emission. So by moving from fossil glue to bio-based glue, which was 30% reduction in the emission of the glue, we have started to, we introduced that for the first time in one of our Lithuanian factory, and now we are on a journey to scale that up. So we also, that shows the importance of also persevering. Some of it has long payback times as such. So some innovations might not be very cost effective in the short run, but one also needs to take a long-term horizon. Some we need to be smart by using material efficiency, reducing costs wherever possible, but some there will be a higher cost which we need to take into the products in some way.
Thank you for sharing this example with the glue, because you might think it's just a little thin glue. I mean, it's not a big piece of heavy material, but it's a product that is in so many products. So the devil could be in the details, right?
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Sri. So Jenny, in terms of your challenges at Scania and how you tackle them to reduce the emissions in the value chain, you touched a bit about your value chains here, but where do your major challenges lie and how do you work with them?
Yeah, so I mean, now when we are going into kind of the most deepest transformation that we've seen, I mean, going from like horse and carriage to combustion engine, and we're now in the same kind of paradigm shift. We need to work with the whole ecosystem, right? And because even if we are producing and manufacturing the battery electric trucks and provide them to the market, we also need the whole ecosystem around them to transform in the same pace. So that is a challenge for us at the moment, and we need to understand our customers better. We have always worked very close to our customers, but also our customer's customer, like IKEA and other transport buyers, because they are the ones driving the demand for these green transports. And that also means that for Scania, we need to involve and engage and invest also in businesses and new ventures outside of our core business.
Such as?
Such as, for example, charging infrastructure. So we have, since a few years back, we have a joint venture with our actually competitors, so Daimler and Volvo. Together we have a joint venture called Milans, where we aim to build 700 charging points in Europe. To start with, we also most
that will
recently,
be for the trucks, right?
For the heavy-duty vehicles, trucks, yes, because it's a totally different game, charging a passenger car and charging a truck. So yes, and we also have a joint venture where we sell transport as a service, for example, to kind of ramp up the demand for the battery electric trucks. We need to help our customers to make this transition, and they need to have the business case straight, so to say. So that is a big challenge, and in order to do this, we also need the political kind of frameworks set right. So we need long-term stable conditions also for incentives, for example, for policies that kind of enables both us, our customers, and the transport buyers to make the right choices. And that is an immense challenge, I would say.
And you communicate this need to the politicians at hand too, I assume?
All the time.
Yes, I just wanted you to say that, because I know you do, and many companies do. The consistency is key here in policies.
Exactly, because we invest long term. I mean, when we do these billion euro investments, they are for long-term perspective. And the politicians and policymakers, they are very short-term, actually.
4 years in general,
exactly.
Right? Yeah.
And that is a challenge for the industry.
Thank you, Jenny. So turning to you, Elena, can you please highlight something that you are working with at Oracle right now in this field?
So the most important project we are currently focusing on is, in my division, and embedding sustainability capabilities in our portfolio of financial and supply chain management applications. So I was listening to Sri and Jenny talking about the type of transformation that they are implementing. And one of the key challenges we see talking to customers is that they don't have the right information at the right time when they're making financial planning or supply chain decisions. So the selection of a site or a material or a supplier that then determines whether you're achieving your goals, you're reducing your emission, you are minimizing your risk, is not in the ERP system. So it's often managed separately in Excel spreadsheets or niche solutions that don't tie back into supply chain and financial planning. So we're looking at how we can really make possible for the chief financial officer and the supply chain leadership team to have that information at the right time so that the buyer, the commodity manager, the data scientist has that information available. And the goal is to make it easier to drive decision-making and also to get the process of managing that data in the right function so the sustainability teams focus on strategy, on planning, on impact, instead of crunching numbers in Excel to figure out how to achieve goals.
So any key recommendations here for companies that listen to this, how they should think about management systems?
So my recommendation, and my sales team doesn't like me when I say that, is work with your ERP provider, right? So because you have to look at your current financial and supply chain management system, they should be the ones helping you, right? We are looking at how we can help our customers, and we're looking at making it easier for our install base to really make that leap forward. But if you run on SAP or Microsoft or ServiceNow, they are the ones that will help you, because that ultimately it's about leveraging the tools you have and really empowering your teams to use what they currently have. So that is my recommendation.
Any specific things you should tell your IT company that you work with to get there?
Three key things. Well, for cloud providers, transparency in how they're procuring energy. Transparency and guardrails on how they're leveraging AI in their applications. And support in innovating how you manage your sustainability programs within the portfolio of solutions you already have.
Thank you, Elena. This is a very interesting perspective. Thank you. So, Louise, any thoughts?
Yes, I have a reflection here.
Sure.
And see any fantastic stories and examples and best practice, really. But my reflection was for Elena. And it is the integration of sustainability into everyday business that you really need to have, whether it's Oracle or any other solution where you have a management system. But also then getting sustainability into something that is already there makes it so much easier to transfer to working with sustainability or getting the sustainability glue into products that customers will already be buying. It's a little bit easier than maybe Jenny talking about we need to set up new infrastructure, which takes a little bit more time. But when you have something and you kind of sneak in sustainability there, I find it fascinating.
So, Louise, let's look a bit about supplier engagement in general from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative's perspective. How can we enhance it?
Well, I think I've been working with supplier engagement, for quite some time, and it is about requesting your suppliers to also set 1.5 degree aligned targets, halving emissions, etc., etc. And this has really taken speed. There are so many organizations that are supporting companies, and there are so many companies that have started with this approach. And the more the merrier, really, because if we have more customers, if we take one tier, customers asking the same thing from suppliers, it will be so much easier for the suppliers to then take that step because they won't have 10 different requests. So we create a much better momentum. So really my tip there is this is kind of an easy win to get a good fundament of sustainability in your customer or supplier value chain. So my tip there is really get started, don't get over enthusiastic. Because it can be hard if you start with 5,000, all of your suppliers at once, if you have qualitative work. But get going and scale your action if you haven't started. So basically now.
Well, basically now. Thank you, Louise. So in general, don't get too enthusiastic. But on the other hand, Shri and also Jenny, the progress, what would you say is the best progress that can be made in the short term, if you look at the enthusiasm here, and in the long term? Would you like to start, Shri?
I think in the very short term, I would allude to the previous session where it's an opportunity of time where we can have more ambitious NDCs from the government, and then private sector need to clearly demonstrate their intent and send demand signals through commitments aligned to the science of 1.5.
And we have a window now with the Summit of the Future
Exactly.
and the COP coming up.
Yes, by February 2025 is when countries are going to submit their plans. There is every opportunity to engage and influence governments to do the right thing. And then that, it's not only their part to play, we are here standing along with the governments to also do our own part. So that I see as something that needs to happen, and we need to have exponential pace of action between now and 2030. We really need to halve emissions, as science says. And then that means a lot of different things: removal of fossil fuel subsidies, scale up of circularity, everything that we touched upon in the previous session as well, scale up of regenerative agriculture, for example, more charging infrastructure. So all of these things can be enabled by policies, and I'm sure there will be a lot of uptake from the private sector as well for all of these solutions.
Fingers crossed, indeed. Well, thank you very much, Sri. So, Jenny, the short-term, the long-term perspective here from Scania?
Yeah, I mean, we have the solutions, we have the technical solutions. We already serial produce battery electric vehicles for both urban and regional use. But of course, also in different regions in the world, the progress is taking shorter or longer time.
It depends on policies also, of course.
Exactly, depending also on policies. So in Europe, for example, we have really, really hard regulation now, both on the passenger car side, but also on the heavy-duty vehicle side. So it's definitely going to happen, even if it's a little bit too slow as we see it right now. But I mean, still, this will happen in Europe due to legislation and due to other reasons. We have, relatively dense population in Europe. We have supply of fossil-free energy or electricity. We have also the functional road and infrastructure for electricity. But if we go to Brazil, for example, which is another big market for Scania, we don't have that road or electricity infrastructure. So there we need to work with other types of decarbonization strategies like biofuels, for example. So all of our engines are also compatible with 100% biofuels, and then we have to work with demand for that. So I think we need to also take different geographies and different parts of the world in different pace. That is, and also, as I said, even if we will succeed with our electrification strategy, there will still be the rolling fleet. The amount of vehicles on the streets will still be a lot of combustion engines. So they also need to decarbonize and go into biofuels and biogas.
And then we need the production, and that requires
Exactly.
legislation, et cetera,
Yes.
et cetera. So that's where pressure from companies come in at play, of course. Thank you very much, Jenny. So Elena, in terms of collaboration, let's all talk a little bit about this before the session ends. How do you collaborate to get this ball rolling quicker?
I think the best example I can give you is what the IT industry has done with the Responsible Business Alliance organization. That was founded back in 2009, and back then was aiming at creating a supplier code of conduct and a code of conduct for the IT industry in supply chains. That organization has grown exponentially and has driven how we look at our supply chain, not only from a human rights perspective, but also how we push for decarbonization, for responsible sourcing of minerals. And I think it's a larger concept that we need to explore, how in each sector there is almost a pre-competitive type of effort that needs to be implemented, right? So that the purchasing power of an entire industry can really drive change. And there is the theory of change that 20% of a sector can drive change across the entire vertical. And we had, as an organization, a fantastic experience in working with RBA over the years.
Thank you, Elena. So Sri, do you have any success stories when it comes to working with stakeholders?
Sure, I think collaboration is key across internal stakeholders as well. The very reason why we got our net zero goals. So we went to the board 2 years ago with our net zero goals, which was then not accepted by the board because they wanted to see a concrete action plan, climate roadmaps or transition plans. And then we had to engage with a lot of collaboration across all parts of the value chain to see how are they going to decarbonize that part of the value chain. So it was totally owned by the business right from the very beginning, which gave faith to the management that, yes, the business stands behind it. This has worked up bottoms up. So there is confidence in the plan, and we got the approval for our net zero goals. So that's internal
impressive
collaboration. And then external collaboration as well. We work with a lot of like-minded companies, as in it's not a race to zero. It's not a race that we need to win. We need to collectively reach to a world which is within 1.5 degrees of warming as such. And then joining hands with like-minded companies is key. We have been partnering with many like-minded companies to, for example, in some specific geographies, sourcing renewable electricity together so that we can have more volumes together, and then we can make it even more possible for our smaller suppliers to also have access to all of these. So there needs to be collaboration all across, internal as well as external collaborations as such.
Thank you. Great examples. So Jenny, do you have any golden nuggets when it comes to stakeholder collaboration here?
Well, I was actually going to tell you a little bit about a good example with IKEA that we have just deployed. And that's actually, together with IKEA and your local transport partner, calculated and created a electrified corridor between IKEA's manufacturing facility to the local port in Portugal. And that has taken some calculations, a lot of collaboration together to kind of see where should the charging stops be, what is the flows that needs to be.
How long a stretch is it?
I don't have the exact number, but it's, I mean, it doesn't really, I mean, it's kind of the calculation of the whole goods flow there. So I think that is a good example of how we work when we work together with customer and customer's customer to create these kind of good examples on how it can work out. So that we're very proud of that. And I started working in June this year, and I think we're now looking into France and Poland as well, together with you.
And if I can just add on to that, heavy duty trucks were one of the pain points, how to sort of really move towards electric trucks, but for heavy goods. And through this collaboration, we were able to achieve the solution for the pain point that we had. So it was not only with the direct supplier, but directly with Scania here in this example, which actually created a win-win for everyone involved in this whole journey.
Very encouraging examples. Thank you very much. So we're about to wrap up this session, but I have a final question to all of you. Brief answer, please. If you could wish for one thing that would make things go faster, what would that be, Louise? You start.
All right. Yeah, I think quick answer, celebrating successes, success stories, and just good examples like this one to really embrace and be transparent and, congratulate those that have done it.
So more celebration will speed up the process.
It will, yeah.
Thank you. Shri.
Global optimism.
Global optimism.
We see, we read the news daily, and it's easy to slip into disappointment. I think it's important that we keep the optimism on. The solutions are there. It's perseverance, ambition, which is needed, and the drive to make sure that we are at it. Every degree counts. Every 0.1 degree counts. So we need to do all that we can.
Thank you. It sort of resonates with what you said, Louise, in terms of celebration and optimism. Thank you. So Jenny.
Bold and brave leadership. Policy leadership. I think we see it in the industry in general, at Scania specifically, but I think we need it also on the policy side that holds the line. I mean, there is no turning back. We can't back into the future.
Thank you very much, Jenny. But so also backing as a company with transportation. I mean, you know what you're talking about. You go forward most of the time, not backwards, right? So we need no backing. Thank you, Jenny. So Elena.
Last one. Tying what she's saying, changing the incentive within our economic system from short-term to long-term vision, which requires policy leadership.
Excellent. And I'm looking at the clock here, and I see I actually have room for one more quick one. call to action. Does anybody want to share a really strong call to action? It's been sort of, yours was a call to action, and actually, Jenny, in terms of stronger leadership. But yeah, go ahead, Louise.
There are no excuses, really. I have been working with a lot of different companies, different parts of the value chain, and there are no real excuses not to start. I've heard so many, but when it comes to supplier engagement, or when it comes to putting a plan together for looking at renewable energy, and yes, it's difficult, but it has been done. There is support. You will be able to move forward, even if it's baby steps. You are able to do something, and for that, very often you do need to have management support, which is utterly just very, very important, not only when you start, but all the way through. So that's kind of getting started, ensuring that you have support, and you will get somewhere. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else? We have one more minute.
Never take
Elena.
no for an answer.
Never take no for an answer. I think that's a great one to end this, then finish this with. Never take no for an answer. And it's been fantastic talking to you all here on stage at the Climate Hub in New York. And we're counting on your relentless work. The world needs companies like yours to push, and your organizations like Exponential Roadmap Initiative to get things going. So again, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, some wonderful new guests here, seated in this panel constellation here. We're going to talk about carbon removals. And every organization that is committed to really reaching the climate goals really need to look into, sooner or later, to look into carbon removals. And immediate strategies for counterbalancing the residue emissions that will be inevitably still there. And of course, this session will delve into this, how we can use carbon removals, how they could be integrated into each company's climate strategy. And we're going to talk about transparency. We're going to talk about credible and effective transition to net zero. We'll go straight into panel discussion here. And it's my pleasure to introduce Johan Falk again, CEO and co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. And next to Johan, we have Claire Wigg, who is head of climate performance. Sorry, Claire, you're over there. I was looking down. I know who you are, Claire, of course. The head of climate performance, also Exponential Roadmap Initiative. And Gabriella Walker, you are in the middle. You're co-founder of Rethinking Removals.
That's good.
What a great name, Rethinking Removals. So we're going to take a big dent out of this topic here on this panel. It's wonderful. It's an important topic. So Johan, let's start with you. Why is it so important to discuss renewables?
Yes, as we said previously, science is clear. We need to halve emissions by 2030 towards net zero by 2050. But that's not sufficient. In addition to that, we also have to protect nature and scale up carbon removals. Now, the good news is we have around 90% of the economy has set some kind of net zero targets. So that's a good starting point. However, it's not sufficient that we do nothing up to net zero and then suddenly start to scale up the carbon removals. So the conclusion is that we need to start scaling from today. And that's also the reason why we're launching these principles with Exponential Roadmap Initiative, Rethink Removals, and Oxford Net Zero, in order to start implementation practically from next year with our member companies.
Wonderful. So thank you, Johan. So Gabrielle, can you please tell us and the audience here clarify, what are carbon removals? There are different techniques. Can you run us through it, please?
Sure, I'm happy to do that. So there's a lot of confusion in this space. And one thing I should say that carbon removals are not, they're not the traditional offsets that many people have often heard of, the kind of avoidance offsets that have been a lot in the headlines. Carbon removals are something different. It's basically taking carbon dioxide out of the sky and keeping it out, at least for decades. And when I first discovered, I've been working on climate change for a very long time, for nearly 30 years. When I first discovered how necessary they were, how much too late we'd left it just to do reductions, I was really quite shocked. But one thing about the carbon removal story is it's not just about having to remove carbon from the atmosphere so we can get down to net zero quickly enough. It's also about continuing and actually reversing climate change and clearing up our mess. So that's one thing to say about carbon removals. But the other thing that I would say is that there's an incredible range of approaches, and more are coming along every day. So many people have heard of trees. Of course, trees are very good carbon removals devices that take CO2 out of the atmosphere. And people have also heard of machines that can suck air through their devices and capture CO2 and bury it in rocks. But in between, there are so many approaches. You can bury carbon in soils, you can spread rocks on the surface and help crops to grow. You can make this stuff called biochar, which is a way of locking up carbon in something that turns out to be a fertilizer. You can do carbon removals in the ocean. There's an incredible range of ways, and many of them also help with parallel issues such as biodiversity loss and nature. So there's a whole spread of these carbon removals approaches, and we're probably going to need more or less all of them to fill the hole that we've dug for ourselves.
Thank you so much. And why is it so important to do this now and not in 5 or 10 years?
That's a brilliant question, because many people have heard that what we should do is first do reductions and then later, mop up the removals, the emissions that are left that are too hard to be able to reduce. The problem there is the actual amounts. So at the moment, almost no carbon removals are happening.
How many percent, or not even percent?
Right. So I'll tell you, the total amount
like
of carbon
right?
removals, high durability carbon removals that have ever been bought in the whole history of humans is about 11 million tons. And of that, about 3% have been delivered. And we need to get, by 2050, we need to get to somewhere between 5 and 10 billion. So
Can
that's
you say this again, because this is my
11 million, and most of those haven't been delivered. And in just like 25 years, we need to get to 5 to 10 billion. And that's an exponential curve, which is why we're so delighted to be working with the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, because they know a thing or two about exponential curves. And anyone who knows about exponential curves that go up like that knows the most important part of the curve is at the beginning. Because that's where, when you act, you can then accelerate. And the later you leave the beginning, the steeper and harder it is to do the rest. And so now, it's not a question of let's wait and see and do it later. To be able to get that scaling up, we really need to be going now.
Thank you very much, Gabrielle. This is super interesting. And Johan, you mentioned a recent paper. I'd like for Climate Week to elaborate a bit on this. It's a Rethinking Removals and Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and also Oxford Net Zero joint work here. Could you please tell us a bit about this?
Yes, that's right. So we got together and we thought about what actually needs to happen to make this start. We have an end goal, we have net zero, and any company that's set a net zero target has implicitly said it will counterbalance its residual emissions with removals. But they're not doing that now, they're not on a track. So this is actually a very simple proposal we've come up with our 3 organizations. What we're saying is every company is on an emissions reduction track. They have a line, basically, from today to net zero. What we need to do is to add a line that goes upwards from removals, which possibly starting at a low volume, up to the level that they're going to need around 2040, 2050. And there are lots of ways to do this. We have some details to work out. But the volumes might start quite low, but they need to be ramping up. And for simplicity, we could take a straight line, or they could be more ambitious and start high at the beginning and carry on that level. And then we're encouraging a portfolio approach. So all those wonderful methods that Gabrielle talked about are possibly to be included even from now. So companies can make a kind of choice.
It's like a buffet of choices.
For now it is,
yeah.
Yes. And we'd encourage experimentation and innovation to scale all these up. However, as we move towards net zero, we're going to need higher durability. And some of these methods have varying times for drawdown. They have varying costs, of course. They have varying durabilities. But as we move towards the future, the portfolio would need to shift towards higher durability. But from the beginning, everything needs to be robust in terms of methodologies, monitoring, quality, making sure we're taking care of any communities that are affected in biodiversity. And then we need to reward those that go above and beyond. So Gabrielle mentioned that a lot of removals have been purchased but not delivered. But making those commitments now is critical. So we need to reward those companies for making commitments now. And if they choose to invest in a higher level of removals than any minimum level that's set, we need to reward that as well.
So Claire, just to clarify, this has not really been done before, this sort of looking at the big picture and seeing what is out there and what different perspectives actually bring. This is the first.
No, we've had, as Gabrielle mentioned, this kind of offsetting idea where you can be emitting but then do something to make up for that. What we're suggesting here is just let's put ourselves on two tracks. We need both tracks. So let's have an emissions reduction track and a removals track. And this isn't in the standards landscape at the moment.
No, that's what I wanted to get at. Thank you very much, Claire. So Gabrielle, your role at Rethinking Removals, what is this? What is it?
So Rethinking Removals is a non-profit organisation that I co-founded a few years ago in partnership with the high-level United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change high-level champions, just to try to get more attention on what was needed for this kind of missing piece in the climate space. So we talked a lot about net zero, and people would say that they were net zero aligned, and they were focused on the zero, but they weren't really thinking about the net. And it seemed like many people were still thinking that somehow these removals would arrive when we needed them without the hard work of actually building them. So I co-founded Rethinking Removals to try to address what some of the barriers were around that, and began to discover from many of the discussions that we've had with the companies we work with the NGOs that we work with the rule setters that we work with the policymakers, that in fact there's a lot of kind of lack of understanding, there's confusion with offsets, and there's also still not really a perception that every net zero target has implicitly a removals target underneath it, but it hasn't been made explicit. And then when you do make it explicit, there's also a realization carbon removals are usually very much more expensive than other kinds of carbon credit. And so there isn't really a mechanism, there aren't business models for how to get involved in that. But perhaps the most important thing that we've learned in our work at Rethinking Removals, what we do is we listen and talk right across the space. There's two very important things we've learned. One is that removals, like everything else in the climate story, need to be integrated. It's not should we do this or should we do that. The science is very clear that we have to have both. So they need to be integrated. How does this work within a climate plan? There also need to be on-ramps. How can companies actually start now and experiment instead of just either saying we need to wait and then we do everything at once, or we have to do everything now when it's actually there's no budgets, it's hard to understand how to do this. So we realized that there's a very strong need for clarity, for an understanding of how removals fit into the rest, for an understanding how different this is from the old idea of somehow you could wash away your climate sins by compensating them with something else. But instead it's about building a set of solutions that are going to be needed and that you have to start now. And the last thing I'd say about this is that we actually began to think about this when Johan and I were actually on the top of a mountain in Norway, in the rain, in the Lofoten, the beautiful Lofoten Islands in Norway. And I'd been talking about some of the challenges I was facing, and Johan was saying, well, at the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, we're very good at exponential curves. We know how to do this kind of thing. And I actually have a picture of him and me. We had a stone, and we were drawing on the soil the different graphs that we now see on the picture today. So that was how we started on this. But so many other people have come in and wanted to engage in so many companies, but also among the rule setters, among people who started to see this. It feels like there's a real appetite to find a clearer way to build something that is increasingly clear we're going to need.
And of course, this is also going to unlock business cases for companies that actually will be able to develop techniques and services, correct?
Yes.
If you shed your light thoroughly on this field.
Absolutely. With another hat, I actually also co-founded a for-profit organization called Curate, which has been we've been talking to lots of businesses about what they need in that space. And one of the things that we've learned is that for the CSOs, the Chief Sustainability Officers, to go and get a budget to buy carbon removals, they have to go to their CFO or their executives. And the first question is anyone telling us to do it? And the second question is, what's anyone else doing? And then how do we build a budget? How do we build a business case? And so it's really important to get people starting on this and building that business case. But there's one other thing that I've learned with the Rethinking Removals work, which is the big question is, what unlocks all of this? What unlocks the scale? How do we get the speed? And the answer is that there's loads of different entrepreneurs who are developing all these different carbon removals approaches. We have hundreds of them on our books in principle, and there's more coming every day. But they don't have the money to scale.
No.
So what they need is they need the money. I call this Operation Get the Money in the Hands of the People with the Shovels. So then how do they get the money in their hands? What they need is they need financing, project financing. But these are all first-of-a-kind industries. There's no track record, so you can't get the project financing.
So they're basically
without that.
startups.
So they're all startups. They don't have any track record. So what they need is proof of a future market.
And that you could bring shed light on in
that
this
means
part. Yeah.
off-takes. And that's why getting companies to act is so important to unlock everything else. If the companies are willing to commit in advance to purchase what's made, that is what unlocks the financing, and that's why this is so important.
It's similar to the stainless steel industry being able to start because they knew that the car industry needed the fossil fuel steel.
Exactly.
So Claire, you've been reviewing this paper and the principles with several other parties. What is the reactions? Tell us about the reactions so far.
Well, that's one of the best things, really. We've had a couple of round tables, and we have another one this week, and we've sent it out to lots of people to see what they think, and they all sort of just say, yeah.
Yep.
It's always been as simple as that. They then come back with a few questions, and we have a number of things to solve, like what will we actually say is a recommended volume? How will the track look? Will it be a straight line or whatever? And then how will we advise companies on the portfolio mix? That's it's a critical piece of the work. But so far, very positive.
Wonderful. So how do these principles relate to other guidelines or principles?
Well, there's a clear link to the Science Based Targets Initiative. And at the moment, any company setting a net zero target under that initiative is required to set its residual level of emissions and to commit to counterbalancing them with removals.
But not how?
But not now.
And so we're adding not how?
They say durable removals at that point, but they're not very specific.
They're not technique specific, of
no,
course.
No, not technique specific. But so we would be adding the track for companies to start on today. And then other initiatives, ISO doesn't say anything specifically about this. Their VCMI doesn't. So no other initiative is saying this. So Exponential Roadmap will be implementing it as the first with our members.
Just one comment about that as well. A lot of the work that we've been doing in building this is also to make sure that it rhymes sufficiently with what's already out there. So it's not yet another alternative or yet another standard or yet another methodology. It's taking into consideration what's already out there, what's already being used and what's already being developed, and saying, here's how removals should fit into that so that it works with what's out there instead of trying to make yet another alternative.
And I think, yes, and if you shift to the next slide, I think one really interesting thing with the work we've been doing here is this focus on, well, put the foot in the ground, work
or the shovel,
or the foot, work with existing initiatives, don't try to create something which is off track, but also focus on simplicity. And as you can see, our principle is here, one page. And the third thing is solve one piece of the puzzle based on a holistic thinking, but one piece of the puzzle at a time, and get it out, start to implement it, get feedback. then work with the other organizations to see how we can scale it, because then we can capture feedback. So by purpose, we kept it really simple but sharp. So that's interesting.
I guess that always helps when you start something that's fairly new, new to address. So Gabrielle, in terms of the companies listening to this now and maybe sort of becoming curious, how do they approach this, and what incentives are there, and how do they maneuver in this new territory? It's not really new, but it needs to be sort of really inhabited by companies now, right?
I think it's interesting you said curious. I think when I think about the companies that come to us, there is a category who already understand they're going to need to buy carbon removals and want to understand how they should go about it. And there's another big category that I call the removals curious, that are starting to hear this and understand. And a year and a half ago, those were very few, and now they're starting to be very many. So it seems clear that this message is getting out, that you're going to need to engage in this in some way. One thing I'd say about it is that companies that we're speaking to, especially among the removals curious, they're looking for on-ramps, but they're also understanding the narrative around removals. It really is as simple as what goes up has to come down. So you either don't emit the emission in the first place, or if you do, you bring it back down. And there's something quite powerful about the simplicity of that narrative, because employees, customers, supply chains of the companies respond really well to that realization that what you're doing here is you're contributing to cleaning up your own mess, you're taking your own individual responsibility, which feels very different from the kind of wash away my sins kind of approach. In terms of how to start, then this is about building the portfolios. And we recommend portfolios for several reasons. You talked about it being like a buffet, a smorgasbord maybe, but it's actually a bit more like, I think, a portfolio of an investment portfolio, where you spread your risks and you spread your opportunities. So you're spreading across different things. You're spreading across different prices. Some of them are much cheaper, some of them are extremely expensive at the moment.
Could you clarify what is cheaper, what is more expensive, if you go to the extremes?
If you go to the extremes, so some of the cheaper but good carbon removals would be more at the nature-y end, like trees, for example, planting trees. But you have to do it right.
Or not chopping them down, maybe.
Not chopping them down in the first place is a different thing, because if you're not chopping the tree down, you're stopping the emission happening in the first place. This is about taking more CO2 out of the air. So we'd make that distinction between both of them are very necessary.
So it has to be planting, not just...
Not chopping it down comes in the reduction part, and planting it comes in the removal part.
Oh, good.
So in the tree, for trees, the trees have to be in the right places. They have to be sensitive to the needs for biodiversity, not just monocultures. You have to know that they're not going to burn down. And this is a concept that we kind of glossed over a bit, how durable the removal is, how long it spends removed after you've actually done it. So some might have durabilities of decades. Some might have durabilities of centuries, some thousands of years, some tens of thousands. So you'd balance the price, and some of the lower durability ones tend to be cheaper. So trees might be good trees, so somewhere between 30 and 50, 60 euros, dollars per ton. And then if you go through different types, then there's soils, there's biochar, there's this kind of charcoal stuff that locks up the carbon. That can be more like a few hundred. There's enhanced rock weathering, grinding up rocks and speeding up a natural reaction. That's again a few hundred. You can go up to the more technological end. They can be sort of 500 or more.
For instance, what's happening in Iceland, would that be on the...
That's at the higher end.
That's on the high end, yeah.
So what you're doing is you're spreading out the prices. You're also spreading out the durability. Some of them should be in the decade scale, some of them in the century scale, some of them in the thousands of years. And gradually, you're increasing the durability as you go forward in time. But you're starting with the ones that are less durable and also cheaper to spread the price. And the third thing that you're spreading is the risk. So the risk that you're spreading is, we don't know yet which of these are the ones that will scale most, and you want to make sure your money is building the industry as well as possible. So you're spreading your bets as to which of these are going to be the ones that will really scale.
This is really, really exciting, what you're sharing here, all of you. So Claire, your perspective also, I'd like to have that on how companies practically address this topic, because that might be overwhelming for some, even bigger companies, to sort of step into this field.
Yes, so I think one of the first questions they're going to need to ask themselves is, are they going to actually do removals within their value chain or without their value chain, outside? And for the climate, and globally, this makes no difference. We need them wherever they are. But some companies, especially in food and construction, will have opportunities to do removals within their value chains, and therefore they need to be innovating and making that happen. And some are planning for this now already.
Can you give an example without maybe mentioning
big food companies would be doing working towards having regenerative agriculture in their supply chains, which can be drawing down carbon dioxide from the atmosphere.
That could be biochar and the crushing of stones,
yes, and the
no-tilling, etc.
Exactly, the soil methods they're using. Exactly.
Can I just throw in on the no-tilling? The no-tilling is very, very low durability, so probably wouldn't come into the category of decades.
It wouldn't even cross the threshold.
It's a good technique, but maybe not.
Oh, it's a terrific technique, but not for this purpose.
Sorry. Sorry for bringing it up, but it's
that's okay.
One of my favorites.
So that's one of the first questions they're needing to ask themselves, and the companies who are further ahead have already begun thinking this one through. And then the next thing is to work out what their strategy is going to be in terms of that trajectory. They need to start somewhere, and we're going to hope to give them advice on that as a volume per year, and then work out how that's going to increase over time, and then to set the portfolio.
So Claire, incentivizing investments here, how do we go about doing this?
We need standards to expect it. So we're hoping to slot, as Gabrielle was saying, we think this can easily be slotted in. So we're working on influencing those that need to make those decisions.
Such as?
Greenhouse Gas Protocol, Science Based Targets Initiative, ISO. BCMI.
Of course. Well, thank you very much. So Johan, in terms of scaling this, I know you love to talk about scaling, and that's part of the exponential approach, of course. So what can you tell us about scaling in this field?
Well, our thinking is to implement these principles together with some leading organizations and with our companies as part of DRI, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, get going, show that it's working, fine-tuning from next year. So that's one piece. But the other part is then, of course, to work with the other organizations that you mentioned, the standard organizations in parallel, to see how it's possible to influence, to incorporate similar type of standards in these organizations.
Excellent.
Actually, I should say that the CSRD in Europe...
Oh, the new directive, yes.
Yeah. It already has a requirement to report on any removals, either in value chain or without value chain.
Is it the CSRD or the CS3D?
CSRD.
RD, just
in the climate section.
It's a bit confusing sometimes. It's excellent. So please, Gabrielle.
Well, one thing I was going to say about, you both used the word influencing, and it's not a word I'm incredibly comfortable with, because I think what we're trying to do is make this easy for companies to do. We're trying to make it easy for it to connect into what other standards are approaching, but also make sure it does the job. So it's not just about making it easy, it's also making sure that when we get to the place where we need them, we'll have the removals that we need. But I don't know what's going to happen in the rest of the standard setting space. But I do know that this is an approach that already rhymes. It already rhymes with them, and that was an important consideration for us. And then in terms of the scaling, we've heard not just from the voluntary rule setters, but perhaps more significantly from policymakers and regulators. They want to see worked examples. They want to bring this into their regulations, but they want to see worked examples to show that it's working. And I think we need to cultivate more of a mindset of experimenting, failing, this might work, but this might be better, and to show that it can work. And if we succeed in doing that with these early companies, these first ones that are buying like this, then we will have an opportunity to have something that looks maybe something like this in the regulations, and then we'll really get to the scale.
Well, thank you so much, all three of you. This is really, really thrilling to listen to, and I hope this will be high on the agenda for companies, but also for regulators and organizations like the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, of course, coming up to review your interesting input here. Best of luck with your important work. Thank you very much, Claire Wigg, and thank you very much, Gabrielle and Johan, for introducing this to this big audience here, and best of luck again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
did you know that water management could limit directly at least 10% of greenhouse gases? I didn't know that, and I didn't know that it could do that with emissions, which is really fascinating. This means that how we manage the water is one of the big make or breaks for net zero and a just energy transition. A resilient, low-emission future depends on inclusive, climate-resilient plans that take into account water's crucial role, but it's also an opportunity for integrated solutions within adaptation and mitigation programming. In this session, we're going to invite some very interesting guests and experts to talk about solutions, real-life solutions, so that cities, countries, and companies can get water right for climate action. But first, let's watch another video about how countries can self-assess and enhance water resilience in their national climate plans.
Water is at the heart of climate action. In response to the climate emergency we're facing, countries around the world are developing national climate plans. These include nationally determined contributions and national adaptation plans, which include targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and actions for reducing vulnerability to the impacts of climate change. Water is needed for most, if not all, climate mitigation and adaptation actions. For climate plans to be successful, we as citizens, companies and governments need to consider key trade-offs between water uses and sectors. Imagine a country is developing a climate plan. The Ministry of Energy wants to use carbon capture and storage, CCS, to capture carbon dioxide, CO2, released from industry before it enters the atmosphere, a technology that requires a lot of water. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Agriculture has a goal of improving food security by expanding crop production. Increasing access to water and sanitation services is a priority for the Ministry of Public Works. Meeting each of these important goals is dependent on water. At the same time, climate change is impacting the global water cycle. Water resources are becoming more variable and less predictable. We can't count on historic patterns of water availability when planning for the future. How and where water is addressed in climate plans and how water is managed when these plans are implemented can mean the difference between projects succeeding or failing. Water resilience is a new approach for climate planning. It means taking into account the water requirements across sectors for agriculture, industry, energy, transport, the environment, and public water services, and ensuring that plans are robust to cope with climate impacts we expect to happen in the future, and flexible enough to adapt to impacts that are harder to see and predict. The Water Tracker for National Climate Planning is a tool that's helping countries to self-assess and build water resilience in their national climate plans. A Water Tracker assessment helps reveal the hidden water needs of a country's climate plans, so that countries can decide how to best allocate water and what to do if there's not enough to go around. Decisions about trade-offs are made with stakeholders from multiple sectors at the table, and climate plans can be turned into achievable and impactful projects to ensure a future that is climate resilient for people, ecosystems, and economies.
So great. We have two first guests with us on this topic. Let me introduce John Matthews. He's Executive Director of the Alliance for Global Water Adaptation that I read since 2010, has been working to bring new ideas to climate resilience through better water management. And we've also got Kate Hughes. She's the CEO of Resilient Water Accelerator, which again I read online, is looking to finance 50 million people to build resilience to climate change through the lens of water. I hope we've got that right. Good. John, let's turn to you first. Water is a resilience and a mitigation multiplier. For those viewers that don't know, mitigation is basically reducing emissions. What does this actually mean? Why is it a multiplier?
It's a great question, Nick. Most of our efforts to really slow down, to control climate change, they're about how we relate to the carbon cycle. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the 2015 Paris Agreement, that has really made climate mitigation a global priority, it turns out, in retrospect, that it was missing one word. It was missing water. And that's because water is really the vehicle that we need to actually make sure that a lot of our climate change actions are coherent, that they're effective. A quick example of that is if we think about most forms of energy production, they actually involve water consumption, water management, water choices. As was mentioned in the video, agriculture is essentially about water itself. But also issues like public health, thinking about most ecosystems, about forest management. The whole food cycle is really water intensive. And climate change is making us make different choices. And so what we're trying to do in Agua is through a series of programs to be able to make sure that we call out the role of water in that space, that it's not just water is the source of floods and droughts, it's not just a source of danger, it's actually the most effective, most important way of generating climate solutions.
Wasn't it an English poet that said, many have lived without love, but none without water? So I think that was the same. It was the one who was in Four Weddings and a Funeral. There's that poem at the end. It's the same poet. I can't remember. Anyway, Kate, let me come to you. We don't need to talk poetry right now. We can talk it later. But why is water's role in mitigation being overlooked? And I must say I was interested in the numbers, 10%, right? Exactly. Why is it being overlooked?
So I've been baffled by this since I kind of stepped into the world of water. My background is much more on the mitigation side, and no one ever mentioned water when I was working on mitigation and looking at energy and those kind of things. And that figure of 10% of global emissions coming from water and water use and water management is shocking. And net zero is powerful precisely because it means that every single sector, every single actor has got to play their part, and everything has got to come down to zero, which means water is a non-negotiable in terms of thinking about mitigation and net zero, and yet, as you say, it's often overlooked. And I think there's sort of two elements to this. One is the direct involvement of water in creating emissions, and the other one is also the role of water in that wider transition that John just touched on as well. So we know that 4% of global electricity demand comes from just water and wastewater use. And that's set to double by 2040. And 10% of global methane comes from wastewater and poor wastewater management and sanitation and wetlands. That's a huge number, and there's a huge focus on methane now as well. But again, I don't think water is really recognised in all of that. And this is in a world where 4 billion people are living with severe water scarcity for at least a month a year. So while we think about the SDGs, and we think about SDG 7, which is the energy, but we also think about SDG 6, which is water, how do we get water security to those 4 billion people while not compromising 1.5 degrees? And then in that transition story, well, water sits behind industrial processes and use. You need something like 100,000 litres of water to make 1 tonne of lithium. So the transition to electric vehicles isn't going to happen if we're not thinking about water. Cooling for power stations, all of this, fundamental on water, and yet it is not considered. And I think there's 3 reasons for that. One is that it is subsumed within other categories. It isn't called out in its own right, so it becomes a second or third order priority after energy or after aviation and shipping, after industrial processes. The second one, which John also touched on, is that it's therefore not part of plans. It's not part of that integrated systems thinking. When people are designing cities, they're often not thinking about where does the water coming from.
We don't see the water.
Exactly. It's hidden in pipes underground, and it's
or in processes, in our clothes and our energy.
Exactly. So it's ignored there. And I think the third really important part, which we're particularly looking at through the Resilient Water Accelerator, is water isn't valued. It's seen very much as a kind of a free good. It's there, it's everywhere, it's ubiquitous. But we're learning that either that ubiquity is really dangerous, or the lack of water is really going to threaten that net zero transition.
So, John, what can climate planners do to fully realise water's potential in terms of climate action? It's quite a big question, really.
It's a huge question. Right now, we're in a process where countries are making 5-year climate commitments. They're called NDCs. And we're just nearing the end of the first phase. And these are completely new positions. Nobody goes to grad school to get a degree in this. And what Agwa's been doing has been creating a program. It's already been running for 3 years. It's called the Water Resilience Tracker. Essentially, it gives these national climate planners the tools to be able to talk to other ministries, to talk to exactly the people that Kate was just talking about in different sectors, and also different levels of governance, so to talk to companies, to cities, to natural resource managers, and help them see that actually water is essentially the currency that is spread between all of these areas, between levels of government, between different programs, and that we need to use that water wisely. We need to use it in a deeply resilient way. And as Kate mentioned, this 10% figure of global emissions coming from water, I mean, let's put that in perspective. What does that look like? That looks like that's more than aircraft.
It's 4 times aviation.
Exactly.
Emissions and shipping's emissions, isn't it? Something like that.
It's a huge amount. So we really need to get a handle on this, right? It's a critical issue. We have an integrated program there called the Water Initiative for Net Zero Winds that is trying to recognize where water is in, say, utilities, dealing with all that methane, which is a kind of greenhouse supergas. And actually, maybe even turn it into a resource. Actually, if we can burn methane and actually take it out of the atmosphere and make it something that's usable for utility operations, or we can take it out of a lot of our rural sanitation programs. We can actually take climate finance and invest it in ecosystems, so that to a climate scientist, a tree is just a long strand of carbon.
Yep. But it's also, as you say, mentioning forest earlier, that a tree is also a vital sort of pumping system.
Exactly.
A natural pumping system, storing the water in the ground and pumping it out when it's needed.
That's right. We're becoming carbon gardeners now.
Yeah, exactly. And water sprinklers too. Yeah. But Kate, let me come back to you. I mean, you mentioned this point, and I think it needs answering in a sense, because we do have the new national climate plans being revised, as it were. The new ones, the NDCs coming out, revised in... They're supposed to agree by March, I think, or February, but I think that's a really unrealistic deadline. But, I mean, countries and companies working together to address this, is there really some momentum here?
Absolutely. And I think it's really exciting to see, and that's where actually our work on the Resilient Water Accelerator comes together with the Water Resilience Tracker that John mentioned. Exactly, seamlessly. Actually, so we're trying to look at those individual interventions on the ground, bottom up, as well as changing the thinking top down. Because if you're going to change the thinking, if we're going to change this paradigm, you've actually got to have real life practical examples of how things are changing and where that money can go to. And exactly looking at the opportunities that John talks about. Water's often seen as a threat, but actually huge opportunities for investment and change as well. Exactly. So we're doing a lot of work in Lagos as one example. 20 million people. Lagos is basically a lagoon and a floodplain, so huge climate resilience challenges, and yet every one of those 20 million people needs water every single day. It's a great leveler. Whether you're the CEO of a bank or you're living in an informal settlement, you need water. So we're looking at the utility level, exactly as John says. Where can we capture the biogas to generate and capture the methane, but also turn that into an energy source? Where can we actually think about the energy used to pump and treat the water and not just rely on oil and gas, but transform that into renewable energy as well? And also get rid of non-revenue water. Huge inefficiencies from water being leaked and lost to the system in the same way we talk about energy efficiency. We're also looking at wetlands. How do you protect wetlands? Again, that's saving methane, but it's also reducing flood risk.
Maybe even pull them into the system, right? Like
exactly. And so then you're thinking about how all of these things interconnect. And finally, I think there's something really exciting. This is like the water equivalent of household solar or cook stoves. Most of those people in Lagos, 90% of them, are using boreholes. And to get the water out of those boreholes, they're using petrol and diesel generators. Hugely expensive, horrific for air quality and also generating lots of emissions. Let's move that over to renewable energy, and that's where the opportunities are for investment.
Good. I'm going to have to stop you both there. I'm so sorry. We've just run out of time. In fact, we've just gone over time. A really exciting topic. Let's hope we can talk about this further in Baku in COP29. And thank you both for being on here. Yeah. That's great. And
thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Nick.
Yes, can we now go to the very interesting solutions where water is...
Sono Alberto Bastianello, titolare dell'azienda agricola La Fagiana. Siamo a Eraclea, in provincia di Venezia, con una superficie totale di 460 ettari, di cui 160 dedicati alla coltura del riso Carnaroli.
Con Netafim abbiamo sviluppato una nuova tecnica per coltivare il nostro riso.
Abbiamo deciso nel 2018 di installare i primi 4 ettari e mezzo, quasi 5 ettari. La prima esperienza è stata interessante e ci ha portato nel corso degli anni ad arrivare a quasi 12 ettari in quest'area. Abbiamo quindi rotto il paradigma che il riso avesse esclusiva necessità della sommersione per poter essere coltivato e abbiamo iniziato a lavorare sulla coltivazione a goccia.
Questo sistema dell'ala gocciolante ci ha permesso di poter garantire acqua alle nostre piante in qualsiasi punto della tenuta e soprattutto in qualsiasi condizione.
Lavorare sull'irrigazione a goccia del riso significa operare soprattutto sulla sostenibilità di questa coltivazione. Da un lato si utilizza meno acqua, circa il 60% in meno, dall'altra parte attraverso l'irrigazione possiamo fornire anche i nutrienti in fertilizazione. Di contro una risaia di questo tipo in regime di gestione aerobica ha un bassissimo tenore di emissioni di gas serra. Comparata con le risaie convenzionali ci permette di dire che è un sistema più sostenibile.
Con questa tecnica siamo riusciti a ottenere un'ottima qualità e anche un'ottima produzione dal punto di vista di resa, ottenendo un risparmio idrico del 70%, quindi utilizzando solo il 30% rispetto alla tecnica convenzionale dell'allagamento.
Energy consumes a substantial amount of water. Our estimate is that the global energy system withdrew about 370 billion cubic meters of water in 2021. If you want to put it in terms of swimming pools, that would be about 150 million Olympic swimming pools. That's perhaps more than there are swimming pools in the world. So as energy demand goes up, it is likely that demand for fresh water will also go up. We need water for cooling, and when we produce fossil fuels, we need water to refine critical minerals that go into some of the clean energy technologies like batteries or wind generators. Some of these clean energy technologies and that have low emissions, for example, concentrated solar power or carbon capture and storage or nuclear power plants, all of these have actually a relatively high water footprint. Now, if we transition to a system that relies more on wind and more on solar panels, then water use by the energy sector is going to decrease. The energy sector needs to be prepared to use less water so that it is not constrained in its capacity to deliver reliable energy.
Great. Well, that was a super interesting film, and it's now time to also introduce some super interesting people as our final guests for this session. I've got with me Mike Brown, who's Global Cities Lead, Climate Bonds Initiative, and also Virginia Newton-Lewis, who's Director of Water Sustainability at Grundfos. I'm going to take the first, or fire the first question at Virginia. Okay, so how can or how should companies integrate their water stewardship and their net zero goals into one another? In other words, how do we bring water into this whole target setting?
Yeah, so the question is how can we and should we? And I'll start with the should we. Absolutely, yes, we should be integrating our climate, our water, and arguably our nature goals together. I'm of the view that we can't be resilient unless we integrate across all three of these areas, because we need to identify the synergies and the trade-offs and ensure that we're really maximizing impact for the minimum cost. Sustainability teams are facing the reality that they don't have unlimited budgets, so understanding these synergies is critically important, particularly at a time when we're seeing a large increase in the reporting requirements that sustainability teams are working with. I can give you some of the examples, if you like, of the benefits of integrating. So, for example, in the solutions space, we see that, for example, water and energy solutions often are embodied in one process. So, for example, data center cooling, if we look at liquid cooling technologies, they both save energy and save water. Or if we look at the kind of the business of sustainability itself, how global sustainability teams build business processes to really achieve impact. If you're working across synergies, you can kind of save time and resources by not replicating functions. So if it's such a good idea, why aren't we doing it, or why isn't it the norm? I would say that some of the structures and processes that we're building as we try to work very quickly in sustainability might be working against us. So, for example, having separate budget lines on water and climate, having these very separate teams working under quite a lot of pressure to meet new reporting requirements. And even in some cases, the ways that new regulations are working to kind of silo out what you're doing under pollution or climate or water. So to overcome this, really, it's about kind of pausing, taking a breath, and trying to understand that simplifying it down into water and energy might not give you the biggest impact. If we just take a moment to look at this holistically, and some of the ways that new regulation is forcing us to look at dependencies, risks, and opportunities is really helping in that regard. So yes, it's a good idea. Yes, we need it for resilience. Yes, it can seem a little trickier on first instance, but actually if we kind of take that time to analyze and pause, we can really find these holistic synergies between the two or three areas.
So, Mike, let me come to you on this subject. How can cities work with innovative financing options to fund resilient public water infrastructure?
Yeah, first I'll say, just to build on what Virginia said, I think it's important, and cities are beginning to do this, I think, is take a pause and make that link between climate and water. I think historically most cities were not making that link. So they have their water operations, their water infrastructure, and they weren't necessarily thinking about the reliability of supply, looking out 10, 20, 30 years, or what's happening with extreme precipitation, with stormwater, or even what they were doing with their sewage. If they're transporting it a long distance, that's very carbon intensive as well. So there's many, many things that can be done at the local level to reduce emissions and also build resiliency in terms of investment in water. I will say making that link between climate and water is also very valuable from a financing standpoint. Before joining Climate Bonds, I was with the city of San Francisco and the water utility there, and we issued many green bonds beginning in 2016, certified green bonds, and doing that communicated to our stakeholders, our residents and our customers, but also rating agencies and investors that we were taking into account these physical climate risks as well as mitigation and into our capital plans or projects, and that was received very well by rating agencies. They would cite our work on climate as a credit strength, and also we would attract a lot more investors. And now, and which can lead to a lower cost of borrowing, which is really the goal. And especially if you have skeptical people, you cannot argue with lower borrowing costs. I mean, that's really, it doesn't matter if you are really committed to climate or not. If you can borrow the debt at a lower cost, you have to take advantage of that.
Fair enough. Why now would it be that the world would move on this topic? I mean, one thinks about water's been on the agenda of the United Nations for as long as I worked for them, resilience building, etc. I mean, climate change has been a very long process. We're at the moment right now where I think people are understanding that we need to finance resilience more because we're facing, the 1.5 possibly shooting over. So water's going to become ever more in the center of the future of, literally billions of people. So is there a kind of now sense on water?
I'll say, I think there's a now sense on nature, and maybe that's connected to water, nature and water. And so I think, yes, and also a lot of cities recently have been experiencing drought, very severe drought.
Yeah, I mean, I think there certainly is a now sense. I've been working in water for 20 years, and I think now I see a lot more momentum and excitement about the topic. I think it's driven by, firstly, the reality of climate change impacts and water impacts that you're seeing. The floods in Europe that we've been seeing over the last week or so are very difficult to ignore. I also think that we're seeing a change in the regulatory environment, particularly for companies. So within the EU, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive is really a game changer and is pushing companies to better understand their dependency on water, their exposure to risk, and more positively, the opportunities that can come from managing your water. I think we still have a long way to go, particularly on the kind of the framing of the water problem. Like, how do we speak about this in a way that gets traction with those who might not necessarily think of water as their first risk exposure? I think we've got a long way to go on the communication, but definitely I would say the materiality of the impacts that we see today and the regulatory environment together are kind of pushing a change in momentum.
Interesting. Good. Well, we've just run out of time. Thank you very much indeed. There's obviously a ton more to say on this topic, right? But thank you. I'm sure the audience enjoyed it. And let's see if we can get together again around COP29, either physically or over the magic of Zoom, to move forward again with some more understanding of this topic. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye. So we all know about the problem of carbon dioxide emissions. Well, if we don't, then we haven't been living on this planet in the last few years. Because we know that we need to deal with CO2, it's absolutely clear. But did you know that half of the warming is caused by other pollutants, which are sometimes known as short-lived climate pollutants or super pollutants? This is a big problem because these are also an opportunity if we can actually deal with them on time and seize that opportunity. If we drastically cut these pollutants, we could shave 0.5 degrees centigrade off warming by mid-century, according to various estimates. This means, in reality, that super pollutants are perhaps one big chance right now to remain on track with the Paris Agreement target of 1.5 degrees centigrade. We're now going to dive into this topic with 4 excellent guests. I just have one right now, but there's some more coming, don't worry. And it's my pleasure to welcome Martina Otto, head of the Secretariat for the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, which is housed by the UN Environment Programme. So welcome, Martina.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, it's nice to see you again.
Pleasure to be here with you. Yes.
First of all, come on, tell us what are these super pollutants? Everybody wants to know, and why is it necessary to cut these emissions fast?
Okay, absolutely. And I mean, you already said it to some degree. The super pollutants are methane, hydrofluorocarbons, tropospheric ozone and black carbon, and also nitrous oxide. We're looking at them because they present a threat and an opportunity. A threat because, you said it, half of current warming is actually caused by them. And we've been rightly focusing on CO2, but this other part cannot be, the other half of warming cannot be ignored anymore, because we also have an opportunity that comes with the very fact that what holds them together, those super pollutants, is that they're, with the exception of nitrous oxide, very short-lived, much more short-lived in the atmosphere than CO2, but much more potent. That's why if we start cutting them, we can actually see a reduction in the warming still mid-century. And that is at a time where we, as a day-to-day, you look into the news and you see it's either floods or droughts or wildfires somewhere on the globe. That's the new normal. And that means we're sort of inching in on those tipping points that we've been talking about that we should be really afraid of as well. And that means if we want to stick to a 1.5 or a 2 degree pathway in terms of warming, we need to shave off some of that warming. We need to bend the curve of warming earlier than it would happen with CO2, and that's where this action comes in. And it may sound really small, a few centigrades, but it is not. And here I would like to just make the reference. We all know if we have a fever, we don't feel so well. But once we still function somehow, but once we hit the 40, we need to do everything we can to actually bring it down, because otherwise we'll run into damage, brain damage, other organs, and eventually shut down. And the world has a fever.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. I'm going to ask you one more quick question with a quick response before I bring in the next guest. But you're in New York. I know you're in New York because I'm in New York too. And what are you actually doing here in New York? I mean, what are you up to?
Yes, we have a ministerial meeting that is happening actually tonight. And this is an opportunity for the partners. You said it, Climate and Clean Air Coalition. We're a partnership, which is really important in terms of the spirit that is behind the effort. We're coming together to look at how we can ratchet up ambition. We look at what we can do in terms of the next round of the nationally determined contributions.
The national climate plans of nations.
Exactly, the national climate plans that are up for a new review, and where we hope to see much more reference to the short-lived climate pollutants because we can no longer ignore them.
Good. So let me bring in our next guest. Our next guest is Rick Duke, and he is with us from the United States government. And Rick, come on down. It's like a game show. Yeah, please join us here. You're basically a Deputy Special Envoy for Climate, United States Department of State, correct? Super. Rick, why have you and the US government made addressing these super pollutants that we've talked about a priority? And I also would like to know a little bit, whether it's because they've been under the radar for too long, whether it's because they're underfunded in terms of action or underutilized by nations. Give us your perspective.
Absolutely. If we are to keep a safer 1.5C future within reach, we have to do three big things. Energy transition by mid-century, halting and reversing deforestation by 2030, and we have to complement that with serious action to address these climate superpollutants, these non-CO2 greenhouse gases that are really the emergency brake on today's warming. When you look at the picture to keep 1.5 alive, there's methane, 30% of today's climate change. Then you have also the problem of tropospheric ozone, another 15% of today's climate change. And finally, you have N2O, which is only 5% today, but it is growing faster than any other greenhouse gas and could easily be a serious part of the mid-century problem if we don't begin to address it today. So if we're going to be managing warming over the next 20 years, even as we move to stabilize climate by addressing CO2 emissions, then we have to be serious about cutting these super pollutants right now. It's a practical solution. There are lots of low-cost options, and it's a very powerful solution because these are very potent greenhouse gases, and we really can get at today's impacts from climate change by cutting these emissions right now.
Rick, just to illuminate, because you've been working with China on this very issue, and how is that going? Yeah.
From day one of the Biden-Harris administration, we have been engaging with China on climate. The United States and China are the two biggest emitters in the world, the two biggest economies in the world. China alone accounts for nearly 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And we've made some really important progress in that dialogue. Most notably, a year ago in the Sunnyland Statement, we achieved an outcome where both countries agreed that they would be addressing all greenhouse gases, including these non-CO2 superpollutants, in their 2035 targets under the Paris Agreement. And for China, that was a new announcement, and it's akin to putting a Russia-sized economy into the Paris Agreement for the first time. So huge progress that we now need to build on and make sure that we're actually doing the work to set standards on things like coal methane or waste methane. We're doing that in the United States. For example, we set a oil and gas standard in place last December, announced at COP28, actually at a summit that the United States and China co-hosted. And that will reduce 80% of our largest source of methane emissions in the United States from the oil and gas sector. China is looking at a coal methane standard, so we just have to keep at it with the specific policies and measures to drive down these emissions right now. And to answer your earlier question, they are under-addressed. When you look at financing flows, it's half of the problem, as Martina has helpfully pointed out, but it only receives about 5% of global finance for mitigation of climate change.
Good. Let me bring on our third guest, because I've got so many questions here that we'd probably be here all day. I just want to make sure we don't leave the wonderful Adalberto Malouf on his own over on the side. So, you're National Secretary of Urban Environment and Environment Quality in Brazil. So welcome. Thank you very much for being here. You're a very important country as well, because you're going to be hosting the next UN Climate Conference, COP29, next year in Brazil. And we were talking about it a little bit earlier, and he said it's all under control, so everything's fine. So well done. But in terms of these super pollutants that we're talking about, how are you seeing this in Brazil? Is it through the agricultural lens primarily, or are you also looking at other factors like the oil and gas industry and things like that? So where are you seeing this in the nexus of your economy?
Hi, Nick. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Well, Brazil also, most of the countries haven't been included much of the super pollutants before, even in our NDC. But in the case of methane, it's one of the biggest of the super pollutants, also because of air quality, but especially for the climate. In our case, agriculture is the #1 source. So Brazil has been working now historically on small things on that. But now the Minister of Agriculture really wants to highlight this as a good opportunity also for us to make our agriculture, our livestock production a little bit less emitter. So we do understand that in our case, also waste has a huge opportunity. A little bit less than 1/3 of the methane emission comes from waste. on the landfills. We just approved the legislation that makes it mandatory for biomethane into the grid of gas in order to create the market for it. And we are also going to have to address one time the emissions related to oil and gas. In our inventory, oil and gas was very small. It was smallest even than fires and other areas. But we do believe that some of these estimates are underestimated. So that's why we are trying to leverage international partnerships so we can really understand the numbers. I think the numbers of emission of the short life climate pollutants is something that we still have a long run to do in order to get more updated numbers.
Let's have a little chat here together, all of us, and everybody can feel free to jump in. I mean, let's think a little bit about Baku and COP29, because we were hoping to have a representative of the Azerbaijani government with us, but I think they're probably now finding when you run a COP and you've got New York Climate Week just before it, you are dragged from pillar to post to meetings and side events, and it's like, So I can understand. I know, for example, that you, the United States, seem to be very interested in all gases in the revised NDCs. Now, as we were saying, the revised NDCs are supposed to be delivered in, February or March en route to Brazil. I think that's a bit of a tall order right now, but I suppose my question really is, with the all gases topic, which would include the super pollutants, is how is it going and how can it be accelerated at COP29, the UN Climate Conference in Baku? How can you get it into those revised national climate plans quick enough before this gentleman, Alberto, and his team, and the government of Brazil takes over, as it were? It's a tight timescale, yeah? So I wanted to give me your perspectives on this.
It's a tight timescale, but there has been a lot of attention raised on the topic, and we have had requests from our country partners concretely to help how we can actually include them into the NDCs, and that's why we provided guidance. There's a whole guidance document that's out there that covers the different pollutants, the different sectors, and we're running training sessions at the moment on it. You may say, well, that's late if we need to be ready by February, but we're doing them right now. We also look at...
For an underfunded United Nations, I think you're doing very well. It's a plea to the governments of the world, but anyway, that's another matter.
Yeah, no. So I mean, so there's something that's going on that side, and then to your question and there's a whole range of regional meetings that have taken place or are taking place, and I think this week actually is the MENA region, and
MENA being the Middle East and North Africa.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. No acronyms, as our former boss always said. And there as well, there's a lot of attention on it. So I think we'll see something unraveling right now. And we hope, I mean, there's February, you said, maybe March, maybe a little later, but that there's something coming up. And the other point on Azerbaijan, on the very topic, they have announced as part of the presidential priority areas a declaration on organic waste, and that is to actually cover, thinking that the Global Methane Pledge at the last COP in UAE got a lot of attention on, or put a lot of attention on the fossil fuel sector. There's a thought that when we go to Brazil, we will look a bit more also on the agricultural side. So they wanted to do something to drive forward action on waste, and that's where this declaration comes in, with an idea to translate a waste hierarchy to the organic waste sector. So putting much more emphasis on avoidance of food loss and waste, but also the diversion of waste, the revalorization with all the economic opportunities that can come from that. So looking at agricultural residues, for example, but also looking at composting and protein generation through like soldier fly technologies.
Exactly, and not to, and I mean, the viewers watching this may think, this looks like dropping a pin in the desert, but in fact, food waste and food loss would be perhaps the third largest emitter in the world if it was a country. So it's not marginal.
It's not marginal, and it helps actually as well to deal with another issue, which is food security.
Rick,
Just to also note that many governments, most governments really, including Brazil and the United States, already account for all greenhouse gases in our existing nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, and we intend to put forward our 2035 new NDC on time by the February deadline, make sure that it's on a credible path to net zero 2050 for the United States for all greenhouse gases. And we intend for it to be 1.5 aligned, and it will continue to cover all of these greenhouse gases, CO2 in the energy sector, our land sector CO2, but also, crucially, methane and N2O, and so we'll be working with other governments to encourage that. And by the way, this builds off of that U.S.-China moment from about a year ago in the Sunnyland Statement, where both countries stepped up and said, yes, we will have these targets that are comprehensive, that account for the non-CO2 superpollutants. And then we saw at COP28 that the world echoed that and amplified it and called on all governments to put forward 1.5 aligned targets that are comprehensive and economy-wide and cover these non-CO2 superpollutants in addition to CO2.
How can Brazil, perhaps, as a very important country in the world, but also an important country in the region of Latin America, South America, could you be a leader a little bit on this with some of your fellow countries around you, doing regional diplomacy on all the gases rather than just CO2? Is that a possibility?
No, for sure. In our case, we are just doing, supported by UNEP now, our first national inventory of all these gases, because we already know some of the impacts of them, but we want to have a clear roadmap based on science, on cost benefits, so we can reduce all of them. We are just updating our climate plan with all the mitigation and adaptations plan. We have also an ecological transformation plan, a new industry plan, energy transition. So our goal now is to try to integrate all of them, including, for example, the National Food Waste Strategy, the National Composting Strategy. And we realize that a lot of our neighbors, especially in Latin America, a lot of these countries have already done a lot of things in these areas. In these areas are common areas that we also have economical and social benefits when we tackle integrated these actions. So Brazil, together with US and many other countries, we are really trying our best to raise the ambition regarding our NDC, the climate plan that the countries will have. We know that even in our case, we still have homework on updating our inventory so that we can have a better action. But the world needs to get to COP30 next year with NDCs that have much more ambitious than we are now. Because even in our case, Brazil has already faced a little bit, maybe 1.2, 1.5 degrees increase in temperature in the last years, and we are seeing what's happening. It's climate emergency. Every month there is catastrophes everywhere. It's
well,
like
right
the worst drought and the floods
and fires,
and the fires. Everything is really difficult. So we realized that, okay, developing countries, maybe they have a historical emission less than the developed country. And there was always this, trade-off. Well, the rich countries need to lead. It's a common but differentiated responsibility. But the truth is that now everybody needs to be on board. Everybody needs to do his best because the situation is dramatically. And we have to use these opportunities to reduce emission also as opportunities to create economic value, social desigualty reduction in our countries, because there are always possibilities to integrate these policies so that we can reduce emission and at the same time create wealth and economic growth.
Are there holes in the global map of areas where these super pollutants are not really being addressed? I presume there might be parts of, say, I don't know, Central Asia or parts of Africa, or I mean, where's the small lands? I don't really know. Is there a way of saying, okay, we need to go out with loads of people here to persuade them it's a good idea. We need to go there, or is it just a patchwork of those who are really stepping up and those who maybe haven't stepped up yet? Maybe this is a really tough question, Martina, so you can smile back. I mean, that's okay. But I mean, it's clearly that there are some diplomacy to be done on this in some parts of the world.
No, absolutely. And there's a number of champion countries that really have taken issues forward.
Okay.
That's clear. There's a lot that remains to be done. But what we've seen is there's pockets of action pretty much There's a few countries, of course, but there's across-board action has been taken, and sometimes it's one sector, it's one measure, it's step by step. But the thing is that we need to build this up much more because we need to be faster. I think that's a key point. And I think coming back to what Adalberto was saying on the development, it's a sustainable development issue just as much, and there's so much to be gained with some of those measures. We did a study, for example, for the African continent that is aligned. So the measures that do good on climate and on clean air, but that would also help achieve the Africa We Want strategy of the African countries, so the 2063 agenda, but 37 measures that could actually help achieve also those objectives. And that's a pretty powerful pathway forward as well for the countries.
Exactly. So, I mean, everything's there if a country wants to move down this path to embrace all these super pollutants, right? Everything's there. There's UNEP, the CCAC, and blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, you're willing there to stand up and help and guide them, the pathways they need to take, or do they still need experts to come in and say, let's look at your country in detail, and then we can make some decisions? Or how does it work?
That's often the entry step when we have a country joining. There's a request for an assessment, an integrated assessment, and Adalberto mentioned that as well. So really getting the baseline right, and also detecting oneself. So it's not someone from the outside coming in saying, this is where you have a problem, but it's actually working through it and detecting this is where we would like to take action. So it's really a national priority, building that up. And that's a starting point. We also offer support via national experts. So wherever there is a capacity issue, which is often the case, I mean, people would like to act, but there is an issue there. And maybe I'll let Adalberto come in on that as well. We offer that as a possibility. So there's a number of things that we can do immediately as a quick help.
Okay, so you stand ready to assist any nation that needs that help. Okay. Now, oxides of nitrogen, nitrous oxides, it's very difficult for the audience out there to grasp all these different chemicals and where they come from. I think oxides of nitrogen come from mainly agriculture, but they're also coming from emissions from diesel and petrol cars and industry. And so, yeah. And there is a report that perhaps the US is working on, is there? Or something that you might unveil soon, now, in Baku? Tell us a little bit about it, Rick.
Sure. So Adalberto and I are co-chairs of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, and we are thrilled that we will be releasing on the margins of the Montreal Protocol a new report through the CCAC on what is really a global N2O assessment. And I should say this builds on a real tradition of leadership by the CCAC on these non-CO2 greenhouse gases, setting the agenda through scientific reports that lay down the marker about what's needed, what's possible. And the most important example of that was a global methane assessment back in 2021 that set us up to launch the Global Methane Pledge later that year, and now do the work to try to cut methane pollution at least 30% by 2030 through a whole range of efforts, including raising $1 billion last year in new grant funding, all the standard setting efforts in China, in the United States, and more globally. And with N2O, this is a really new topic for most people to think about. It's 5% of today's greenhouse gases. It could easily be a much bigger share of mid-century emissions if we don't get on top of it, because it is growing rapidly. And it turns out that N2O, in addition to being a major climate change problem, is also depleting stratospheric ozone. And so that is going to cause significant issues with skin cancer risk if we don't get N2O under control. So multiple benefits on both climate and public health that will be featured in this report. That's one reason why we're intending to feature it at the Montreal Protocol, which, in addition to its work on cutting climate change superpollutants like HFCs very successfully through the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, has of course been the place where we've addressed the ozone hole and associated skin cancer risk successfully. So it is technical, it is complicated, and that's one reason why it tends to be less central in the conversation than energy transition and halting deforestation, but it's the climate emergency brake, and we need to pull it.
Yeah. Alberto, apologies. So you're both co-chairs of this particular report, in a sense. But so I want to say to Alberto, and possibly to you as well, Rick, how do you deal with other parts of the government when you come and put a report down that says we've got to deal with, NO2? They'll go, what the hell's that? I mean, how does it work? How do you bring on board all elements of the government with these things? It must be very tough, right? Because they're saying, we're just dealing with CO2 right now. Okay, methane we get. I think we understand that one. There's another one we got to deal with. I mean, heavens above, we've got so many things to deal with. How can we deal with this one, right? Is it that complicated, or is it quite simple?
No, it's complicated, Nick. Like, when you want to move from a linear economy based on fossil fuels to a circular economy based on renewables and reducing the extraction of goods, and also that it's not extracting, using, and discarding it, you have to transform everything. You have to transform all the sectors, all the areas of the government. So it's not only about the federal government, it's about the state, the city, it's about society, it's about the private sector. So creating this multi-level governance structure that you are ready to implement anything, you need to have everybody together to create the plans. So that's what we are trying to do, especially as Minister of Environment. The Ministerial Coordination Agency for the Climate Plan now is attached to the President's office.
Yes,
because then the president, he has much more power to convene. Of course, the Minister of Environment makes the secretariat, we do proposals, we debate with all the ministers, but at the end, this is a decision that society has to do. And as we are moving our green taxonomy, which is trying to help the financial sector and the private sector to understand what we think are the areas they should be investing, we realize there are different views in society about how to get to this green economy we all want. So right now, we are very focused on trying to create scientific evidences and indicators and numbers that can help us to create public policies based on science. They can integrate all the different actors, and we know, like some places, some countries still are gonna, drill oil to consume for more years. Even in Brazil, we have this debate if we continue producing more oil or if we focus on biofuels, which Brazil has a huge potential, renewable energy. And these debates are necessary to include all the economic, social, and environment thing. But at the end, it's a decision that society will have to make it. Because I don't think it's a fight between who is going to be the last country drilling the last oil around the planet. No. The transition to this green economy creates huge economic opportunities. So who goes first, who makes the first partnerships and gets the innovation going on, will probably be the one that are going to create more jobs and have the most benefit. So that's where we are. We are trying to convene with all the different ministers, and in our case, we are very lucky that our Minister of Treasury, Finance, the guy that has, the budget and the most important minister, he's an environmental guy. So he's leading the ecological transformation plan, and we are helping to be there helping to talk to the other ministers.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry I have to wrap it up there because that little red light there says we've gone over time, and the guests for the next round are all lined up there waiting. But can I say thank you very much indeed for joining us. I think that was very interesting indeed. And I know we're going to have another show at COP29 with live guests, or we can patch them in through the magic of Zoom. So, yes, we will definitely follow up on this topic and go a little bit further, but thanks very much indeed.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, bye and best of luck. Great. We're now moving to another session. We're going to talk about electric vehicles because everybody, pretty much everywhere, is interested in this topic. Certainly the penetration of EVs, as they're known, in the car and even truck markets has been a remarkable and encouraging development over recent years. And the International Energy Agency says the sales of electric cars have increased from 4% in 2020 to perhaps 18% in 2023. And if this growth continues, year on year, EVs will make or play their role in decarbonizing land transport in line with the net zero targets of the Paris Climate Agreement. But, in many markets, my script says many, we're going to find out if that's true or not. But in many markets, there appears to be a slowing of the growth right here, right now, and existing climate targets are perhaps under threat as a result. Volvo Cars, for example, has recently abandoned their target of 100% EVs by 2030. The whole EV market in Germany is shaking, and just a few weeks ago, Europe's biggest battery producer announced it would lower production and cut staff. Now, many of the companies are blaming the governments, and the governments are kind of blaming the companies. And we don't know who's right and who's wrong. So how do we resolve this problem? We organize a panel here. And I've got these fantastic guests. I've got Dominique Finn, who's head of transport for the Climate Group. I've got Per Espen Stoknes. Katarina has been training me on how to say that properly, and I've probably got it wrong as usual. But he's associate professor at the Norwegian Business School. And wonderfully, we've got Angela Hultberg, Global Sustainability Director for Kearney. And on the magic of Zoom, we've got Ingmar Rentzhog, who is the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. Hello, everybody. Okay, Dominic, I'm going to bring you in first because of the Climate Group connection. The Climate Group, I remember for years and years and years have been really pushing on the EV story, encouraging governments and companies to step up and the renewable energy sector to back it and all this kind of thing. So look, tell us what's been achieved and what needs to be done to achieve the full potential of this sector, right? So how's it gone? How's it going? Then I might ask you a tougher question afterwards.
Well, great to be here, first of all. Thanks for the invitation to discuss this important topic. It's my bread and butter. I work for the transport team within the Climate Group, so focus on electric vehicles all the time. We have a coalition of businesses within our network of 130, the largest fleets in the world, and they make a commitment through EV100 to procure only electric vehicles, and we work with them to try to operationalise their targets and also work with them on policy, how to influence policy. So I'm talking on behalf of companies our members, in response to your question. But demand is there. Demand is there and it's increasing. Companies absolutely acknowledge that the transition, the future is electric, the future is zero emission, and they're committed through us. And beyond, EV100 as well, there's a lot of other organisations who are committed to this. So the demand is there. And as you said, the increase in sales of electric vehicles has been astronomical.
Phenomenal, yeah.
Yeah, over the last year it was 14%. The same figures from IEA. Last year was 14%. This year 18%. So it is increasing. I think it's a bit of a myth that there's a global slowdown actually. And I was just on a panel with Volvo this afternoon, Volvo Cars, and yes, they've abandoned their commitment. They've reduced it to 90%. They're still focused on 90% of sales. So I think that's quite leading. That's still very ambitious. We're going to come on to the automotive sector, I know, later, but I think there's sometimes a misreporting of this, that the transition is slowing down. I don't think that's the case. I think there's increasing demand, but that's not to say there aren't many barriers remaining. To step back, why is the Climate Group focused on this is because of carbon emissions from road transport. 15% of all global emissions come from road transport. It's the fastest rising sector for emissions, second only to coal. So we've got alongside this trajectory towards electrification, we do have a serious issue. And as we look at the transition globally, all that growth that you described is from quite a small number of markets. If you look at most emerging markets, if you think of Southeast Asia or Latin America, they may be looking at 2 to 3% of new vehicles sold are electric. we need this transition to be really global. We need it so to make sure that no one's left behind. All the polluting vehicles shouldn't be left in developing economies.
Dumped via Dubai into Africa, or one of those routes.
They deserve to breathe clean air. It's an important element to this as well. So it needs to be a really global transition. So what's needed is strong regulation. You need strong accountability on the automotive sector through regulation to ensure that they provide these vehicles, the cleaner vehicles, the strong kind of setting the direction of travel, CO2 standards, for example, needs to be accompanied by a range of other policies to make sure there's charging infrastructure in place, reliable, comprehensive charging infrastructure, but also that these vehicles are affordable. That's particularly important as you look at the larger vehicles. When you get bigger vans and upwards, they're still not in price, they're still not equal in price. So you need government interventions there. But when that happens, and I guess we're going to hear from the Norway perspective, when you get the right policy measures in place, you lead to clear,
clear directions. Okay, Dominic, good. Now, I would rationally go to Angela here because of, keeping a balance here between all these men. But I actually need to bring Ingmar in because you're the one that was quite concerned about this, right? Ingmar, I mean, what's been your perspective on this?
Yeah, I mean, one thing, I mean, the transition in the car industry is happening, with a fast pace. I love to talk about that in China now 51% of all new cars are electric. You have this milestone in Norway where you soon have new combustion engine cars left. But that's not the full story. We also see car manufacturers, not only Volvo, also Ford and others, abandoning their plans, slowing down their pace. And what they're saying is that the infrastructure and policy are lagging behind so that they can't keep up with it. On the same time, we see now governments that are saying that the industry is not doing this fast enough. We just need a couple of more years. And it's like, we just lower our target from 100% to 90%. Doesn't seem that much, right? But the fact is, every single year, every percent is important in this fight, and we don't have time to run slower. I will not, and that's exactly what I'm seeing here. We should run faster, not slower. And the car industry has been in the forefront of the green transition. So this is a signal where I feel, because of the economy and the whole situation in the world, we are losing time here. We don't have time. So I'm raising an alarm a little bit. I mean, the green transition is going to happen. It's not a matter of if, it's just when. And we don't want it to happen too late.
So I think, Ingmar, what you're saying is your concern is that even if it's a small watering back of, by, say, Volvo or Ford, maybe others, even if it's a small movement away from 2030 for the end of the combustion engine by some governments, we don't have time for this kind of messing around because we have to halve emissions by 2030 to have a 50-50 chance of hitting net zero by 2050. Is that kind of your position?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Angela, let me go to you. So you're with Kearney. It's a global management consulting company, and you advise Kearney's clients on sustainability strategy and adoption with a specific focus on the automotive, transport, and retail sectors. And also, you had a big role to play in the COP in Glasgow.
Yes.
On this whole area with the UK government.
Yes, I was very fortunate to be the transport lead for the Climate Champions, working with Climate Group, among others.
So, Angela, what are your reflections on what we're hearing and what you're seeing?
Look, I think the most important thing, and Ingmar mentioned this, is that you can't stop the green transition. It's in full swing. Is it going fast enough? No. It never has been going fast enough, to be fair. And do we need to accelerate the pace? Absolutely, we do. But I honestly don't see car manufacturers abandon the target because they simply can't. Like, why would you abandon an EV strategy? You'd go out of business. It's like, focusing all your effort on an electric typewriter instead of continuing selling computers. It's not a very successful business model. So They are working on it. What's really in the favor of this is that car manufacturers these are engineering companies. These are companies based on innovation and, very data-driven decision making. And it's what the customers want. So they will get there. They're not abandoned. And I'm glad you said it. Volvo Cars pivoted, and they had to, because they also, no matter what they do, nobody lives in a vacuum. This is an ecosystem transformation that needs to happen. It is not reasonable to think car manufacturers can do it on their own. It's not reasonable to think utility companies can do it on their own. It's not reasonable to think governments can do it on their own. There needs to be collaboration. And it is uncoordinated, and this has been a problem from the start. And we've seen, to Ingmar's point, like people pointing fingers, and it's the chicken and the egg. And I remember vividly one time that Christian Levin, the CEO of Traton and Scania, said, enough with this chicken and egg discussion and chicken and egg and nest. We can produce the vehicles, and we will produce the vehicles, but producing the vehicles is not enough. We need demand, and we have that. We need uptake. We need the financial models to make sense. It is still too expensive to purchase an electric vehicle. We need the charging infrastructure to be there, because range anxiety is still the #1 reason people will not buy an electric vehicle. All of these are things that nobody can solve in isolation. So, we've talked about partnership as the new leadership. We've talked about radical collaboration for so long, but it's still not working efficiently enough. And final point, for businesses, it is a transition. Transitions require investment. And in this political landscape we're seeing across the world with our super election year, how do we expect businesses to make multi-billion-dollar investments when everything can change every 4 years?
Okay. We're going to come back and dig a bit deeper into this, but I don't want to leave Per out of this, Per Epson out of this, because you're from Norway, and Norway is being held up pretty much as a kind of poster child for the electric car. So it says in my notes here, more than 80% of all new cars sold in Norway last year were EVs.
Almost 90.
Was it 90?
Almost.
Heading towards 100.
Heading towards 100. Oh my God! Next time it's going to be 150%. I don't know how to do that. So you have both a business perspective and a psychological perspective in green economics. Yeah. What's Norway done that the others couldn't do, or was it as simple as hydroelectric?
So to get out of the dilemmas that Angela was heading up, we need leadership. We need leadership from politicians, we need leadership from business, and we need leadership from individuals. And it's a nice combo in Norway. For instance, one of the key reasons why we got really taken off was that you gave electric cars free access to the bus lane. Because then people were stuck in their fossil dinosaur piss vehicles and looking at these cool guys just bypassing them. So you ignited envy. And envy is a very important driver for social comparisons, which really kicks into the brain in a powerful way. So now suddenly there was a competition among people who had access to electric cars. And we could see that from psychological studies that the electric cars didn't appear randomly around the cities. No, we could see that if there was one electric car in one neighborhood, then suddenly the neighbors wanted electric cars too. So we were exploiting a very deep psychological dynamic that we do social comparison, and actually we could use epidemiological formulas calculating to see how contagious electric cars were. So the combo of having a carrot on the public regulation with social dynamics helped increase the market. But of course, there were economics incentives as well. And economists are still discussing whether it's a subsidy or it's an efficient use of public resources to do this or not. But that's a failed economics discussion because it's really how you set up the tax system. It's not subsidies, but it is shifting the taxation so that you give priorities to those technologies that we need in the future. And that's politicians' job, of course.
That's a very interesting question. Maybe we can just look at that for a second, Ingmar, because, I mean, how much and for how long an incentive or a subsidy, or whatever you want to call it, goes on for is probably mission critical in some of these transformations, because surely, I mean, you can see the case of Germany with renewable energy, right? They were the leaders of the world with renewable energy. Then it got a bit messy because the Chinese realized that this was a good business to be in, they could do it a bit cheaper. Then the German government was then under huge pressure from other parties and also some parts of the business sector saying, it's all too much money you're giving now to do these incentives here. And then they kind of packed up. And suddenly Germany being this big leader, it's now they're having to race to catch up again with their renewable energy transition. So is this incentive thing, I mean, Ingmar, what do you think? Anybody else want to jump in on incentives? How long should they
First of
last?
all, I think the conversation is a bit flawed because we always talk about incentives for electric vehicles. We could also talk about stop subsidizing fossil fuels globally and see if they can bear their own costs. So we would, that would be a great first step. We could stop giving out all incentives then and stop all subsidies and see what happens. The business case would shift drastically if we only did that. And then, to your point, if we look from a governmental perspective, if we invest in electric vehicles, we reduce air pollution in cities, which is a third of all stroke, asthma and lung cancer. The health benefits alone will probably pay for that subsidy.
Yeah. So a big part of our work, as I mentioned, is policy work. And if you look in the UK, where I'm from, we lobbied. One of the biggest drivers for EV uptake was change to company car tax rules in about 2022. And essentially, they made it a lot cheaper to buy a Tesla or to have a Tesla, for example, as a company car than it would for BMW 5 Series, whatever the equivalent was. So people were going for it purely because it was cheaper, and so that led to a massive spike suddenly from like very few company cars up to 50% of all company cars are electric, and that's what's driven the EV uptake in the UK. And then they're now coming into the second-hand market, so you've got a really strong second-hand market of it. I think when it comes to subsidies, they are really important, but it's not a long-term sustainable model. As you get past a certain point, when it just becomes a massive drain on the coffers, on the public coffers, you think about thousands and thousands of people taking advantage of grants. So they are really important to kickstart, but I think taxation is a much more nuanced and effective mechanism, including making the polluter pay, or making the let's ensure that it's like a bonus malus is what France does, where they regulate you increase the tax on the polluting vehicles and reduce the tax on the cleaner vehicles. It's not rocket science, but it really works.
Pepsin?
Yeah, I think it's easy to end up in a blame game here, in a way to get rid of our negative emotions. We throw them at others. So it's partly a response to what we call psychological dissonance, that if I feel that I should do something and I do something else, then I will need somebody to put the blame on. And we should be very aware about that, because, for instance, economists are putting the blame on politicians, saying that they are not taking the wise advice of economists of putting a fixed CO2 price on everything, which may put every actor on the same level playing field. However, they have a very faulty concept of externalities, which was what Angela was talking about, this idea that somehow the climate and the health costs are outside of this picture. So it's really an issue of not using that S word of subsidies, because that's ignites the wrong kind of association. Is shifting the taxation towards those things that we need to get rid of, and that is not something else than subsidies. So I think also environmentalists and politicians who are speaking about subsidies are shooting themselves in the foot. It's really about giving a true value to that clean air, the clean water that people want and need, and that is a type of framings we need, not who's avoiding subsidies or putting too much on it.
Ingmar, do you want to come back on this?
I mean, I think Per has one very big point with how has Norway done this? And this creates envy and gets the electric car drivers park free and drive the bus lane, etc. That is something I think we should talk more about, so that more government dare to do that. It's a low-cost, low-hanging fruit. But I will amplify what Angela said, and I think this is not complicated. We are actually seeing that the EV acceleration are slowing down. I mean, maybe not the speed of change are slowing down, but the acceleration of how we speed things up are starting to crack a little bit, at least here in Europe and US. Why is that? I will say because of the fossil fuel subsidies. We should remember that they have increased with, I think, $1 or $2 trillion in just a couple of years. Here in Sweden, we have never, in many, many years, the fossil fuel price are record low because we have increased the subsidies, lowered the tax. That's not a blame, it's a fact. We need to get rid of the fossil fuel subsidies, at least get them down, not up.
So I wonder whether there might be some other things at work that's just creating some nervousness, perhaps in some governments. Because we know that in Europe and in the United States that it's been taking over 10 years for a new wind farm or a new solar farm, or they call solar parks, I don't know, to get a connection to the grid. Some of that was permitting problems, right? They couldn't permit for them to get, but some are just real problems. They can't get a connection to the grid for 10 years or more. So there's less renewables coming into the system to meet the growth, perhaps, in electric cars. You've got the other challenges as well that in some countries, I don't think some people know who's supposed to be putting the charging stations in. Is it the governments, or is it the electricity companies, or is it the, you know, who's responsible to roll that thing out, right? And I have a third thing to put on the table, which is I've noticed, and some communications organizations who look out for these things are seeing a lot more articles and strange appearances in social media of electric cars on fire, trying to reignite that old argument that the batteries are really dangerous and you're all going to get incinerated in one, which is patently absurd and bullshit, but is basically a lobby group that we probably know very well, who has an interest in this, even in emerging markets. I've seen articles about, look at all the lithium they're using, look at all the metal, and it's always a picture of an electric car on fire with its battery burning. So anybody got any thoughts on those three marathon points?
There was a lot of questions.
Okay, love to jump in on that, because after the blame game, putting the blame on them, not me, it is this issue, using fear and creating doubt. So it's an old game from tobacco industry to create doubt about this ever working or why it's worth doing it. So electric batteries are dangerous, they will incinerate you, they come with cobalt from child labor, and they will decline in value and your car. So
and they'll steal your grandmother as well. Automatically.
So the thing is, psychologically, we know this works, and we should expect it, because humans are not rational. And the minute you can create doubt and fear about a solution, it helps reduce the dissonance you feel that I'm driving a big gas cluster that's killing the atmosphere. So they know that this works because it reinforces the status quo.
But you're not saying the tobacco industry now, you're saying the fossil fuel lobby.
Of course.
Because you started with tobacco. I was a bit worried you were...
sorry. Okay. If this is the Merchants of Doubt book by Naomi Oreskes, it's looking at how the playbook by the tobacco industry was copied by the fossil industry. So it's the exact same thing they're now picking up on. And that's why you see these kind of social media attacks on electric vehicles.
Do we have a shortage of renewable energy? Or, I mean, we're getting... New renewable energy is doubling every 2.5 years, right? We all know the numbers. But then you've got wind farms and solar farms sitting around waiting to be plugged into the grid for over 10 years. Is this a problem? Dominic was going to say something from the climate group. So let's go to Dominic, then we'll go to you, Ingmar.
Well, I think energy has to be renewable as well, but just back to your point about, you know, wind farms and not being able to plug into the grid. And charging infrastructure is a huge barrier. As Angela mentioned, range anxiety sometimes gets a bit exaggerated. Sometimes it's more perceived risk of not being able to charge your car than actual risk, but it's certainly there. But for companies, they've got to have a mixture of public charging and private charging. If you can look at big vehicles like trucks, if you've got a fleet of even 20 trucks, the cost of upgrading the grid or getting charging infrastructure in place at a depot is very high, and it's not fair that burden should fall on the fleet, for example. And And it's very bureaucratic, you alluded to it, you know, it can take a long time, regardless of the market, whether it's here in the US or Europe, it's a long time to actually get an application approved. It's cumbersome, bureaucratically cumbersome, it's expensive, and it's unclear. So that needs clearing up. We need a clear process for getting grid upgrade, and then the energy going into vehicles needs to be renewable as well.
Okay. Oh, just one sec. Poor old Ingmar there with the dinosaur. It's not fair, he's on Zoom, so even sometimes it's not the magic of Zoom, it's the remoteness of Zoom. Yeah. Ingmar, come. We've got 2.35 minutes.
I would say, I mean, we also need to speed up how to build more renewables and how to expand the grid, etc. But I don't believe that's the reason why we see this, maybe the now slowdown of the EV transition. That is part of the same problem. We also need to funnel money to invest in all clean energy builds. So it's a money problem. We need to funnel the money from fossil fuel investment to green investment. It's the grid, it's the renewables, it's the cars, it's everything. It's a money and time problem we have. We don't have enough of either.
Angela?
I think it's not only a problem, it's also a massive opportunity, right? Because what are electric vehicles if not batteries and storage of energy, right? So, you know, we talk about it also as if the automotive and transport industry is in a silo. It is not. It is merging with the energy sector, and this area of sustainable mobility is one. And I think what we're seeing, you ask whose responsibility is it? I'd like to rephrase that. Whose opportunity is it? Because there's massive, from a business perspective, massive value on the table right now. Who's going to provide energy solutions? Who's going to figure out how end consumers can benefit of having electric cars, getting paid for vehicle to grid, vehicle to X technology to help balance the grid, help shave off the peaks? How are we going to work with microgrids where solar panels can charge our cars, and then you get a voucher when you buy at Tesco because you're allowing Tesco to take some energy out of your car and into the grid at peak hours. This is an area that will grow. Immense value on the table. Electric vehicles will not drain the system. It will help balance the grid. And I think one of my most interesting questions right now is who has the right to win, who wants to play, and who's going to figure out, instead of resisting change, who's going to lead in the unknown, leap into it, and be the company that really wins this transition.
And Angela, I have a short answer to your question there. Right now, the answer to your question is China. China is building up a new car industry, and if we are not, we can't beat that if we are not changing ourselves. Instead, we're putting tariffs on them, and I don't think that's a good strategy to be in the future.
Well, I feel this debate could have gone on for another hour, actually, because it was really quite interesting. But sadly, we don't have another hour. And I think the tech crew here and the film crew here are probably very glad we don't have another hour. And so I think we have to wrap it up there. We're on 0 time. Thanks, Ingmar from Stockholm. Dominic from the Climate Group, thanks so much. Angela from Kearney.
Thank you.
And our dear friend Per Epson from the Business School of Norway. I think we should do this again next year and see where we are with EVs. Let's do it.
Thank
okay,
you.
Cheers. Oh, and Ingmar, you better stay with me, by the way.
I'm here.
Yes, okay, something else. Ingmar, it's lovely to see you back again. And this is a bit of a special bonus ball interview with you, if I can put it that way, because, look, we had for the audience, if you were watching, you saw the show we had on super pollutants, particularly the gas methane, although there are others that are causing this extraordinary warming. And Ingmar, you've been thinking about this whole issue, and you're cooking something up, aren't you? So come on, tell us what it is you're thinking about doing.
Actually, I think many people working with the green transition are starting to feel that it's not going that well. I mean, all of us, we are always saying that the green transition is happening so fast. We just need to speed it up. And it's true, it's happening fast, but it's not happening fast enough. And if you really, I mean, we have heard Rockström, we need to cut the emission half before 2030. Will that happen? Do we really believe that? I mean, I don't believe that. I don't believe that it will happen. I believe that we will do a lot, but I don't think we will end up cutting the emission half in 5 years. I don't believe that anymore, especially with the world economy, where you see that many companies are going bankrupt and green investments are getting delayed or getting smaller, etc. Just today we had this Europe's biggest battery factory that fired 25% of the working force, and they have a real struggle because they don't have the money to continue to build the way they want to do. And it's not just one example, it's many. So it's a depressive kind of realization. The realization is very clear. I mean, we will make it on the finish line. We will transform the society to a fossil-free society. I mean, everything are in place to do that. In EVs, in clean energy, in better food production, everything are going in that direction. I mean, the oil era is going to end. But I don't think we will make it in time, because if we are heating the planet, we're going to hit tipping points. And if we hit too many of those tipping points, there is no way going back. Doesn't matter if everyone on this planet are driving in an EV, if we're hitting tipping points. Doesn't matter. So that's a depressive thought. So instead of just, give up, I think we need to look into solutions on how to solve that problem. And yes, we need to keep pushing. We need to funnel the money, move the money into the solutions, so we accelerate the solutions. We need better policies. We need more people on board. We need everything we have discussed and we don't have time since day one. But we also need another thing. We need more time. That's what we need. In order to make it, we just need a couple of years more. But we can't do it by delaying the target, because that is not giving us a couple of years more. It's maybe giving, a political person a couple of years more, but it's not giving us, humanity, more years, because we are delaying the targets with 10% or something like that. So we need to look into the solutions that can give us more time to execute, continue push the green solution. What I'm talking about? We saw it here today. I mean, I was super glued to the session from the Clean Air Act, the UNEP session.
The Climate and Clean Air Coalition,
yeah, exactly. Because they're on to the same thing I'm also looking very into. And that is, we should really put a focus on all the short-lived greenhouse gases. Because the difference between carbon dioxide is that the carbon dioxide are living in the atmosphere for hundreds of years, more than hundreds of years. That means that if we stop emitting CO2, we will slow down and we will stop the heating, but we will not cool the planet. And the heating we are heating the planet very fast, so it's not enough to stop the heating. We are not able to do that fast enough. So we need to start cooling the planet. And if you look into the short-lived greenhouse gases, that's about 0.5 degrees. If we stop putting them up in the atmosphere, we don't need to remove them from the atmosphere. We just need to stop putting them up there because they're removing themselves in just a couple of years from the atmosphere. So we need to look at all those gases. Methane is one of the biggest, but also other sources. And what's interesting with that is that everyone, there's no enemy in this. I mean, no one likes those emissions. They're like a byproduct. So we can do it with everyone. Even the fossil fuel industry should have an interest of buying time. Everyone needs to buy time, right? So we need to focus on this, get people to understand that we should not stop doing everything else, but we should start paying attention to funnel money into stop emitting those emissions, short-lived emissions. So we are at COP29 going to launch a new initiative, and we are looking for more partners to collaborate. We're calling this initiative Buy More Time. And it's exactly what we mean with buy more time. We need to buy more time by focusing on those short-lived gases. But we should not focus them as a new problem, another bigger problem to solve. No, 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 no. Those short-lived gases, they are the solutions. They are the opportunity. So if you see those industries that are releasing a lot of short-lived greenhouse gases, like methane, you have agriculture, for example. There is actually new solutions out there where you can give cows something to eat, an additive, that will reduce their methane emissions with up to 80%. So that's a great solution. Let's pay the farmers to use that solution today because they can do this service for humanity. So let's help them do it by paying them money and help them do it. We also have landfills. And here in Sweden, we don't release any methane gases from landfills. Why? Because we are converting into clean energy instead, bioenergy. So can we do it in Sweden? We can learn other countries to invest in how to make that happen from their landfills, from organic material, etc. And lastly, we have a big polluter out there, maybe the biggest polluter, the fossil fuel industry. They're also emitting a lot of methane gases because they don't need to pay for emitting, so they have no focus on it. But if they start to focusing on tapping the pipelines, they will stop emitting a lot of methane gases. And you have some other short-lived gases as well. So we need to find the money and we need to find the focus for those short-lived gases. And it's really glad me that US and China already are talking about it, Brazil, etc. It's not doing this instead. It's doing this here and now so that we can buy more time. And what I really see the world needs, we need another Montreal Protocol. We got rid of the freon by actually banning freon. We need the same with short-lived greenhouse gases. They are much smaller problem, and I think we can get so many more people on board of this. And if we get people to understand this opportunity to give us more years to fight the disease we have, climate crisis, we will heal. So, I mean, if you're a patient and the doctor says that you have cancer and you suddenly have an opportunity, a cure that will give you 5, 10 more years, keep fighting for having 50, 100 years, you're taking it, right? So this is what within our time we're going to focus on with this Buy More Time initiative, and I really hope more people will join it. And what I see as maybe the biggest opportunity to do this is that I think this is exactly what the climate movement needs now. Because I know that more and more people are not doing the utmost to fight climate crisis because they don't believe, deep within, they don't believe it matters. They see that it doesn't matter if we do everything right, we will still not make it in time. I know so many people that they are not saying this in front of the camera, but they're saying it off cameras. So if we give them a solution, that we have actually a concrete solution to buy more time, that means that we will inject so much more energy in the climate fight so that we will make it. So this is what I'm excited about.
Okay, Mark, so we have to wrap up very shortly, but what you're basically saying is that there is a solution that has the potential to basically shave 0.5 degrees centigrade off the heating of the planet Earth right now. And for viewers that maybe don't know, most of the science says that if we go beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade, the first things that will die from the overheating are the coral reefs around the world. And it's only like over 2 degrees centigrade that up to 3 or 4 degrees centigrade, you can see the dying off of the Amazon rainforest, the Congo River Basin forest, all the big forest systems. These tiny 1/10 of a degree, it's difficult in America, of course, because they have Fahrenheit and it's such a big number. But if you just look at degrees centigrade, 1/10 of a degree centigrade can make the difference between whether coral reefs on this planet live or die, right?
Exactly.
So basically, if we can keep us down below the 1.5 by attacking those alternative, you might say, super pollutant greenhouse gases that are being kind of not looked after as well as they should be, we have an economic benefit because most of them can be just turned into semi-green fuel. And we also bring down the temperature and buy us time.
We actually cool the planet. We bring down the temperature. And I think the reason, you said it yourself in the other panel, the reason why people don't see this solution, I haven't seen it before, is that many have seen it like, oh shit, not another big problem. I'm too focused on solving the carbon dioxide problem in my value chain. I don't want to solve another problem. It's not another problem. It's the solution that will help us actually solve the climate crisis.
And some of the solution is actually part of the same solution, if I can put it that way. It's not really asking anybody to do anything new. It's basically asking people to actually embrace this opportunity and make a change that's very possible in these very tight years we have to come.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is what we need to do. And
so,
we can
Ingmar, last question then before we go, right? Which is this new campaign that we're going to be launching in the run-up to the UN Climate Conference, COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, is basically going to be on our website. People should be checking in periodically, in the beginning of October or something, to see how they can get involved.
Exactly. So sign up on We Don't Have Time and reach out to us, to me. You will find me quite easily. I don't have that common name. We're building a coalition with other organizations, with leading thinkers, leading doers, and we're going to make sure that this is going to be bigger than any campaign we have done so far. And if you look into We Don't Have Time history, we have kickstarted many global campaigns before. So we're going to do it again, and we're going to do it really big. But we need some more people to help us. So contact us. Let's build the biggest coalition of people that see that we need to buy more time and that we can buy more time.
Great news. Okay, Ingmar, thanks a lot, and take care, and goodbye to Stockholm. Thank you.
Yes. Bye.
Bye. Good, super, that's finished. So we've ended our live broadcast here from New York, Climate Week 2024, here in wonderful Manhattan from Horizon Media. But it's only the beginning of our coverage this week. Tomorrow, some of us will be riding around with various guests in eco-friendly BMWs, doing sort of back-of-the-seat interviews. And others will be at the Nest campus, actually interviewing many wonderful guests there too. And this is all part of our Climate Hub broadcast. We're also looking forward to events as well on Wednesday. And again, from the Climate Hub, from the Nest campus over here in Manhattan. So make sure you download the We Don't Have Time app so you can follow all our shows and keep up with the action and interact with some of the guests. And remember, all the content that you're looking at today is searchable. It's available on demand. You can watch it again and or watch parts of it that you really enjoyed again. So thank you for watching and good evening from wherever you are in the world. It might even be good morning.